イングランド国歌、オーストラリア国歌の演奏です。
Pride on the faces of the England players and pride and passion in the stands as well. Here's Advance Australia Fair. What an atmosphere in Oita, the 7th meeting at the Rugby World Cup between England and Australia, and the previous 6 on every occasion haven't failed to disappoint. The tracksuits are coming off, a few shuttle runs by the Australia players and Paul Grayson and Matt Dawson. Great to have you with us in Japan, Matt, after flying over earlier in the week. It feels as if all the games we've done on 5 Live in the last 4 years just get rolled into the next 80 minutes in a way.
Yeah, the tournament so far has been tremendous. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to you and Grace and the rest of the commentary team, the game so far, but you cannot help, and just the sense of anticipation when we arrived and talking to the rest of the team, talking to the fans on the street. It's all eyes now on this weekend, these games, these 4 epic top 8 teams in the world at the moment, battling it out. Could we honestly say that we know who's going through into those semi-finals, that you can argue a case for every single team in these quarter-finals, which makes it maybe the most competitive quarter-finals there's ever been?
Matt Dawson used the C word in the build-up, consequence. It's right in front of you now, it is writ large. If you don't get it right today, the end of your World Cup dream comes in just under an hour and a half, and with that, Chris, enormous pressure.
Deafening noise under the roof here in Oita. You can hear Swing Low Sweet Chariot from the thousands of travelling England fans, but the Australians in great voice as well, and we are moments away. Jerome Garces, the Frenchman, he's the referee. He took charge of that pivotal World Cup clash between England and Wales back in 2015. England were on the wrong side of Garces that day. Can they get on the right side of him this afternoon? Romain Poit and Mathieu Reynal are Garces's assistants. England go Vunipola, George, Sinclair in the front row. Itoje and Laws in for Cruz in the second row. Curry and Underhill, the 2 rookie flankers, are 6 and 7. Vunipola's fit. He plays at 8. That's Billy. Ben Youngs and Owen Farrell restored at half-back. Tuolangi and Slade in the midfield. May on his 50th cap. Watson and Daly. Australia, Alceo, Latu, Alalatoya, Rodder, Arnold, Pocock and Hooper, and Naisarani the pack. Geni Alelefano, Karevi and Pataya, Corabetti, Hodge and Beale as Australia kick off, and it's taken in by Elliot Daly. Almost got in the way of Henry Slade there. England in white. They play from left to right. The biggest game since they last played Australia at a Rugby World Cup. That ended 33-13 to the Wallabies that day, and English rugby was turned upside down. Will history repeat itself in Japan over the next hour and a half? Ben Youngs, ever present, would you believe, his 17th Test match against Australia for England and the Lions. He kicks, it's well taken in by Australia. England's defence was good chasing up. Now the Wallabies have it. 10-metre line just inside the England half. 40 seconds on the clock. 5 live from the BBC. There goes Michael Hooper. He made an ominous-looking break. Lele Fanu out to the ever-dangerous Karevi, who shakes off a couple of tacklers. Henry Slade was flying in there. All eyes on Slade's fitness. Now they come through Seo, the experienced prop, Scott Seo. Good ball retention by Australia. Rory Arnold, the tallest player at this Rugby World Cup, almost 7 foot high. There's Jordan Patea. He's made a break and it had to take Daly to haul him down. And a little glimpse of what the 19-year-old can do. This is the fast start by the Wallabies. Hooper again, their effervescent captain. 99th cap. He's only 27, would you believe? Out the back they go. Karevi, good tackle of Toje off the line. 22 for the Wallabies. Beals at first receiver. Tackled by Curry. 22 again, lightning fast ball. Out they come to Pattaya again. Watson hauls him down. But this is dangerous. Paul Grayson as Genia finds Ala Latoya.
They've got to compete. England got to compete at this breakdown. They're giving too fast ball to Australia.
Michael Hooper again makes a few metres. They're only 15 out now. The Wallabies in their gold. Curtly Beals everywhere coming up from fullback. Corabetti, he's gone into play at dummy half, the left winger. Bang in centre field, deep inside the England 22. Lele Fanu in the scrum, cut wide to Karevi. Karevi steps past Slade. Farrell tackles him. A little bit high, but it was okay. They're only 10 metres out, though, the Wallabies. This is what England fans feared. This fast ball, the big ball carriers allied with the guile of the likes of Beale and Genia. And Lele Fanu, who throws a dummy. Now he's lost it forward, and England survive. But wave upon wave of Wallaby attack. What a start to the quarter-final, Paul Grayson.
What a start for Jordan Pattaya as well. He caught the initial box kick from Ben Youngs and then he hid himself on the short side out by the left-hand touchline. 4 or 5 phases later, the ball came out to him and he made a break, ran through the tackle of Tom Curry. A little show and a go, got on the outside of England's blind side and made a clean break. Good hit from Elliot Daly to tidy it up, but England were desperate for a stop in that play.
Yeah, Genia's going to be so key to this. I know it's fast ball, guys, don't get me wrong, but Genia's got to threaten round the fringes. There are gaps. Just to be able to, he takes those couple of steps and passes, you know, quite relatively flat to a forward. I want to see him step off his right, step off his left, attack the line, because otherwise England are just flying up. And I know there were the odd line break, but England are going to be happy with that organisation in their defence overall.
110th cap for the Wallaby scrum half, Will Genia, his third Rugby World Cup, but not quite that Syrian break maker of old. You could perhaps say he's gone on a similar career trajectory to Ben Youngs. They burst onto the scene, Matt Dawson, and in their recent years have gone back to more of a tactical role.
Yeah, I mean, they're using the sort of the wisdom that they have gained over their 100 caps each, pretty much. Yeah, I think Ben is more consistent and has been more consistent over the period. Will Genia was very much a George Gregan-like player and then stepped away, got injured, lost a little bit of form and has come back into it. I think he had a little bit of time away in Europe, didn't he, as well, or played in France for a bit.
Yeah, and then you have a quick look at the bench and potential replacements to change the game. Nick White, banging form for Australia, a real threat around the breakdown. Willie Hines, cut and paste Ben Youngs.
Free kick to Australia. The scrum took a little while to set. And then as soon as it did engage, Jerome Garces says England went too early. That was on England's feed. And
getting into Sinclair there, Chris.
Yeah, you saw Michael Hooper gesticulating to Carl Sinclair. Sinclair and the Wallabies have a bit of history. The last time they played, Sinclair had some choice words for the Wallabies after an off-the-field incident involving some of their players coming back late from a night out. He called them all snitches. It was picked up on the ref mic. So there's a simmering animosity down at pitch level. You're always going to get that in a World Cup quarter-final.
See now, Aussies will want to get this ball in and away. They will not want to mess around. Garces is, the referee is obviously giving a free kick to them, but it would have been a bit of a tight call. Any messing around here, any kind of dominance from England, you can guarantee Garces is going to give a penalty or a free kick back to England, just to establish a little bit of authority in the set piece. 5
minutes gone. Australia have taken the scrum. Genia prepares to feed. It's collapsed. And referee Jerome Garces says both teams went down together. Sinclair was actually baiting Hooper, telling him scrum again, scrum again. So this man, Carl Sinclair, seriously pumped in his first World Cup knockout game.
Yeah, and after the previous scrum, Scott Seo tapping Sinclair on the head, trying to get a reaction. Then the big mitt and long arm of Maro Itoje came over Sinclair's shoulder, moved Seo on. Nice to see that Maro's playing a calming influence and looking after his tight head.
Pitch doesn't look great down there, you know, guys. Just managed to have a look. There was a close-up on one of the monitors. It's cutting up quite a bit, and they've had to actually now move the scrummage 5 yards more infield. And the referee's going to take that into consideration when it is collapsing.
Scrum goes down again. Free kick to England, exactly as Matt Dawson called. A free kick to Australia originally for England pushing early, and then a free kick to England for Australia not feeding in time. And Sinclair is all chat. He's got his way this time, and I imagine, given it's in their 22, Paul Grayson, that England will try and play some territory, and Elliot Daly is stepping up to just do that.
Yeah, and if he gets it right, it'll be a lot of territory. Thunderous left boot, Elliot Daly. So we have another look at the scrum from a low angle. Australia giving way on the tight head. Could have been a penalty that. He lost his feet. You just said about the ground giving way, but
I think whether it's just a dodgy patch of the pitch, the referee there is thinking, do you know what, this is a bit of a lottery. I've given a penalty to Australia. Let's get out of here. I've got an easy out to give England a free kick, and they had possession in the first place.
Australia go from the line out. Here is that man Karevi, such a danger man for this Australia side. Their whole attacking shape revolves around Samu Karevi. Now they attack to the left. Reece Hodge almost gets through. Despairing tackle is a good one by Tuolangi. Now Genia finds Naisarani, the number 8. Halfway line, just inside England's territory. England trying to spoil this through Makavanapola. It's almost as if the referee was happy for him to play it, then he stopped. They might go wide here, Australia. Petaya's looking to make another break. This time he is well tackled by Curry, and I wonder if he stepped up when he was held. No, the referee was happy that was okay. Australia attack again, just short of the halfway line.
He released the ball in a millisecond. Petaya half got back to his feet and nicked it as Genia lobs it into the box.
Kick forward by Genia, just dribbles out of touch. So sensible stuff from Will Genia. England will throw into the line out. Matt Dawson, 38 metres from their own line.
Yeah, and I would suggest that earlier in the tournament, Australia would have kept on playing there and gone through the phases. And England were dominant in their defence. They were very well organised. They pressed Australia. In fact, there was a negative gain for Australia there of 10 yards. Will Genia just steps back and thinks, you know what, let's not mess around here. Let's get rid of the ball, play a bit of territory, reset.
Jamie George to throw. England win the line out through Itoje. Nice drill from England. He goes back to Ben Young straight away, who hooks it downfield towards Reece Hodge, who's back in the side after that 3-game ban. Curtly Beale, he likes broken field. He's scuttling across the pitch and switches with Petaya, who gets an offload out the back to Karevi. Neat stuff from the Wallabies, 15, 13 and 12. Genia, just short of the halfway line, 8 minutes gone, 5 Live Sport live in Japan. Rugby World Cup quarter-final on this huge day of news and sport, as Genia throws a wild pass, and that's a feather in the cap of the England defence. They will now have the line out inside the Wallaby half.
And a feather in the cap of England's analysis and their preparation from a all-in line out in their own half. They brought the ball down, released it early to Ben Youngs. Underhill and Curry dropped away from the line out straight into a kick chase mode, and they didn't do a contestable kick. They went long to force Australia to run from deep.
Well, the Wallabies have had 90% possession, but still 0-0 after 9 minutes, and Youngs threw a wild pass that was almost picked off, but it went to Slade and then to Tuolangi. Centre field, what have England got? Their first meaningful attack. Makavanapola is scythed down just in front of the 10-metre line. Youngs, not many options left. One of them is Courtney Laws, who's got a fantastic record. He's won his last 10 against Australia, Laws. Ben Youngs comes left. Billy Vanapola, England need a big game from their totemic number 8. He drives on. Youngs, Sinclair, went to pass but took it in himself. Almost 10 minutes on the clock. Farrell stationary, finds Underhill. He's hauled down by David Pocock. 35 metres out. England Slades in a first receiver, loses the ball as he tried to make a break. Lealiifano then found Genia, who found Beale, who's away. Curtly Beale, he stepped round Daly. That's brilliant from Beale. Almost up to the 22. Genia, the Wallabies have quick ball. Can they move it? Scott Seo juggled with it and just couldn't flip it away. He's now lost it. It's a penalty, though, to Australia. England infringing, and it'll be the first chance for points for the Wallabies.
Oh, there's your man Beale, and what do we say? Playmakers get the ball in their hands. I think it might have been Lealiifano who stripped the ball, popped the ball out away from the turnover quickly to Will Genia, and then you could see Curtly Beale like a cobra just pouncing up on his haunches there, thinking, this is my opportunity. I mean, in a blink, He was on Will Gagne's shoulder up the middle of the field, and I thought he was going to just chip and chase a little bit there. Grace, one-on-one with the fullback.
Yeah, and then he put his footwork on Elliot Daly and beat him. He can be... he's not the best in terms of that last line of defence tackle, Elliot Daly. But as the cover came across, they managed to chop him down. But it was a loose carry from Henry Slade, which had the ball bounced out of it. Two Australian tacklers enveloped him. The ball was prized away.
Is that a carry of a player who's not had a huge amount of rugby in Henry Slade?
A little bit upright into it. He would maybe wanted to tuck a little bit before he took the impact. There was nothing wrong with his decision to run. England wanted to get on the front foot, but Australia's response was quick and decisive.
What we have seen there with England not had a lot of possession, but on the positive, they do make dents when they carry. When you've got Sinclair, you've got Vunipola, Tuolangi. Every time they're on the ball, they make a yard, they make 2 yards, and that will tell in the long run.
Christian Lealiifano, the 32-year-old, had a 3-year break for international rugby because of his illness, but he's back. What a story, and what a kick that is, straight through the middle, and Australia lead. And for all of England's domination in this fixture in recent years, we have seen the signs, haven't we? With Kurtley Beale and Jordan Petaia and the like, the Wallabies won't die wondering today, and they lead 3-0 after 12.
No, they won't, Chris. They've been able to play at pace when the ball's been in their possession, and we know they're going to be dangerous from turnover ball. England need to be mindful from that broken field. Kurtley Beale, as Matt Dawson says, striking like a cobra from the back.
England kick off through Owen Farrell. England trail by 3 points to 0. That Lealiifano penalty on the 12-minute mark. Good chase from England to force the Wallabies back. But Gagne finds Petaia, who's come up to play at first receiver there, and this young lad is looking at home. 19 years of age, only made his debut a few weeks back. He's playing in a World Cup quarter-final with the likes of Tamua and O'Connor on the bench. Knocked on by Australia. Well, we spoke about how they're playing with confidence, almost too much confidence there, trying to run it out from their own 22, knocked on by the forwards, and what an attacking position this is for England. 15 metres out, slap bang in centre field, as we see a replay of the tackle by Sam Underhill on Naisarani, Paul Grayson.
Monstered him, forced them back, then had 2 really good carries, got on the front foot, had a 3-man overlap, but they played one more short runner who lost the ball ahead. Australia were away on the right-hand side of the field. That's an absolute gift for England.
The coach Checker is going to be going bonkers there. You cannot, against teams like England, you get 3 points, no mistakes. Your exit strategy from your own 22 on the kickoff has to be spot on. They went too wide, too early, lacked the control, and they're putting unnecessary pressure on their front rowers to be running in the midfield there, taking wide balls off 9. It's hit it in the box, hit it long. Let's see what England have got in the counter. Anything other than that. It has to be points for England. 3, 5, 7.
World Cup winner Matt Dawson, World Cup winner Paul Grayson with us on 5 Live as ever, as England's scrum just shifts to the right. And what's Jerome Garces going to say? Goodness me, I thought that was a penalty coming one way or the other, because the scrum really splintered round on its axis. But the French referee has decided there'll be a reset and England get another chance, Paul Grayson, to set up a platform.
Yes, CO and Latu are loading up on Sinclair and trying to get the left-hand side of the Australian scrum up, force the tight head out of the scrum. Sinclair buckled a little bit, but then managed a counter-drive across the scrum, so it turned on its axis. England weren't going backwards, so there's no penalty, much as Michael Checker attempts to put his fist through his own desk. That's a familiar sight from him. There is no penalty to give.
15 minutes gone almost in Oita. We're live in Japan, 5 Live from the BBC. Premier League football this afternoon, all the latest from Westminster as well, with Nicky Campbell and Anna Foster. If you're at home or on the road, on the go, take us with you on 5 Live, and you will not miss a thing from the news and sporting world. The scrum has been an area of interest for the referee Jerome Garces, hasn't it, so far? Because we've had free kicks both ways, we've had lots of resets on a scruffy-looking surface under the roof here in Oita. The floodlights are on, but it's a glorious sunny day outside. Ben Youngs feeds. What have England got? Vunipola comes right now. Youngs out the back. Farrell wide to Watson. Can Watson stand up Corabetti? Yes, he can. Jinking footwork from Anthony Watson. England not as slick as they have been, but they have the ball 8 metres out. Tom Curry out the back to Farrell. They're going to go nice and wide here. Slade might kick. No, he's got himself, Henry Slade. Big tackle coming in on him by the hooker Tolulatu. Youngs, though, left to Sinclair inside to Courtney Laws. England only 7 metres out. They trail by 3, but what an opportunity this is. Farrell, Jamie George. Oh, he almost got it away to May. Matt Dawson slams the desk, but it's still with England. Mako Vunipola rocked back by opposite number CO. Listen to the crowd in Oita. There's Billy Vunipola. Oh, Pocock's on that like a flash. What a turnover. David Pocock. That was like a snake over a prey. And he yanked back the ball in one movement, and England have lost possession, and the Wallabies have it through Rory Arnold only a few metres out. And that is what David Pocock has done in the past, and that is what he is still doing. An unbelievable turnover. Genia clears gleefully, and England have lost 30 metres.
Well, as we continue the snake analogy, Pocock bared his fangs, ready to strike. That's my ball. England had 2 chances here. Henry Slade had to go early, or he had to put the ball on his boot. He did neither and ran again. When they got round the corner and England handled it, Owen Farrell to Jamie George. If he gives the ball outside him to Johnny May,
It's got to go, isn't it?
Got to give your winger a chance to score.
I mean, listen, he's the poacher, he's the scorer. Give it to him, get his support. Simple 2-on-1, but give him half a chance.
England do win the line now, but they're 40 metres out now rather than 4. Tuilagi, big carry. Almost went through Hooper. Hooper hung on for dear life. Good ball, Ben Youngs. Slade out the back. Farrell, nice shape, England. They get it through Daly's brilliant hands to Anthony Watson. He's looking so sharp, Watson. He's into the 22. England with a good spell. A little purple patch, but still no points for now. Farrell to Mako Vunipola. He just smashes into a wall of Wallabies. There for Youngs. England through Farrell. Good ball out to Tuilagi, who's powered further forward. Quick ball, surely England might have numbers. Out to Farrell. Farrell wide to Tom Curry. Curry, Johnny May scores into the corner. He's got another one, Johnny May. It was coming from England, and the flames go up behind the post, and England fans in the white are on their feet, and Johnny May has got England's first points off this quarter-final.
Yeah, the big runners at it again. Mako Vunipola. Manitou Alangi, too much power. I mean, when they're running at when it's one-on-one, they have no chance. The best you're going to make, you'll make a tackle, a submissive tackle. You're going to give 2-3 yards away, and then you have the skills of Farrell, of Slade, the 2-on-1, the 3-on-2s, Curry involved as well. But it all comes from the momentum that those big runners are denting into Australia, and unless they can get a latch, unless they can get a jackal on that ball, they are in for a tough day, the Aussies.
England played wide out to the right-hand touchline. They managed to get the ball into Anthony Watson's hands. He put his footwork on Corabetti, sat him down, genuinely beat him one-on-one. The Australians had to commit 5 men to shut him down, which narrowed their defensive line. 2 strong carries and some good hands later, and England walking in the left-hand corner.
What a moment for Johnny May. 50th cap, 26th tries. He is going better than a try every couple of matches. He's 6th in the England try-scoring charts and bearing down on Jason Robinson, who has 28 in 5th. May has 26, and now Owen Farrell, who's bearing down on Johnny Wilkinson's point record. He's still a few hundred away. 841 for his country. Can he make it 8-4-3? You bet he can. Straight through the middle. He had his wobbles against Argentina from the tee. Nothing wobbly about that one from the England skipper. And England are on the board, and how? England 7, Australia 3 after 19.
And England managing their big carrying resources across the width of the pitch. This isn't one-out runners just smashing it up. They're moving the ball behind some of their big runners, giving themselves some more space. Farrell's getting the ball through his hands quickly, which has generated the pace that Matt Dawson was calling for. That opens the gaps.
Australia kick off. Weirdly, they have Reece Hodge doing their kicking from the restarts, the right winger. I'm not quite sure that's not in Leofano's gift, but clearly a tactic, and Hodge has scuttled to his wing, and England have taken it in through Billy Vunipola. 7-3 to England. Fast Wallaby start. That's a nerve settler for Eddie Jones's side. And Jordan Pataya takes in Ben Youngs' long raking clearance. Curtly Beale's looking sharp, but he's almost got away. He's found Pataya, and Pataya's gone past Farrell, who went too high. Jordan Pataya is eating up the ground here in Oita. And Australia are coming in waves through their skipper, Michael Hooper. 7-3 to England, but the Wallabies keep showing us why they're a threat. They drive up to the 22. Atoje came through, slightly playing with fire. Interception, Henry Slade. He's got May with him. He's got a kick for May. He does kick for May. Can May get onto it? Yes, he can. Johnny May for the corner. 2 in 2 minutes for May. 2 in 2 minutes for England. And what a score that is from defence.
That's a heartbreaker if you're an Australian, but you are out of your seat for England. Fantastic turnover, lovely pressure on Genu at the base, therefore gave to Pocock too deep. England up hard and fast to turn the ball over. Slade didn't quite have the wheels. Maybe the strapping on his left knee was slowing him down, but his vision, his ability to very quickly assess where his men were. Johnny Maygrace waving his left arm as if to say, just get it through, just get it on the ground, I've got the wheels.
What a beautiful touch that is off his right boot, just sliding the ball on the angle for Johnny May. Doesn't have to break stride. Once he gets it, there's only going to be one winner. Always look for the start. What caused the problem? Maro Itoje dummied to go in and compete, stepped away from the breakdown. The Australian dived over the top. He then went back into the ruck, caused that disruption that you mentioned to Genia, who flipped a pass to David Pocock. Pocock made the mistake, passed it to no one. England score.
Well, that's quality work from England all round in defence. I mean, that's one of those, isn't it, Paul Grayson? So on the line from Itoje. Another ref could have gone, oh, you're playing the 9 penalty, but he's taken the gamble. It's paid off. And those kind of split-second decisions are what can make or break a World Cup quarter-final. And so far, it's make for England. They lead 12-3 after 22 minutes, and that fast Wallaby start has been negated by 2 quick-fire Johnny May tries. And Owen Farrell from exactly the same spot. Oh, he shaped that one in. It looked like he was pulling it across the post, and it then shaped backwards through. And Farrell's nailed 2 touchline conversions. And what a nerve settler for England. Not just the players, but the fans in here as well. England now with a commanding 14-3 lead after 22 minutes.
Well, Owen Farrell had the pulls, didn't he, last time out against Argentina? Missed 4 on the bounce, all to the left. Spider cam behind the ball as it takes off, sometimes gives you a funny read whether the ball's swerving or not as the camera angle changes. But he looks like he's got his kicking boots on. Owen Farrell 2 from 2.
And now Hodge has been relieved of the restart duties. Leali'ifano kicks off. England take it through Underhill. And this is a class reaction from England after the Wallabies threatened early. And we felt, is this going to be a vintage Wallaby fast start? But no. After conceding the 3, England have taken control with 2 quick tries. Billy Vunipola sets it up. He was almost isolated, but he gets it back. Ben Youngs with the long raking boxing contestant for Curtly Beale, who juggled with it but took it just short of the 10-metre line. Australia attack. England flying out the line. Carl Sinclair is pumped. England 14, Australia 3. 23 minutes gone. Leali'ifano, but again, England's line speed is good. Genia comes right. Rory Arnold pops it up to Alan Latoya. Owen Farrell was again in there with a tackle. Bit of a loose ball from Genia. Beale prods it through. It's going to work out for Daly, who took it and immediately beat Samu Karevi and went over the halfway line. Penalty Australia, though. Daly's isolated, and that's an area where Australia have got some change. First it was Pocock. I think that time it's Michael Hooper, and England can see the penalty, and the Wallabies have a chance now to drive deep towards England 22.
Yeah, a little break up in play. Leali'ifano just nudging it through. Beale nudging it through. They've got, you can sense that they're in shock. They can sense for all of that effort of probably 20 minutes that the Aussies have put into it. They found themselves 14-3 down, which is the worst scenario for them. Australia needed to be in control of the scoreboard. And how many times have we seen this from England? Soak it up, soak it up. Come on, then the opposition they're like suckering them into thinking they're into the game, and then pounce, bang, bang, 2 tries.
Australia line out. They are inside England's 22. Pocock finds Hooper, who is a supreme ball carrier. He runs into Owen Farrell. And it's there for Genia. Genia now finds Isaac Rodder, who's so close. They're only 4 metres out, Australia. England are offside. They're way offside there, and I think Jerome Garces has seen it. Numbers for Australia. Leali'ifano's 3 metres out. England despairing. Oh, and maybe quite lucky there that the advantage wasn't played, and England concede the penalty. And, well, it was a forward pass that meant there was no advantage. And so it will be Australia's penalty right bang in front. And I imagine Leilani will take the points, Paul Grayson.
So Reece Hodge has been taking the kickoffs, Chris, and they use him because he's got a big boot. He's mishit both his restarts. He's trying to land them right under the crossbar because he's got the biggest boot of the Australian backs. He took a penalty then from the halfway line, launched it into England's 22, which puts them on attack. Owen Farrell is getting off the line and putting in some good hits. But he's had 4 tackles and all of them have been chest high. And I don't want to reference it to tempt fate, but he has got a propensity when he's in trouble, as England occasionally are, to make a heart-stopping tackle.
And you made the point on the show on Thursday night, you take out George Ford and you've got some combative men in there at 10 and 12 with Farrell and Tuilagi, but you can never accuse them of always going low. Australia are going for goals, so let's just watch this one be knocked over by Leilani. He can't miss, and he doesn't. Matt Dawson, England 14, Australia 6.
Yeah, 4 penalties, well, 3 penalties and a scrum free kick I've noted so far. I think that's it. And you'd say that's probably a little bit too many after 25 minutes. I would guess someone like Ben Youngs is in that huddle, or Owen Farrell is going to be shouting and screaming, guys, this is the only way Australia get into this game. The only way is by giving them penalties and being ill-disciplined.
Farrell restarts. England have a 14-6 lead. 2 Johnny May tries. 2 Leilani penalties for Australia. Australia have shaded possession, almost 60%, but England have come up with the killer plays. It was the opposite story 4 years ago, when Australia were the ruthless ones, knocking England out of their own World Cup. 4 years on, have England learned their lessons? Leilani out to Beale, who chips. That is a dangerous kick. He's given it straight to Johnny May, who's gone into the 22. He's on a hat-trick, May. Every time England have gone into the 22, they've threatened. Back inside from Farrell to clubmate George. Jamie George is stepping. What a run from the hooker. 6 metres out, George. Youngs digs for it, finds Carl Sinclair. One more try could dent the Wallabies' spirit almost for good. May's the first receiver. Slade, can he get it away? No, he knocks on. He tried to catch and pass in one movement. Pocock now out to Corabetti, and he flips it away, and they're still going, Australia. Corabetti almost up to the 10-metre line. Rodder, he knocks on, and it's been knocked on again. It's a penalty to England because the knock-on by Australia caught a Wallaby in an offside position.
The white touch the ball, so it's a scrum.
Oh, and actually, Jerome Garces has gone back on that because he got a word from his touch judge, Roman
Scrum, guys!
Paul Grayson. So the knock-on from Australia went into an England player, so no offside against the Wallabies, but it will be a scrum to England.
Well, all of that play comes off the back of a preposterous kick from Curly Beale. Australia have played 3 phases around the corner to create an opportunity where they can move the ball out to the right-hand side of the field. They got 5 backs in a line. It was perfect for Beale to launch it long with a full chase with 5 or 6 men on their feet. Went for some in-between little flick to nobody. Almost like I just wanted to hand possession back to England in the attacking zone.
That's the second time they've done it on their exit. I don't get that. This is obviously a plan for them to be playing out of their 22 in.
But if Beale plants that ball down the middle of the field, long punt, it's a decent exit for me. It's not high risk, it's decent. They've worked a decent space, given him time to kick, but to flick it into space behind Johnny May with he's got Elliot Daly standing behind him.
But is that because Australia feel they've got to come up with something? They lost the last 6 against England. Have they come with trying new tricks?
If this was a club game and England were Saracens, you'd be saying, oh, why are they doing that against Saracens? That's suicide. Get out of your own half.
England attack from the scrum. Watson came off his wing and found Tuilagi. They're only 25 metres out. England, they've got the penalty. Australia don't roll away. And that is a gimme 3 points for England and Owen Farrell.
Nice shape from England, a familiar move. You bring your right winger into first receiver. He acts as the ball handler. He has Tuilagi off his shoulder. He has Farrell peeling away behind Tuilagi. As discussed pre-game, you've got to manage when you use your decoys or when you hit those hard runners up. Farrell's line behind takes one defender away. It gives Manu a 1-on-1.5. Leilani into the tackle with Kerevi. Leilani gets trapped in. He can't roll away. Obvious penalty, an easy carry for England, painting nice pictures.
When have the Aussies got a risk with that type of defence? Because that's so submissive, isn't it, the way they defend there? Have they not got to risk a little bit, get up hard and press, and if he finds that miracle late ball that he goes through the line, fine, but otherwise you snuff it out?
Just go get them.
Yeah.
Owen Farrell's going for goal. Half an hour on the clock here in Oita, the South Island of Japan. We're on the east coast, amongst the hills, the mountains, and the mist from the hot spring baths. As Owen Farrell, 25 metres out, has his long, deliberate look at the post, then the ball, then the post, now the ball, head down, up he steps, straight through. He's kicked 3 from 3, far cry from Argentina. A fortnight to go. England 17, Australia 6, and this is our dreamland position for these England fans. Matt Dawson after half an hour.
Couldn't ask for anything more. Total control in attack. I mean, the more ball England get, you just think that they are going to score 3 points, 5 points, 7 points at will if Australia are going to cough up that possession in their own half.
Hodge just gone back to restarting now, and Elliot Daly comes up from fullback to take that restart. 30 minutes gone, 5 live sport from the BBC. The first of 4 monumental quarter-finals on the station across the weekend. New Zealand, France follows us here. And then tomorrow we're back here for Wales against France, followed by South Africa against Japan. A repeat of that Brighton miracle maybe of 4 years ago, as England exit well from their 22 and force Australia to throw in at the line out around 35 metres or so from their own line. Paul Grayson.
No risk taken by England in contrast to Australia. One strong carry. Farrell in the pocket, options for Youngs to kick, get rid.
Latu throws, he goes well over the top to Hooper, who takes it in. Australia in England's half, 35 metres from England's line. Lele Afanu tackled by Farrell. That was a more textbook tackle by the England captain. Here's Isi Nasserani, the number 8 for the Wallabies. His 8th cap, his first Rugby World Cup. Plenty of World Cup rookies in this Australian outfit. They pick and go through the middle. Latu, big tackle coming in. Was that Maka Vunipola? Yes, it was. England's defence, hungry, trying to get off the line. Atoje and Sinclair making the tackle this time. Centre field, Genia comes left, Beale's the first receiver. And again Farrell is making the tackle. Hooper tries to go himself. Vunipola's all over him. 17-6 for England. A place in the World Cup semi-final at stake. Turnover ball. Youngs to George. If Watson kicks, he could... Oh, he stood up Corabetti almost. I thought he would just hack it ahead, Watson. But he's buzzing with confidence, isn't he, the Bath man?
Super footwork. Jamie George just got to give it a fraction earlier. Give his winger a real chance to go the distance.
Youngs wants to kick. No, he goes back to Farrell. Farrell will kick. He goes crossfield for Johnny Mays on a hat-trick. It's been touched. Reece Hodge, though, takes it in. Inside his own 22 in the 10-metre line. Big tackle, Tom Curry. Textbook as you like. And it's been knocked on by Australia. And Tom Curry gives a big high five with Billy Vunipola. Curry's only 21, the youngest in this squad, but he has melted the Australian there and forced the turnover. England cock a hoop.
Yeah, very deliberate defensive plays from England. They are picking and choosing their time to poach that ball superbly well. In the general phases, when Australia are going through the motions and it's lots of quick ball, you can see now England, they're not interested. It's low risk, don't compete. But the moment that Australia get isolated, then you find Underhill, Itoje, Curry, Vunipola on the ball and making life really, really difficult. It's a big difference in when you've got that capability from an England perspective to believe in the way that you defend. You can kick to touch, you can give the ball to the opposition, you can just defend for phase after phase after phase, knowing that the opposition are going to make a mistake. It sort of lulls Australia into thinking that they're playing really well, but actually they're not making any yardage.
And also from that kick from Farrell, partially charged down, Reece Hodge had a 20-metre run-up at Tom Curry. Tom Curry, textbook left shoulder tackle, just below where the Hodge was carrying the ball, dropped him on his backside. Absolutely perfect tackle, which gives England, because he knocks the ball tackler to the ground so quickly, it gives England a chance to compete. Makes the second phase a little bit slower because England have messed the ball around. Curry's back on his feet, and 2 phases later he's the man who gets in and affects the turnover. But it just shows the quality of tackle determines how much pressure you can put on the ball.
The voice of World Cup winning fly half Paul Grayson alongside World Cup winning scrum half Matt Dawson. Both were there in Sydney in 2003 when England beat Australia, the last time England and only time England won the Rugby World Cup. Are they going to banish 16 years of hurt over the next couple of weeks here in Japan. So far, so good in the quarter-final. England fans in fantastic voice. It's not Twickenham here in Oita. It's far more raucous. They lead 17-6 as Youngs digs for the ball from the scrum. He comes right to Farrell. He's got Tuolangi with him, but he prods it behind Koroibete. That's clever from Farrell. Koroibete's in trouble, 5 metres from his own line. He finds Beale. Beale's looking to run it out. Farrell comes up and almost makes the tackle. Watson does. And this is clearly a tactic for Beale to look to run at all costs, because he had a chance just to belt it there and take play away from Australia's 22. But they still have it in their own red zone. 33 minutes gone on 5 Live. 17-6 to Eddie Jones's men. Genia comes to Nasserani, and England are just lining them up, Matt Dawson.
This is bread and butter pudding.
Okay, good job. No, stay.
All day long England want this, and then exactly, they throw it back 15 yards.
Good job.
That shouting and screaming in the background is England players saying, have some of that. We'll take that all day long. 30 metres from the Australian line, and Australia had to go through 5 or 6 phases to earn it.
And England have only got one player in the backfield. Elliot Daly's all on his own, because they know that Australia aren't going to kick. They're going to look to run. So England have actually got 14 defenders, or 13 and a half, with Ben Youngs just slightly behind the line, just letting them play. It's like a defensive drill outside the opposition's 22.
England's line out then is in between the 22 and the 10-metre line, inside Australian territory. 5 minutes to half-time. Can England strike one more blow? Remember, they've got a couple of tries already. Johnny May's got both, his 26th and 27th for his country. He's a try machine. Youngs, Watson, who hasn't scored yet but has looked razor sharp. He's off his wing and sets it up. Youngs, he wants his forwards to work round the corner, and they do through Billy Vunipola, who's upended by a couple of Wallabies, and that might be a turnover. It is a turnover. Vunipola was turned. Australia through Hooper all over it.
Relax and go away.
And the Wallabies will actually have a chance to finish this half the stronger, and they will, through that man Reece Hodge, belt it as far into England's half as possible.
Well, Australia will have one more go to, or at least one more go. As Hodge drills the ball away, he gets down to about 30 metres from England's line. But Ben Youngs is calling his forwards round the corner there, Dawes. Billy Vunipola carries it and gets buried by Pocock, by Hooper, I'm sorry. Just lifted Billy's legs a little bit as the hooker Latu went low, which is why the crowd are giving their opinion.
Referee happy though as Latu finds his man in the middle of the line now. The ball is loose. It's a knock-on advantage against England. Here's Karevi in some space. He's gone past Tuolangi and almost past Slade. There's the danger from Samu Karevi. Into the 22 Australia go. Karevi's again on the ball from Pataya's pass. 10 metres out Australia. Have England turned it over? They may have done. Oh, it's a scrum now to Australia. The referee, Jerome Garces, was happy England had it, and then it's back in Australian possession. A knock-on by England. Scrum to Australia, Matt Dawson, about 12 metres from the England line.
Karevi has just, I mean, when you manage to see either the game on the highlights, on the BBC website, I'm sure there'll be a picture also of a huge fend from Karevi on Manatualangi. Hand in the face.
Guys, we came on behind us, check everything.
Manatualangi's nostril, as if to say, get off me, I'm going round the outside. He has looked incredibly dangerous. The Australian centre, Samu Karevi, lovely feet, lovely strength. It's as if you want to sort of play the game off him a little bit more and get the runners off him, because he was isolated.
Which is what Australia have largely been doing. He's got fantastic left foot step there, sometimes to go inside shoulder, sometimes to go out. Got away from Tuolangi, but it was Owen Farrell got his head over the ball, as good as any of the 4 flankers on show from both teams today. It was a good steal,
but knocked it on in the process, and Jerome Garces saw it. Scrum to Australia, 17-6 to England. The scrum's been a mess today, and that one's being reset again. And Garces, like most Frenchmen, don't take much nonsense at the set piece. Carl Sinclair is getting some sort of paternal taps on the head, isn't he, from Maro Itoje? Do you think that's a sign, Paul Grayson, of Itoje's growing influence and leadership role in this team?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a role he sort of emerged straight into as a barely out of his teens, walked into the England team and looked like the next captain because he was so calm. Gone off script slightly in the last 12 months and become a little bit loose. Seems to have found that inner calm, which meant he was influential in not just in terms of events in the game, but on the people around him. If he's been given the job of looking after Sinclair, he's doing a good one today.
Well, we're under the roof here in Oita, but there's a bit of a breeze coming in through the gaps in the stands at both ends, and we have another reset. So if you are Jerome Garces, I think it's been the only negative in this first 40 minutes, the time we're losing at the scrum, and he's going to have a word with both front rows.
The scrum is in exactly the same position where that little tit-for-tat free kick was.
The last scrum is clear.
Maybe the first 10 minutes.
You pre-engage on your side. So this side is pre-engaged by 2. So you give a gap to him. You engage and you collapse, of course.
I don't want to drop
Okay.
it, sir.
So now we don't need to pre-engage in your side to help this side to stay strong.
So
So all about the pre-engage, making sure that even on the call of bind that they're not getting too close on that pre-engage, just so it's when the set is called there is so much more control and stability. Because if one side is pre-engaging, then obviously I guess if you were looking at it from above, it would look a little bit wonky, a little bit disjointed.
There's a ripple effect in the hit.
Correct, yeah.
2 minutes on the clock. You feel that if Australia are going to come back into this game, they have to score before the half. England 17, Australia 6, 1 minute and 40 seconds left of this first period. The scrum has gone down again, penalty Australia. Garces had to do something. It's turned into a tip, the scrum. 3 collapses, Sinclair can't believe it. And now what you do if you're Australia, I imagine, Paul Grayson, you take the points and just eat away at this England lead with just over a minute left of the first half.
Yeah, absolutely, go for goal. Points on the scoreboard in a quarter-final are incredibly important, even if that is coming from a position of being 17-6 down at the moment. 17-9 feels a lot better at half-time. There are some issues in the scrum. We don't want it to completely bring the game to a standstill, but you just do feel that later on in the game, the power that England can bring off the bench, and Joe Marler and Dan Cole to potentially come on and dominate that area in the last 15 minutes could yet pay dividends for England.
Well, Australia are going for goal. I don't know why there's a delay. Lealiifano has got his scrum cap off. And
Looking
still
for the
waiting
tee.
for the tee.
Yeah, looking for the tee. He had a water bottle, but I'm not sure that was going to help.
I think they probably want to use their full 90 seconds and get to the half.
Exactly. The scrum started about 36 minutes, and after the 3 collapses, the penalty, the time it takes to kick the goal, that's going to be half-time. So, cracking first 40 of rugby, but you feel that's a little bit too much time lost to that whole scrum saga.
Not if you're in a gold jersey right now. That's an obvious tactic.
Yeah,
they're thinking,
it's
well,
clever.
this is going to work. Let's a little bit of momentum going into the shed. 17-9 down, and they'll be thinking, listen, England got that breakaway try. You take 7 off that, it's 10-9. We are in the game. I'm not sure they are, but that's what they'll be thinking.
There's the gong. This will be the last play of this captivating first half. Christian Lealiifano, up he steps, and he just glides it nicely through the middle. Right, that's it. England 17, Australia 9. An engrossing 40 minutes of action. And Matt Dawson, you're pointing down at something? No, we're going to play on, aren't we?
I'm pointing down at the fact that there's still some rugby to play here.
I thought you'd spotted Carl Sinclair having a set to with one of the Wallabies, but because the referee had given the penalty before, he clearly thought, right, we're going to play on.
I think he looked at the clock and mentioned that it was a bit more than a minute to take the kick.
Yeah.
And you're only allocated a minute, so he said, no, there's more game to play.
Well, fair play, Jerome Garces. He wasn't completely hoodwinked by all the scrum shenanigans and the time taken to kick the goal. Australia will take half-time now because they've reclaimed the kick-off. Genia to Beale, and Beale hacks it about 30 rows back. And that is half-time. Can I double-check with you, Matt? Definitely half-time.
It is.
Definitely half-time, right. And, yeah, that was a 40 minutes with plenty to digest. England with those 2 tries. Johnny May, his 26th and 27th for his country. He's 1 short of Jason Robinson, who's in 5th place in the all-time England charts on 28. Farrell's kicked 2 conversions and a penalty. Lealiifano with those 3 goals for Australia. Australia have dominated possession, but it's England who have been coming up with the killer plays, and it's England who have stayed on the pitch in a huddle on the halfway line with the Wallabies already back going down the tunnel. Now England are off through Owen Farrell, and they are 40 minutes away, Sonia McLaughlin, from a first World Cup semi-final in 12 years. England lead Australia 17-9 at half-time.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, there was a huddle. It didn't last very long, did it? The players then sprinting back down the tunnel, hotly followed by the replacements wearing their purple vests that indicate that they are the finishers, as Eddie Jones likes to call them. Matt Dawson, England worthy of that lead, aren't they?
I think they are. Yeah, I think that is fair, isn't it? Well, we've got 8 points. They had that blitz of 5 minutes, two Johnny May tries, but either side of that, they did impose quite a lot of pressure on Australia. But then, I mean, you look at it from an Australian perspective there, Sonia, they self-destructed from receiving those kickoffs, which you would say ordinarily is one of the most simple parts of the game, very well practiced. And you can exit badly with a bad kick or a good kick, but at least a kick, get yourself a chance to put the defence together. But with a run out from in their own 22, I believe it was CO knocked the ball on. Second time Curtly Beale tried to chip over rather than just thump the ball down there. It was slightly suicidal as far as I was concerned, and it didn't gift the points to England, but it certainly made life easier for them.
Some of the volunteers are on the pitch now, just trying to kneel in, dig in the divots a little bit. There's been some big scrums out there, Paul Grayson. Do you think the Australians are deliberately trying to wind up Carl Sinclair?
Yeah, and I think they're probably just costing themselves a bit of wasted energy, to be perfectly honest. You don't want your front five scrum after scrum after scrum, because, as we touched on in commentary, England's resources off the bench, front five, superior to Australia's, and that's going to play an effect at the back end of the game. You don't want it to spoil it as a spectacle, but it is a World Cup quarter-final, so French referees are probably the best in the world at refereeing the scrum, and Garcés is giving them the opportunity to get it right more often than not, and only go into a penalty late when he can see something very clear. But I think it might be a plan that will backfire on Australia.
How wound up do you get if someone comes along and, like Scott CO did, and pats you on the head, as he did to Carl Sinclair? Is that not just going to wind up Carl Sinclair?
Listen, the front row union, they're very much in a world of their own, because they have to be. What they're doing, where they're putting their bodies, their psychology, it is, I've said it before on many games, it is like a hypnotic state, and you can be on the right side of that, extremely focused, and get on with the physicality and the stresses and strains of being in the front row. But if for whatever reason a player isn't, then it can be seen as a weakness. And I think because of what happened in the Six Nations with Carl Sinclair against Wales, with Alan Wynne-Jones particularly just getting the better of Carl Sinclair, I think the Aussies have maybe targeted him, but so far I think Carl's done really well.
He certainly has. It's 17-9 to England here at half-time in the first quarter-final of the day here on 5 Live. We'll have the second one, New Zealand against Ireland, to come at 11:15, which is in Tokyo. We're in the stands way up at the back here at the stadium in Oita, but former Wales centre Tom Shanklin has been down pitch side. You've had the best seat in the half in that first half. What are you made of it from being so up close, if you like, to a quarter-final in a World Cup?
Brutal, physical, the hits are absolutely massive. It's a masterclass, I think, in back row play at the moment. The breakdown, both sides, incredible. And you just look at the offloads now, like Australia have had 7 offloads and England have had 1. That just shows you how England want to play. They're playing physical, it's one-up runners, they're using their biggest, best ball carriers and just living off Australian mistakes.
Have you been wincing a little bit like I have? You look at, Eddie Jones calls them the kamikaze kids, Tom Curry and Sam Underhill, the 6 and 7, the 2 flankers. They have been putting in a shift out there, haven't they?
They have, unbelievable. They go in hard, they go in low, they go in legal, and they just rocket players. I had a good look at Jordan Pataya as well in the first 15-20 minutes, had some lovely first touches, but then as the game sort of drifted a little bit away from Australia, we haven't seen too much of him. But if he gets a little space, he's great in attack, as is Karevi, we've seen, as is Korobetti. So it's not all gone England's way. Australia aren't out of this at all.
Yeah, when we mentioned Jordan Petaia, because he's 19 years old, he's only 2 caps in before today, and it doesn't look like he's a teenager in the middle of a Rugby World Cup quarter-final, does he?
No, he's a teenager in a man's body. He's physically, he's got a little hitch kick, hasn't he, just before he takes contact, so people can't set on him. He's got pace, he's not scared of that physical confrontation either, so he's looked really good considering his age and what occasion it is. But as I said, England have been physical, but we've not really seen, I don't think, the best of Australia, because they're just making too many mistakes. They're shooting themselves in the foot. They're letting England back into the game at some stages.
Yeah, you do get a feeling, don't you, at 17-9 that there is plenty of twists and turns yet to come in this game, and we could yet still see Australia give England a real fright given the attacking threat that they pose. We're going to be back for the second half here in Oita, but Parliament sitting today on a Saturday. Nicky Campbell, do they not know that the Rugby World Cup is on today?
Well, brutal, physical, massive hits, but enough about Westminster. It's going to be quite a day.
You make a very good point. Order.
Exactly. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. What an engrossing first half. Huge day in politics. Parliament sitting on a Saturday for the first time since Argentina invaded the Falklands in 1982, because Boris Johnson is putting his Brexit deal to MPs. He's due to make a statement in the House of Commons in round about 20 minutes, half an hour's time. And we're going to keep you up to speed all the day, all the way on what's happening at Westminster. Me this morning, Anna Foster this afternoon, Stephen Nolan on air early tonight at 8 o'clock this evening. Right, let's give you 5 minutes on this. The Brexit Secretary, Stephen Barclay, says it's time to back the deal.
We've debated these issues now for 3 years. The Prime Minister has secured a deal that addresses the central concerns Parliament had in terms of the backstop and given much more clarity to the future relationship through the political declaration. He's also listened to MPs across the House, such as on the Labour side, on points like workers' rights and environmental protection. So the Prime Minister's listened to Parliament. He's addressed the concerns that MPs on all sides of the House had with the previous deal.
Well, he needs 320 votes to get it approved, not from Labour's Rebecca Long-Bailey, though.
Forgive me from not singing the praises of this deal from the rooftop, but it's actually far worse than Theresa May's deal, which was voted down repeatedly in the House of Commons. It's a sellout. It sells out industry, it sells out our rights and protections, and it potentially sells off our NHS in future trade deals to Donald Trump.
We've got Matt Cole, our political correspondent. Hi, Matt. So,
morning, Nicky.
How is it looking for the government? Crunch the numbers, please.
Tight. I mean, England have an 8-point lead or something like that over Australia at the moment, don't they?
Yep.
I think it's going to be a closer result than that in Parliament, but to say any further than that, I think I'd be pretty much an idiot. As things stand, slowly, the government is looking like it is getting most Conservatives on board. Remember that hardcore group of Brexiteers who belong to that club known as the European Research Group, the ERG. They did for Theresa May, amongst others, but particularly them, 3 times. Last night we heard, for example, Mark Francois, the deputy of that group, deputy leader of that group, he's going to vote for this deal. It is not likely that everyone of that group will go that way, but I think the fact that he is signifies a good number could. So that's going to creep the numbers up and up. We know the DUP from Northern Ireland are not on board, so I think our attention ultimately then turns to Labour. There is no way Boris Johnson can do this, I think, without some Labour votes. But how many can he get and how many does he need? I think we're into pure speculation. 10, 20, how many can he get? Has this promise of workers' rights, employment rights that's been floated overnight going to do the deal? It's really fine degrees here.
Right, the Letwin Amendment. How much of a problem is this for Boris Johnson? And if you could explain it for us a little bit, Matt.
Yeah, so as well as the main vote, as it were, on the newly sort of tweaked deal that Boris Johnson has got, it's not just going to be a straight yes-no vote on that. There could be a number of amendments. One of them is the one being put forward by Oliver Letwin, Conservative MP, so hence the Letwin Amendment. Now, what this is an amendment being brought because of concerns that a no-deal Brexit on Halloween, October the 1st, could yet happen. This is because even if the vote goes in favour of the deal today, legislation will still be needed in Parliament to then put it into law, get it through, the Withdrawal Agreement Bill, the WAB, as they call it, handy phrase. Now, there is a concern that when the voting happens on that further down the line, what if some people who back this agreement today change their mind, collapse that legislation, leaving us again without a deal, effectively, so that a no deal is the only option and Britain leaves without one on October 31st. So there is concern, therefore, that scenario might play out. The Letwin Amendment is something that says we will withhold approval of the deal today until that legislation has definitely positively passed. So effectively, it will defer things yet again. And so the yes-no definitive answer some people thought we were getting today, if the Letwin Amendment goes through, well, we won't quite be getting that after all.
The crunch is not quite as crunchy as we thought, but still very significant. Just finally, last one, the Letwin Amendment. Does that provide a path, some kind of a route to A, a softer Brexit, or B, no Brexit?
Well, look, if this amendment goes through, what it will effectively do is bring into play that other thing we've been talking a lot about, the Ben Act. This is the bit of legislation passed, getting on for a month ago now, that says that if there's no deal done today, then Boris Johnson has to write a letter to the EU asking for more time. And that immediate bit of time would be till January the 31st. It could be a different date, but that's the basic premise of the Ben Act. So that would trigger that. And that 3 months would then ask the EU for it. Received wisdom is, despite all the fuss and trouble has been, that they may yet agree to that. And in that 3 months, well, would that be for a general election? Could it be for a referendum? Possibly. And therefore, if there was a general election, then yes, if a different government came to pass, it could change how Brexit proceeds. If there's a referendum, it could certainly change how Brexit proceeds, depending on how the outcome and when that might be. So yes, the Letwin Amendment could really shake the tree somewhat this afternoon. And so I think to some extent that's the crucial thing to watch for initially.
Thank you very much, Matt Cole, our political correspondent. More throughout the day. Right now, though, let's go back to Oita for the second half. England versus Australia.
And I think most of the Brexit conversation now is just all Japanese to me, to be honest. But you did very well there to try and explain it. Thank you very much, Nikki Campbell. I've just been looking at Twitter, actually. And when you look at trending on Twitter, it's all in Japanese. But I can see that Henry Slade and Anthony Watson are trending on social media. We'll talk about them in a second. 85058 at 5 Live Sport on social media. This is what you've been saying. Macca says Curry and Underhill tackling and jackling machines. Soon they'll be seen in the same light as the Hooper Pocock tandem. Chris, why on earth are Australia playing pick and drive in their own 22 again? Di, Australia doing their very best to hand the initiative to England at every opportunity. Both teams are out. Henry Slade trending on Twitter. Tom
Yes.
Shanklin, in your old position of centre, how influential has he been, do you think, in this first half for England?
Yeah, massively. Made a mistake knocking the ball on and lost it in contact, but that intercept, that pace, that kick through for Johnny May was absolutely, it was brilliant, it was outstanding. And you think, he's been out of the game for quite a bit, hasn't had much rugby, and sometimes players with a little bit of skill and nous and agility need a little bit of time and a bit of game time to get themselves back in, but he has just flown straight back in. You can see what a difference it makes, really, I think, to England's attack, having another ball player in that wide channel like Slade.
Yeah, and Anthony Watson is also trending on social media. Given he had a really bad Achilles injury, he's been sharp in this first half, isn't he?
Really sharp. Look, if he doesn't get a spot on Strictly Come Dancing soon, there's no hope for anyone, because his feet and the way he bounces back inside and just manages to evade contact is a joy to watch. It's unbelievable. I wish I had feet like that.
Anthony Watson in a sort of sparkly number. In fact, I saw a lady in the crowd earlier, an Australian fan, and she had an Aussie Gold glitter blazer. So she would be somebody right at home on Strictly Come Dancing. Owen Farrell is ready on the centre spot with the ball to restart this second half. So let's go to Chris Jones.
Thanks, Sonia. Thanks, Tom. England 17, Australia 9. England didn't make the knockout stages 4 years ago. They were dumped out at the quarter-final stage 8 years ago. They won't get a better chance, really, of reaching a World Cup semi-final than they are right now. in this position. England 17, Australia 9 as Australia take in the restart. Just looking to see if there are any changes. Doesn't look like it. England have Cowan, Dicky Marler and Cole as their front row replacements. Cruz and Ludlam elsewhere in the pack. Hines, Ford and Joseph. As Australia kick, I mean, their kicking game has been terrible today. And Leali'ifano gets a crossfield to Hodge, who's bundled straight into touch. And straight away the body language is up, Matt Dawson. England with a line out, only 25 metres out.
Oh, Johnny May, brilliant tackle there. As Reece Hodge went to gather a slightly skewed, sliced up and under, another poor exit from Australia. Johnny May just waiting for Reece Hodge to catch it, smashed him into touch. England ball.
England can make an almighty step towards the semi-finals if they score early in this second half. Farrell to Tuolangi off Young's pass. He is stopped by 3 or 4 Wallabies, but he makes a few metres. Australia get in and steal it, and the referee is happy. And now they hack forward again, Australia, this time through Karevi. So England lose their field position. Elliot Daly knocks on, and the Wallabies have it through Arnold. Will they look to counter now on their own 10-metre line? Lovely ball, Kurtley Beale out to Patea. He kicks through. That might be advantage over. Yes, it is. So both teams turning down opportunities with the ball in hand. Young's kicks. He sees that the winger Koroibete was up. So Beale, just outside his 22, takes the kick off the one bounce. He crabs across the field, but straightens now with Hodge. That's a little glimmer of danger from the Wallabies. Genia comes right. There are numbers for Australia here. Leali'ifano out to Naisarani. He's over the halfway line and is well tackled by Johnny May. Textbook stuff from the England winger who's got England's 2 tries today. 17-9. I wonder what the messages were from Eddie Jones. I wonder when he'll look to use this bench. Hodges in the line and gets it away to Patea. He goes inside to Koroibete. 2-on-1. Koroibete against Daly. He doesn't need support. That is an unbelievable finish from Koroibete. And it's Australia who have scored first in this second half. And what a statement from the Wallabies.
Absolutely, and it's been a weak point of England's. You've got to be very, very good to exploit it, but it is the ball over the top as their wingers wedge in to try and cut off the attack after some pretty messy play from both teams. A bad knock-on from Elliot Daly, and then Jordan Patea kicked the ball away. Wallabies got possession. They had good space on the far side. Beale in at first receiver. Reece Hodge in off his wing, hurls the ball over the top. The young centre's got his hands back on the ball. Koroibete inside. Another Australian player outside him goes inside to Koroibete, who looks at Elliot Daly. Daly's got to make a decision, Dawes. He's got to do something.
He's got to do something, Grace. He's got to make. You got to make a hit. Commit yourself. Hope your mates are going to cover you, but don't just let him drift into the corner.
Michael Hooper's going to get run down by England's covering defence from behind and across. Elliot Daly, who we've questioned at times. Mike Brown, his predecessor, would have buried Koroibete as soon as he got the ball.
How good was that? The timing of Patea not to go out to the wing, just to
I
bring
drew
it
breath.
back
I thought, has he made a mistake there? But he's found the quick man, not the open side flanker.
That was brilliant all round from Australia. Michael Checker on his feet. You can understand why. The pass from Hodge, the inside ball from Patea, the pace, power and poise of Koroibete. Leali'ifano to make it a 1-point ball game. He does just that. And after England came storming out the blocks in the second half, it's Australia who have struck with the try and the conversion. We've got a 1-point ball game in Oita. England 17, Australia 16.
How many times have we said this about England over the years, guys? Brilliant first half. Can they come out of the blocks and do the same? And time after time we've seen England get off to a slow start in the second half. They have to score next.
Now we'll see what England are made of mentally. They've breezed through this World Cup so far. They haven't been touched, but we know there are some demons there. As Elliot Daly just watches as Will Genia's kick dribbles out of touch. England do have set-piece ball. And what's the messages, guys? You both won a World Cup, you both won Grand Slams. 17-16. What are the leaders saying just to calm down this England side?
It's discipline. Not just on penalties, but mistakes. England don't need to have the ball. When they have the ball, they play in the right areas. They believe in their defence. They don't give penalties away. And they keep hold of the ball. Don't turn it over like Elliot Daly did.
Farrell to Tuolangi. They're using Tuolangi a lot from first phase. Centre field, 40 metres out. Farrell wings it across the Daly. That's gone forward to May. But the referee and assistant was happy. We were running line. That looked clearly forward. Either way, England have it. Almost up to the 22. They're making mischief at the breakdown Australia, but England possession. Underhill from Farrell's little pop. It's a 1 point game. England 17, Australia 16. 5 minutes gone in the second half. Farrell finds Tom Curry, who's had a stormer so far, the young Sale flanker, the youngest player in this England squad at just 21. Great pick-up, Farrell, Daly 2-1. Watson into the 22. He's got past one, and he's only 20 metres out now, Anthony Watson. Better from England. They're keeping the ball. Makavanapola drives on. Youngs digs for it. Sixth phase. Farrell. Carl Sinclair straight through. Is he going to score? I think he is. What a try from Carl Sinclair. Farrell's pass was a peach, and Sinclair came on the ball like a bullet train. And England replies straight away.
Oh, Will Genya made a massive mistake in defence that let England get round the outside, playing left to right, got them on the front foot, quick ball on the way back. And that is classic. Farrell on the front foot, going forward, takes the ball to the line. Bullet pass to your outside centre. Who is it? Your tight head prop. Magnificent line from Sinclair.
It's the Battersea Bulldog there, just on the flat line. Loads of pace, loads of power. There is no one on this planet who are going to stop Kyle Sinclair from scoring that try. George Ford, never mind George Ford. Owen Farrell, that was simply brilliant on the line, and that vindicates the selection for sure.
And use your decoys, Chris. That's twice that Farrell's gone to the line. Billy Vunipola off his shoulder, ignored him both times. He draws the heat. Sinclair's through the gap. England ahead again.
Like a Shinkansen in full flight. I thought Sinclair had messed it up because he wanted to take the contact from Beale, but he's too powerful. He's too strong, and look at that smile. What a moment for Carl Sinclair, his first test try, and what a try. What a moment.
He's got to get his head on now.
Yeah.
He's got to get, because we know how fragile he can be. That is a moment of excitement that hopefully he'll cherish forever in a winning quarter-final. He's got to get his head back in the game in the hard yards.
Well, if you're late joining us for the second half, where have you been? 7 minutes in, Australia with a converted try. Betty after a brilliant build-up. England have replied just as they needed to do, and now Slade with a rapier kick downfield has forced Beale back on his 22. They never kick the ball, Australia. They're looking to run it out at all costs. And England trying to counter-ruck there for Genia. Lealiafanu, a little bit shapeless this from Australia. And you can hear England whooping and hollering through the referee's mic. They're trying to hold that up. If that's a maul, they'll get the scrum, England. They've done that. And yet again, England's defence suffocating the Australians, who refuse to kick out their own territory.
England playing that perfectly out of their own 22. This time going to Slade on the left-hand side, drives it low and long, forces Beale to run the ball back. And who's there making the big impact? Screaming and shouting with the tackle, Maro Itoje. Absolutely the right side of the line. But that verbal, audible intimidation, affirmation of good play from them, puts pressure on the opposition.
Got to get Will Genya off the field, the Aussies. If the Aussies want to have a chance of winning this game,
Bring your legs forward.
Michael Cheika has got to get the Shepherds, get him off the field. He has been a liability in defence. He's the guy that stepped in when Watson snuck into the 22. His delivery of passing is poor. He's running across the field. He's not a threat. England are swallowing up Australia. So actually, what am I talking about? From my perspective, keep him on for as long as possible.
Oh, England have got the scrum going forward, and they're going to win the penalty. And this has been a brilliant 5 minutes for England. After being stunned by that Betty try, Sinclair's gone under the post, Farrell converted, and Sinclair to the fore again. They have sent the Australian pack folding backwards. Hooper is gesticulating with the referee, but that scrum was under serious pressure, Wallaby side. England going forward, penalty, and Paul Grayson. There will be no doubt at all Owen Farrell will kick this for a 27-16 lead.
Absolutely. We talked about the scrum just in the build-up to half-time. The referee allowing a few resets. There's always going to take it out of your legs, and ultimately there's going to be a scrum where you can't get away with it. You're going to be held up. You're going to be forced to scrummage legally. And we now know who's got the upper hand, because England drove Australia back with the ball at Billy Vunipola's feet, walked him 1.5 meters, which point they splintered. Easy pick for the referee. England total domination.
Half an hour left as dusk descends on Oita, South Island of Japan. What an atmosphere inside this dome. Farrell from, what's that, about 30 metres or so. He's kicked 4 from 4 today. 3 conversions and a penalty. He's up at 850 points for England. You add in a fair few for the Lions as well. And he is rapidly becoming one of the goal-kicking greats of rugby union. And as I give him the big build-up, his ball just flops off the tee. So he might have to get a little bit of a hurry on. He's going to look unflustered though, Farrell. It was his pass that put Sinclair in. And now this could be another potentially lethal blow from England and their captain. 24-16 is a big lead. 27-16. You get into the position where you can kill it off. Farrell taking his time, but the referee seems happy. Boos from the Australians. Up he steps and he puts it straight through. That would have gone in between the posts if they were only a couple of balls wide. No doubt about that one whatsoever from Owen Farrell, and England's lead is now commanding one. Matt Dawson, England 27, Australia 16.
Yeah, just have a look at the Aussie bench here, and Tamoa just warming up, just stretching off, taking off his bench's bib. That probably says to me that, that is a stinker.
It's not gone 10 from Australia. England could have had the scrum, but Underhill went to play it. Youngs goes back to Slade. He goes outside to Farrell, who sees some space. Straight down the throat of Beale, though. Maybe that kick could have been sooner because the Wallabies were motoring backwards. Beale is running it out. He's lost the ball, but backwards, says the referee. England's defence is all over Australia at the moment. 52 minutes gone. The Wallabies again looking to run it from everywhere. Genia comes right. Rodder now wearing number 4. But England looking control. Genia will have to kick. And that might find some space. No, Slade is well positioned. Paul Grayson points down the touchline. Slade sees it, and he is a footballer to his bootstraps, isn't he, Henry Slade? He prods it into the 22. Genia goes back to Beale. Beale kicks a kind of banana one, a bit of a Juan Martin Hernandez special, and he takes play into the England half. But England won't mind that. They soaked up some pressure, and now they have the ball back just inside their own half.
Aussies are looking a little bit out of shape now, aren't they? And the forwards are stacking left, running late round to the right, and therefore they're running into running into underlaps rather than overlaps. No structure, no idea to get a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-1. They've got to make some changes. Leila Lefana comes off, and I do believe that Matt Tamua's come on.
Fine, guys.
Oh, there we go, here we go. Nick White warming up as well. It's not going to be long before he's on.
I mean, Bernard Foley not in the 23. He cut England apart 4 years ago. Leila Lefana 3 years out of the international game. And they've not had that consistency at number 10, have they, the Wallabies, for the whole of this World Cup cycle, really. England's line-out is picked off for a change. It's been faultless so far. So Australia have possession. England have got to be careful. The lead is 11 points, but one quick Australian attack and it'll be down to 4. They've shown they can do it. Driven on by Rodder over the halfway line. Genia now with some space. Tamoa, decent little burst from the replacement fly half. Advantage being played to Australia. Karevi edging towards the 22. Still in Wallaby possession. Genia comes right. Advantage being played to Australia, remember. Ben Youngs makes the tackle. Atoje's over the ball, and they'll go back for the penalty. And yeah, England do have to be careful, don't they, guys? Because as well as they've been playing, as dominant as they are, Australia have shown they can score from nothing.
And this will be where
it's fine.
England really will have to have eyes wide open when Nick White comes on. If Australia gets some of these quick rucks going, there are gaps around the fringes. On that occasion, Will Genia did have a snipe and could link with the rest of his backline. Oh, here we go. There's a statement of intent. Gents, guarantee, 3-point guarantee, probably a 90% shot of 3 points. Let's go for the corner instead, says Reece Hodge.
Yeah, and he's your guy you want in the longest drive competition, not somebody you want in your chipping competition, because he's got an opportunity to get to the 5-metre line there, Hodge, and he's only made 10 or 12 metres out, which is a let-off for England.
But it's Wallaby possession. Oh, they lost it forward. I think they may have done. Or as referee Gar says, happy. It was very scrappy, but it's still an Australian possession. Here's Alalatoa, the tight head prop. 12 metres out, Australia. Latu, tackled by Curry, drives him sideways. But Australia are deep in England's 22. Hooper bounces off one and goes to within 7. 27-16 England, but Australia knocking on the door. Naisarani again, 6 metres out Australia. England's defence has to stay firm, it has to stay smart. Genia finds Isaac Rodder coming round the corner. Big clear out by Hooper on Curry, advantage being played again. Back to Karevi, Karevi to Pataya, Pataya to 6 metres. Australia are not done yet. A word of warning to England fans. 55 minutes on the clock. England's lead is 11 points. But Australia only 7 out. Genia deep to Tamua. Tamua with a Hail Mary out to Koroibete. Koroibete steps inside and offloads to Alaalatoya. Curry with the tackling. Watson with the tackling. 7 or 8 metres out. 10th phase now. Curry's all over that ball, back for the penalty. And England are in danger here, aren't they, Paul Grayson?
Henry Slade's got to be careful, Chris. That's 2 on the bounce. He's been done for.
Off feet.
Referee's gone to another penalty. That's 3 in my mind in their own 22.
Do England want them to go for goal here?
On your legs.
Yeah.
You never support your body weight.
So what should they be doing, Matt Dawson, if you're Australia?
It's a really tough decision. You're right under the post, guaranteed 3. Scrum's not going great. You can't just automatically say let's have a scrum, but you probably want to have a scrum and get the ball in play. But then you risk England getting the ball back. Oh my goodness me, that's a big call. These are one of these are the defining moments in big games. You look at that Australian pack. We're not gathered around saying, "Give us a scrum, give it now. We're up for it. Let's go for it." They sort of wandered in, didn't they, and thought, "Oh, okay, a scrum. Yeah, let's have one of those."
Not many scrums sound like that, do they? Like your verbal. Yeah, and that's not a scrum noise.
No, you don't.
Listen, they need a 1 second scrum. They've got to get 8 men together, quick heel, and then play one way or the other. No doubt, as they line up with Beale, Karevi and Hodge to the right of the scrum. Tamua, Pataya and Koroibete left. Whichever way Genia goes, the ball's probably going.
Temperatures dropped in Oita as we edge towards the hour mark. Big moment here in this quarter-final. The scrum's being reset. And you could just see England fans and Australian fans' heads being thrust backwards in kind of frustration, exasperation. It's getting tense.
It goes either way here. Goes all the way. I mean, you are going to have to turn the ref mic down for bad language if England win this scrum, because there will be some celebrating. There'll be a bit of choice language that maybe we can apologise in advance for. But if the Aussies win it and get into the game, it's going to give them a momentum. Even if they get another penalty and they pick up 3, they're sort of back in the game and back into the set piece. But it could work out brilliantly for England. They get a penalty or they win the ball.
England scrummage to the backdrop of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. The scrum has gone down again. And again, Jerome Garces wants a reset. This is pivotal. England's lead is 11. England 27, Australia 16, 58 minutes gone on 5 Live. An England free kick, an England penalty, and they've got one step in the semi-finals, you feel. An Australian 7-pointer, and we are right back on. It's on a knife edge.
You have the space to put the ball into a stable.
And as all good co-coms do, Chris, while you're talking about that, I'm looking at England's bench. Number 22 I can see. Consult your list. George Ford looks like he's about to enter the fray. Big call from Eddie Jones.
And he's ready to enter the fray, whatever happens at this scrum, it appears. So Australia score 7, Ford comes on at 27-23. If England survive 27-16, Ford can make hay and run amok in the final 20. It's in the balance, fed by Genia. Scrum stays up. Which way will the Wallaby scrum half go? Solid Australian scrum. Now they come to the right through Naisarani. He runs straight at Farrell. He's only a couple of inches short. If Australia get quick ball, they can score either way. 1 metre out Australia. It's there for Will Genia. Genia deep to Tamua. Tamua to Karevi. Karevi steps inside. Samu Karevi's a metre short. An hour gone, 11 points England lead, but Australia couldn't be closer. They go again through Rodder. Tape job round his forehead. Referee Garces tells England to get back on their line. They pick and go round the corner again, the Wallabies, who trail 27-16. But the forwards, no, they are only a couple of big carries away from going right back into this World Cup quarter-final. Rodder once more. England's defence despairing, but it's there for Australia and for Kenya, who comes left and finds Alalatoa. He's just to the right of the England post. Kenya snipes right. Latu, despairing tackle, just about made by Curry. That was a try saver. It was Underhill actually wearing 7. Sam Underhill grabbed onto Latu. Nice Irani again. 3 or 4 metres out, the ball's come loose, England survive, and Slade with his right boot clears his lines. Corabetti goes back, he fumbles with it, and he goes 40 metres from England's line. Corabetti on the halfway line, steps round Farrell, big tackle coming in. 3 or 4 England players just put their body in the way, but Australia are back, and they knock the ball on through Will Gelia, and you can hear the England emotion coming through the referee's microphone. They survived the Wallaby onslaught, they cleared up to halfway, and they've won the scrum as well, and they still lead by 27 points to 16 on the hour mark.
Incredible defence from England, disciplined defence, so tough, so hard, so low, in the way that they were tackling those Aussie big forward pack runners, and they just kept knocking them back yard after yard. It was Rodder, it was Arnold, it was Nasserani. Every single time that these big lads were running at the England fringes, they were getting smashed. And I don't know who went in. Was it Sinclair went in just to reef that ball from an upright tackle? The ball popped out and then got boomed. Goodness me.
Absolutely magnificent tackle from Owen Farrell on the inside, low and hard. Initially from the Nazarani burst from the scrum, it was Farrell who put his body right in front of the gigantic number 8, hit him as hard as he possibly could, stopped him in his tracks, and then with the Sinclair reap, it was Farrell who went in low. England ride the storm, and as they make that change, Henry Slade goes off. His last act was to clear the ball with his right boot. Looked like he'd run out of juice. Opportune time to bring George Ford back into the fray, which gives
made for George
gives
Ford
England
right
so
now.
many options.
I mean, he could, when he woke up this morning, and of course he's going to be still stewing over the fact that he wasn't in this team. When he woke up this morning, he was just hoping and praying that he was going to get 20 minutes with an England lead and not have to chase the game, because now he's in an opportunity where he can play his way and it will be dangerous, and it's just half a second off the pace from the intensity of the first 20. Australia are now going to be, they're going to be worried.
And we haven't mentioned much or enough, I don't think, guys, Sam Underhill and Tom Curry, who are making tackles, who are stealing the ball. I mean, these guys are 23 and 21. They're going to be playing in these kind of games a fair bit in the future, aren't they? What a set of flankers.
Well, 23 and 21, probably their tackle stats already in this game. They're amazing, both of them. Hooper and Pocock have got their work cut out trying to contain those two. They're not doing an impression of the Aussie back rowers. They're getting the best of them at the moment.
It's not a bad shout, Paul Grayson, as the scrum is reset. Underhill's made 17, Curry's made 15. It's not far off their ages.
Well, not too long ago they were that age, but that's the amount of work that they get through. They work in tandem sometimes. Just the ability to get your head over the ball for a fraction of a second, to buy your teammates time to get organised, fill the field, means you get a better opportunity to make another good tackle, which is what resulted in the turnover.
I guess the bigger picture, not for right now, it is how long can these players play that type of rugby? How long can they be making 20 plus tackles a game and putting themselves in those positions?
England's scrum. England have made a ludicrous number of tackles today, 153 to Australia's 67, as Youngs finds Ford, whose first job is to kick. A little scuttler for Beale, and Beale's not trying to run out of his 22 this time. He clears long, where it's taken in by George Ford. Well positioned. He sends up a towering Gary Owen towards the roof in the Oita Stadium. Great kick, Ford, and Daly almost took it, but well played. Try scorer Marika Corabetti. Australia 11 points down. Tamua's on the line. In goes Courtney Laws. He's made 14 tackles today, Laws. Wide ball is intercepted by May. It was a forward pass as well. And Youngs goes down the short side. Clever from Youngs. He kicks the head. That is brilliant from Youngs. All on the bounce. Back goes Beale. Beale just has to kick it sideways. And we don't see too much of that these days from Ben Youngs, but that is the vision and the footballing skills of a scrum half with 93 caps. He's shot down the short side, Matt Dawson, kicked ahead. He's taken England to 7 metres out with the line out.
And a lovely touch at full pace there. You would have probably let him get away with the fact that if it had gone straight into touch, or if it had gone a little bit long, and maybe Beale could have grounded it. But at full tilt, just toe poking it down, not diving in on the tackle, trying to win the ball because he knew all the pressure was on Beale. But England just ratcheting it up, the pressure, the intensity. This is what England needed. A next step up. You're going into the semi-final if you carry on playing like this, and they are primed, they are cooked, they are boiling at the moment.
And the embodiment of that attitude, Carl Sinclair today. He scored England's third try, which just may be the one that killed Australia's spirit. He is now off. Dan Cole is on. Courtney Lawes is coming off as well. He's had a big game, the Northampton Saints. So George Cruz is on. And Dan Cole, and when he comes on, Joe Marler are going to have a chance for retribution. Those two started 4 years ago when Australia dumped England out of their home World Cup. England are getting revenge here so far. They lead 27-16, 17 minutes left, and they have a rolling ball just 6 metres from the Wallaby line. England's lead is 11. Another try would send England to Tokyo next weekend. They go once more through Underhill. Advantage being played. Youngs on the short side, Ben Youngs. I think he's dropped it. He had a chance for glory, which would have taken England into the semi-finals, but that looks like it's been dropped. It may have been wrong, it may have been one that bounced up when it was grounded, but Youngs' body language isn't that of a player who scored the try.
No, I think you're right. No. He's dropped that going into the corner. They're coming back for an advantage of going in at the side on that rolling ball.
If it's not a try,
so it was a bit of a freebie.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Chris. Side entry, whether they're checking the for the grounding down the short side. Side entry, if they'd waited any longer, would have been a yellow card, potential penalty try.
We don't know. And after the grounding, foot in touch, grounding.
Jerome will just show you a knock on at the grounding straight away, because both will be in the same
authoritative
position.
Voice of the Kiwi.
Does he need to show him? Can't he just tell him?
Yeah, I mean, we're watching.
So needs to knock on, Jerome.
I mean, everybody knew it. It's so frustrating, isn't it? I mean, we've been hanging around enough for scrums and all the rest of it. Just get on with it.
Penalty advantage, captain.
Don't want the Aussies getting a breath here or getting any kind of respite.
Let's listen though, because the referee's talking to the captains.
I come back here. I played advantage for a side entry by goal. So penalty here for white. Okay. So no try. Side entry. The lock.
Well, Australia captain Michael Hooper just nattering away at the referee, but Jerome Garcet's quite clear. Side entry by the Wallaby forwards, and this is sensible, isn't it? Paul Grace and Matt Dawson, you've played in big World Cup knockout games, the pair of you. England might, for their egos, want to kick to the corner and really kill the Wallabies off, but kicking for goal and building this lead out to 14 has got to be the play.
It's 100% the right decision. 30 points to 16. Not only sounds pretty good, but when you look up, even in those tired states, I think most of those players could take 16 away from 30 and realise that that's 14, which is 2 tries, which makes it pretty tough. 2 converted tries, and a great position to be in with 15 minutes to go.
And did you have a stat, Chris, of England's average score over 6 games? When you split it down, added all the points up, split it down to average over 6 games, it was something like 35-20, which we're edging towards.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to Ross Petty, stats guru, for that one. But over the 6 games, England since the last World Cup under Eddie Jones, they've won all 6 with an average score of 35-20, and at 27-16 with 15 minutes left, we're heading right towards that, aren't we? So scoring points against the Wallabies is the key. Owen Farrell, the captain, he's kicked all his goals today, and his pass split open the Wallabies defence to put Sinclair in. Up he steps, the England captain, no doubt at all about it. England's lead out to 14 points, and they're marching towards the World Cup semi-finals now.
Well, you've got to say that Australia at parts have been very helpful to England. The first half exit strategy was an absolute shocker, piled the pressure on themselves. But England have been accurate, they've been disciplined, they've been very sensible. And now as they've rolled the subs on, they really have got the Australians by the scruff of the neck, holding them at arm's length without any trouble at all.
Tamura restarts for the Wallabies. He tries a low one, well taken. Maro Itoje above his head like an Aussie rules player. Ben Youngs has had a very authoritative game at number 9. Youngs, perfectly weighted box kick. May knocks it back to Curry, and England are cock a hoop now. Billy Vunipola to within 40 metres of the Wallaby line. Pocock's over that ball. I think he's got it as well as he. No, England just about shift the immovable man in David Pocock. Youngs comes left. Tuilangi bashes into former Leicester teammate Tamura. 30 points to 16. England lead on 5 Live. England fans looking forward to a mighty night in Oita, celebrating a first semi-final since 2007. If they can see out the last 14 minutes of action here. Youngs, George Cruz on as a replacement. On the 10-metre line, Cruz goes.
Mako Vunipola just having a moment on the floor. He handled the ball well. Not played any rugby at all, still on the pitch at 66 minutes.
George Ford with a towering kick. England's running lines were slightly blocked off, so Reece Hodge had an easier passage to the ball than he might have expected. Australia will run it out from their 22. They've been doing it all game, but now they kind of have
15.
to.
15, relax.
White, Pocock, Tamua, slick, but England's defence up to it at the moment, and the Australians are in the wrong part of the pitch and with the wrong scoreboard from their point of view. England 30, Australia 16, 12 and a half minutes left in Oita. 5 Live Sport, your World Cup station from the BBC, on this huge day of news and sport across the network. Reece Hodge goes up to the 10-metre line, but England, Matt Dawson, Paul Grace just need to keep their cool and keep their discipline.
Yeah, they don't need to compete. England just stand off, make some nice, hard, tough tackles, no penalties, no high shots, and then say to Australia, go and score from 80.
Well, they're trying to do that, Australia. The ever-dangerous Korobetti goes up to the halfway line. How many faces is this? It's up to 9 now. Australia have made ground, but they're still inside their own half. England's defensive line is well onside. Sensible stuff from Owen Farrell's men. White, Pocock, one of the greats of the game, David Pocock, in his third Rugby World Cup, his 83rd appearance for his country. Tamura on the halfway line, deep to Karevi, who kicks. That might be clever for Hodge. It's all on the bounce. It's sat up instead for Daly, who went to sort of tap it up for himself. Instead, it's ended up going out of play. So after all that, Australia do have a very handy position, just short of England's 22 with the line out.
And they've done very well there, Australia, to work. So much has to go right for them to work their way out of their own half and get to that point. But I would suggest that if England have managed to get Samu Karevi into a position where he's starting to chip the ball ahead for someone else to chase, you kind of won that battle.
Yeah, there's a couple more replacements coming. I think Joe Marler's just strolling on. Mako Vunipola getting treated. You want to get him off, wrap him in cotton wool. Same with Jamie George, Salmon. I mean, that is the sign, isn't it, really, from Eddie Jones to say we've got this game. He feels confident.
But also it seems late, doesn't it? You know, he's through his tenure, Jones has often used his bench 45, 50 minutes, and now he's making big calls on 68 minutes. Australia go to throw the line now. It's being restarted. Tom Shanklin, your pitch side for us as England makes some fairly late changes.
Yeah, you think there's energy on the field, it is double, treble on the bench. You know, mostly when you sit on the bench, you're trying to think about the game, but they are living every single moment. Like all the fans here, Joe Marler was the first shaking their hands, but it's just now where these England players can keep a cool head coming off the bench onto the field.
And England have won the ball from the line out, and just listen to the England players right by where you are, Tom Shanklin. The bench is up, and the England players on the pitch, you can just see them and hear them feeding off each other. The Wallaby line out goes to pot. England have the scrum, and you feel, without tempting fate from an English rugby point of view, that could well be that. 30 points to 16, 11 minutes left. The Wallabies have to score 2 converted tries to tie this up, and 3 to win the game. And Maro Itoje punches the air and holds his fist skywards. A man who knows England are just 10 minutes away from a little bit of history.
He's absolutely come to the fore, hasn't he? Maro back to his very, very best. Quietly influential in all the big moments, leading from the front, Makavonipola, who's gone off now, kind of the daddy of the pack, but heir to the throne is absolutely Maro Itoje. Big England scrum coming.
Well, what a shift some of those England players have put in. George, almost 70 minutes. Underhill, almost 70. Vunipola, almost 70. And England's scrum is looking solid. They're driving on, they've won the penalty. And look at that again. From the England forwards, the backs are all getting involved. Young's just stood and screamed at the pack. And that is a little bit of retribution, isn't it, you feel, for the likes of Cole and Marler, who were scrummed off the Twickenham Park 4 years ago. This time they're the ones winning the scrum penalty. They're the ones with the 14-point lead as we go into the final 10 minutes of this quarter-final.
Yeah, get the ball down there, Owen. Farrell, boot it. Give me 30, 40 yards will do. Thank you very much. Get into prime position for this England pack just to slowly waddle up to the line out. Look the Aussies in the eye and just a knowing nod to say, you know, how's your day going, boys? 30 points to 16. We're going to win this line out and we're going to maul it forward. You're either going to give a penalty away or we might even work our way into the midfield and Owen Farrell will kick a drop goal and just get away from me.
England win the line out through Itoje. They're only going to do one thing, England. They're going to maul. Lewis Ludlam is on, full of energy, full of attitude. Ludlam, he's been a revelation this World Cup. He joins the maul. They might go left and kick through to May here. He's on a hat-trick, remember. Youngs has it at the back of the maul. Still Ben Youngs, advantage being played. Youngs peels away, penalty England. The scrum and now the maul taking Australia apart.
The England 23, we talked about it pre-match, about the potential effect off the bench, the power they can bring on in that front five, the bounce they can bring on into the back row with Lewis Ludlam. Absolutely as scripted, England have come on, demolished Australia in a scrum, followed the orders from Matt Dawson, gone to the line out, gone to the maul, obliterated a tiring and dispirited Australia. And Owen Farrell just to rub salt into the wound. No more silly line outs, I'm going for goal.
Yeah, I love the step up in intensity of this England side. All the, you know, whatever the views and opinions were, England needed to come out and step up quite significantly from their pool matches. You know, credit's got to go to Eddie Jones and his management team as well. That was a tough 2 weeks without a game, without a test, and they have come out here today under real pressure from Australia early on and in the second half to get back to a point. And then from that moment, it was as if, never mind the half-time chat, it was as if that try just kicked them up the rear to say, OK, let's start playing here, let's really put the squeeze on.
We mentioned Eddie Jones, Matt Dawson, the camera panned to him, and as Michael Checker slapped the desk in frustration, Jones got up and punched the air with both hands. You rarely see that from Eddie Jones. He tries to keep his cool. That was a man who you felt was showing his joy and maybe his relief. Owen Farrell, the captain, to kill this game off. Up he steps. Has he got it? Of course he has! And Owen Farrell surely now sends England to a first World Cup semi-final in 12 years. Yokohama awaits for England. Their lead surely now is unassailable. England 33, Australia 16, only 7 minutes to go.
Sounds extraordinary when you say it like that, Chris. 12 years since they were last in a semi-final. England should routinely be in them. But they've got a bunch here who you feel will go into that absolutely full of confidence as Australia make a Horlicks of another restart. They'll get blasted off another scrum here, likely on the halfway line. Total dominance for England.
It is, Grace, it's total dominance, but I never expected Australia to hand over so much possession, whether the way they tried to exit out in the first half, that's the second in fact the third, and one that Maro Itoje caught, you know, a low chippy kind of restart that went straight to Maro Itoje. That's the third mishap. You give the ball straight back to him, Grace. I don't expect that of any team playing in these quarter-finals.
No, I'm just looking at the big screen. Jordan Pataya, the young 19-year-old, absolutely hasn't disgraced himself today. He's had some lovely touches in the first half, made it to 73 minutes, goes off with cramp to be replaced by James O'Connor. A day he'll absolutely remember. He'll want to forget about the result, but I'm sure there's more to come from that young man.
6.5 minutes left on 5 Live in Oita. England 33, Australia 16. England are on course for the semi-final. Surely nothing can stop them now. Australia need to score 3 times in 6 minutes. That just isn't done at this level of the game. And look at these statistics, Matt Dawson, Paul Grayson. Australia have made 77 tackles. England have made 171. Australia have had 63% of the ball. But England have been defensively superb and they have been ruthless. Willie Hines is on a scrum half after replacing Ben Youngs. What a game Youngs has had. His brilliant record against the Wallabies continues. Ford will play territory and he just prods it downfield. Lovely kick, George Ford. That is all class. And Kurtley Beale has to forlornly watch the ball go out of play just 5 metres from Australia's own line, and it just doesn't get better than this, does it, for an international rugby player? Your lead is too great. There are 5 minutes left and you have the opposition 95 metres from threatening your line, as Australia go quickly at the line out and set it up through David Pocock as Swing Low Sweet Chariot rings around the stadium.
Yeah, I mean, this is easy pickings from England. The way that they've been defending, making big hits, stepping off, getting 14, or they've got 12 or 13 white players in the line, gold players going into the rucks in numbers, 3, 4, 5 players in there to secure the ball. So wherever Australia go,
penalty Australia. Nick White goes quickly, surely too little too late, and you can tell it is because the England fans are absolutely buoyant. Wild pass picked off by Anthony Watson, and that surely will seal it. England get another, and look at the celebrations. 4 years of hurt pouring out from England. Watson scores. England in the World Cup semi-finals.
And Australia, in desperation, they know they're not going to win the game, trying to run it out of their 22. Kurtley Beale running sideways across the field, goes to throw a Hail Mary out to the left. Anthony Watson, who it's fair to say since his return from injury has looked like he never had a minute away from the game, spotted it, picked it off, crosses the try line and dots it down, doesn't even bother to go behind the posts. England will run away with it now on the scoreboard. And their second half domination. I completely agree, mate. I was about to say their second half domination. Statistically, there's another one that Chris will have written down in terms of the score differential second half when England have played Australia under Eddie Jones. They smash them to pieces in the second half, and that's exactly what they've done again today.
Well, some Australian fans are leaving, and can you blame them? There'll be a crush getting out of here, and they trail by 38 points to 60, and this has been a hammering. Owen Farrell to bring up 40 in a World Cup quarter-final.
It's not finished yet.
Still 3.5 minutes to go. And you're right, guys, ever since that Cora Betty try, England have been rampant. And when they survived that Aussie onslaught on the hour mark, there was absolutely no coming back for Australia. Farrell continues his perfect kicking form and brings up 40. England 40, Australia 16, and the England fans can dream of a night on the Oita tiles and then a date with destiny with New Zealand or Ireland next weekend in Yokohama.
What a signal that sends to the rest of the teams in this tournament. New Zealand next week, if they were to beat Ireland, would be worried. Would we ever have said that?
Well, the try scorer Watson from Ford's pass bangs it downfield, and England just have Australia completely where they want them as Beale is engulfed by 3 or 4 Englishmen. It's going to be 7 from 7 for England under Eddie Jones against the Wallabies. Hines is brushed off, and Australia may have one last sting in the tail here. Corabetti is marching over the 22. He's trying to outstrip Daly. That's some pace from Corabetti, and Australia do score. It might be checked because I think there was a forward pass in the build-up, and if it is checked by Jerome Garces, England might actually get away with this one. But Corabetti has scored another startling individual try, even though it will count for nothing in the final reckoning.
I love the way that
yes, I can.
The one person who was pointing to the referee and saying, come on ref, surely that was a forward pass.
Yeah,
Dan Cole.
By a goal,
I'm not sure where he was in that, but how he saw whether Corabetti was involved in a forward pass, I'm not too sure.
Do you know why Dan Cole's asking the ref? Because he wants another scrum.
Start the footage.
Jerome, I'm going to show you both passes. Yeah. I am happy with both of them. I'll show you both.
Yeah, that first one's fine for me.
That is not clear. So then we play on.
No, for me,
I mean, listen, it doesn't matter. Give him the try, whatever. But I'm sorry, the second pass is forward.
So for me, it's for a
Ben Skeen to be saying both passes are fine is utter rubbish, because the second pass was forward.
I'm not going to prejudice your judgment, but this is what I think. I mean, that's ridiculous, and Garces has got it right. The first one was fine, the second one wasn't.
Yeah, so Ben Skeen, just to be clear, said he didn't see anything clearly forward about either passes, and Jerome Garces has gone, what are you talking about? The second pass was miles forward, as Matt Dawson thought as well. So Garces has chalked off the try. No consolation for the Wallabies, and England will end this game in Wallaby territory. Tom Curry, man of the match. I mean, this guy's 21. You need to keep saying it. This is his first Rugby World Cup, his first game against Australia, only his 17th cap, the youngest in the squad. He is made of something different, Tom Curry, and he's getting the plaudits from the 40,000 here. But the seats are starting to empty, especially from the green and gold contingent. England scrum over on the far side.
Yeah, the gold is melting away from this stadium. The white shirts left interspersed with green seats. That's absolutely all the air and the enthusiasm, the energy and the emotion has just been taken away from Australia by absolutely dominant England.
Willie Hines out to Anthony Watson. What a comeback. We've said it a few times this broadcast about Anthony Watson, who had a year plus out from international rugby with a chronic Achilles problem that he re-aggravated, but he is firing. England, though, lose the ball forward, and there'll be one last scrum, and Joe Marler is standing there, and he is well up for this. And Marler was at Twickenham 4 years ago when he was well beaten by Sekope Kepa, and him walking off the pitch that day, I know that moment has stung Marler, and probably him curtailing his international retirement was for days like this, nights like this. Rugby World Cup quarter-final, 25 seconds left, England 40, Australia 16, and Swing Low Sweet Chariot feels like it's been a soundtrack on loop in our ears all game.
And you can even sense from England here that they've got that sort of EPC mentality. Every point counts. They do not want Australia scoring a try. They want to finish 40 points to 16 up as the gong rings.
The gong goes, Australia attack, but they've been well beaten here. Tamur out to Beale, Beale wide to Reece Hodge, tackled by Daly. England will want to just hold firm and finish the game knocking Australia backwards as they've done for 80 minutes plus. 40 points to 16. Dominant stuff from Eddie Jones-Mel. Australia knock on. England scoop it up, and that is that. Matt Dawson gives the table a little bit of a slap. Jerome Garces blows the final whistle. Muted celebrations on the England bench. They know they've got bigger fish to fry next weekend, but England fans will party long into the night here in Oita. Handshakes all round out on the pitch. The Wallabies look forlorn. England, chest puffed out, are just marshalling round the pitch, patrolling the area and shaking hands with the Wallabies after a magnificent display. England winning here. Would you believe it, Sonia McLaughlin, by 40 points to 16. World Cup semi-finals, here they come.
Yeah, and Marika Korobetti got 2 tries for Australia. It was just on his knees. You had to feel for him, shaking his head. But yeah, handshakes all round from the England players. Tom Shanklin, former Wales centre, is down on the touchline. Chris alluded to it, Tom. It's quite conservative celebrations for England, isn't it?
Yeah, there's more celebrations for tries and huge tackles down here. But look, this England team, I think they know deep inside that was a World Cup winning performance. I think we've yet to see it from this English team until now, but just huge defence at the end. They had to withstand that onslaught at the start of the second half from Australia, but the game management, whatever you want to call it, the way they've just beaten Australia incredibly well by 40 points to 16 is a worthy performance of England. And look, this is a huge confidence booster for that team.
There's some utterly dejected Wallaby players down there. There was a lovely scene, a shot of Owen Farrell punching the air on the final whistle, but then he automatically said to himself, no, let's keep this calm. We've got bigger tests to come. We're going to be right back in Oita for plenty of reaction to England's victory over Australia to reach a World Cup semi-final. As Chris Jones said, their first for 12 years, a significant moment in English rugby and for the tenure of one Eddie Jones. The winners, of course, are here today. England will play either New Zealand or Ireland in the semi-finals next weekend. That second quarter-final is an 11:15 kickoff here on 5 Live. But we've got to be as nimble on our feet today as Anthony Watson and Johnny May here on 5 Live, because there's so much happening. So we need to go to a news right now with Liam Smedley.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
MPs are debating Boris Johnson's Brexit deal in the first Saturday sitting of Parliament for decades. Here's the Commons Speaker, John Bercow.
I want to thank, and I'm sure colleagues across the House want to join me in thanking, all of the staff of the House who have worked so hard to facilitate the sitting today. I know that many of them have had to make special arrangements to be here, as have many honourable and right honourable members.
There are plans to vote on the agreement today, but a number 10 source has said that if MPs back an amendment to force a Brexit delay by the ex-Tory rebel Sir Oliver Letwin, they'll be sent home and the vote could be shelved until next week. Here's the Prime Minister.
Now is the time for this great House of Commons to come together and bring the country together today. As I believe people at home are hoping and expecting, with a new way forward and a new and better deal both for Britain and for our friends in the EU. And that is the advantage of the agreement that we have struck with our friends in the last 2 days. Because this deal allows the UK, whole and entire, to leave the EU on October the 31st, in accordance with the referendum, while simultaneously looking forward to a new partnership based on the closest ties of friendship and cooperation.
Some hardline Conservative Brexiteers say they're going to back the agreement, including members of the influential European Research Group. But the DUP and opposition parties, including Labour, have already said they'll vote it down. Here's the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn.
He has renegotiated the withdrawal agreement and made it even worse. He's renegotiated the political declaration and made that even worse. We're having a debate today on a text for which there is no economic impact assessment and no accompanying legal advice. This government has sought to avoid scrutiny throughout the process and yesterday evening made empty promises on workers' rights and the environment. The same government that spent the last few weeks negotiating in secret to remove from the withdrawal agreement legally binding commitments on workers' rights and the environment. This government cannot be trusted, and these benches will not be duped.
Well, thousands of people are expected to join a demonstration for another referendum in London today. The People's Vote campaigners will march to Parliament Square, calling for a final say on the UK's departure from the EU. And if you want to follow continuous coverage from Westminster, this morning's debate is being shown on BBC Two and on the live page on BBC News Online. Here on 5 Live, Nikki Campbell will be presenting a new special from Westminster at 10:30. After that, we'll bring you all the action from today's second Rugby World Cup quarter-final in Japan, as Ireland take on defending champions New Zealand. And some other news, it's emerged that Boeing employees exchanged messages about possible safety problems with the company's 737 MAX passenger jet 2 years before its first fatal crash. More than 300 people died in 2 incidents. And a state of emergency has been declared in Chile's capital of Santiago after violent protests. It follows an increase in the price of metro tickets.
This is 5 Live Rugby World Cup 2019 with Sonia McLaughlin.
Hello, welcome back to the stadium in Oita in Japan, where the England fans are celebrating right now because they've just seen their team go through to the semi-finals, beating the Wallabies by 40 points to 16. England are in a huddle at the moment. The Australians have gone over to the far side of the pitch to thank their fans, some of whom have stayed behind, but a large majority have now sloped off into the evening. Matt Dawson, you said it in commentary, how much will those left in this competition, perhaps most notably the All Blacks, who could be England's semi-final opponents, assuming they beat Ireland later today, how much will they have taken notice of England?
I think any side left in this competition, there are 6 of them are going to be, obviously New Zealand and Ireland are not going to be watching it because they're preparing for their game, but the other 4 will be sat wherever they are thinking, right, okay, when it comes to England time, we are going to have to not only get our strategy right, but we have to be 100% precise in every single thing we do, because what we saw today was a phenomenal England machine, but Australia handed England so many opportunities. I cannot believe New Zealand or Ireland would do that in a semi-final. I can't believe Wales, South Africa, Japan, possibly France could hand it to you. But it was. I found it really weird from the moment they selected the team to the moment they started to play out of their own 22 in that method. I think Gray said it was rugby suicide.
Yeah, absolutely, and that, you want to get a machine running absolutely as it should. You've got to feed it the right things, you've got to oil it, you've got to put the right fuel in. All England needed was mistakes in Australia's territory. So they gave them the ball, they gave it to them deep, they said, go on then, play away, try and... they created opportunities to get out of their own half doors, but they didn't take the kicks, they moved the ball on or they knocked it on. And in that opening period, England, in 5 minutes, bang, bang, 2 tries. And even when Australia came back to a point behind it briefly at the beginning of the second half, it almost just shook England out of a temporary malaise. And the rest of it was a perfectly executed plan, which almost England had scripted Australia's bit in it.
Well, yes, it did shake England out of the malaise, but again, from that try, like in the first half, I think Australia scored 3 points. England kicked off, went into Australia's 22. They didn't exit, scored a try. Australia then went and got another 3 points to go to 6. Kicked off, went back, didn't get their exit right. Going to that try, Karabuti try. They scored the try. England kicked off, didn't get out of their own 22, and coughed up more points. It was just like this system that Australia kept. They were just misfiring. They could, and you can't. It's very difficult to blame individuals, but I'd probably pick on Michael Cheika for playing Will Genia. It was such a poor decision to play him, and the way he played as best he could, but that absolutely went in to how England wanted to defend. Fast up, hard, make defence, big tackles, step away, don't compete, do it again. And Will Genia, time after time, was just giving laboured ball across the field, and Australia were just losing metres after metres after metres and putting themselves under pressure.
And Michael Cheika, you just mentioned him there, he just gave a congratulatory handshake to Eddie Jones, a little pat on the back. 7 out of 7 England have now won under Eddie Jones against Australia. None more significant than this one as it takes them into a World Cup semi-final. We can hear from Captain Owen Farrell.
So it's a different story for you. You'll be very, very proud of your team. I'm going to talk to you about your first half first. The attacking structures were brilliant. Yeah,
I know. I thought Australia made that a brilliant game. They attacked throughout from minute 1 to 80, and our boys did well in defence and then managed to get some field position off the back of it, and we know when we get some field position we can be pretty dangerous.
And in the second half it looked like you tightened it up. It was all about the forwards and the kicking.
We did what's needed. We had the lead, and obviously Australia were throwing everything at us again, and we wanted to play the game at our pace, not theirs, and thankfully we did that in the second half.
And you must be happy yourself because your kicks were perfect tonight.
A lot better than last time, yeah.
And a message for your fans?
No, the sport's been brilliant. It's a massive privilege to play for England, and hopefully you see that when we play. It's brilliant to have these men behind us.
Well done.
Thank you.
And the England team currently slowly walking around the pitch, thanking those supporters who are still here in significant numbers. Away over on the far side, there's lots of English flags and lots of men and women still in white. And it is quite a remarkable scene here of celebration for this England team. Paul Grayson, do you think, have we seen the changing of the guard here today in many ways? When we look at what happened in the back row, we've just seen Tom Curry, England's flanker, being awarded the Man of the Match trophy. But him and Sam Underhill together made, 35 tackles? What about their contribution compared to, say, Hooper and Pocock, who were always held up as, the great back row combination probably in world terms?
Yeah, and the tactical shift to two players, ostensibly both open sides, although Pocock a little bit more flexible than Hooper. And England were casting the net, looking around, saying, we're not really sure. Eddie Jones dipped his toe into the global transfer market, looked to New Zealand, couldn't find a replacement, and eventually two young English lads, Underhill played his rugby in Wales with the Ospreys. I watched a video of him when he was 18 years old, just felling trees one after the other. Sensational tackle technique. It's taken him a while physically to almost grow into the job that he does. Tom Curry's come through at a quicker pace in terms of his development to an out-and-out international rugby player, but the way they go about their business, they meld into one. You're not sure whether it's Curry or Underhill or Curry. They're hard in on the tackle, they're hard in over the ball, and they're just two of the cogs that you need to make that England machine function.
Did you not think that England got there by default, by a little, not by design?
Yeah, as often happens.
Did you say that with Brad Shields?
Yeah, I just said he dipped his toe into the transfer market, and then Brad Shields' name went completely out of my head. So,
okay, but it felt a big call, didn't it, when Chris Robshaw wasn't brought into camp at all in the summer? He was injured last autumn, and then Eddie Jones said in January, February, Robshaw's still going to come straight back in. But clearly he saw Curry, he saw Underhill, Mark Wilson did well.
And Ludlam behind.
He got Ludlam, so England have gone quite late in the cycle, last year or so, to youth. Haskell and Robshaw were the go-to men, and Wilson's not had a sniff this World Cup, and he's been fantastic for England when he's played. But you look at those two play, the tackles they're making. I mean, Curry only carried the ball twice on. One of them was putting the ball on a plate for Johnny May. So I thought those two were absolutely terrific for England today.
They were called Hooper and Pocock, used to be called Pooper. Now we've got Curry and Underhill. Can we come up with a nom de plume for them, do we think?
Well, Underhill is fraught with danger.
It's still quite early on a Saturday morning.
I think you've done very well there. None of us are going to give that a go. You were definitely the man for the job. I think if the rugby correspondent had got that wrong, we may well have found another one by next week.
I love that. And can we just have a word as well for Courtney Laws, who came in instead of George Cruz in the second row. And he's always described, isn't he, as the big tackling Courtney Laws. But he's broken up that Itoje-Cruz partnership in the second row. And again, he put in another... He almost goes unseen, the work he does, but he does so much of the hard graft, doesn't he?
And he looks like another back rower at times with the height at which he tackles. He carries the ball, he developed his footwork. He was out of the England team for a bit when Itoje and Cruz came through together. Courtney had to work out a way of getting back into the side. He developed some more explosive pace, some decent footwork, and also learned the trade of calling a line out, which makes him invaluable. And he is relentless. He was subbed at the right time today because his legs were going, but he's a key player for England.
Matt Dawson, you talked about Michael Cheika making an odd decision in picking Will Genia at scrum half today. Let's hear from Michael Cheika now.
Michael Cheika, these are not great interviews to do. I know you'll be so disappointed. Just talk to me first about the game and what was going through your mind through that.
Well, I thought it was... we actually played quite well, especially the early, that first 50 or 60. Again, we gave away 2 intercepts. And they defended well, like you've got the better team won. That's the way it is, You've got to suck that up sometimes. But I was supposed to get this done for the people here, for Australians. I'm fucking so disappointed.
So, what do you say to your team after this when you go back into the changing room?
I don't know. We'll get there and but I think the lads put everything they had into it today. I want all the Aussies at home and that are here to know that they gave it everything. They put their bodies on the line. Yeah, we made a few mistakes at different times, but they've given everything, these lads, over the last however long it is that we've been together, and they're a credit to their country. I know that we're all very disappointed, and I sort of don't have much else to say, to be honest.
It's one or two Australian players still sitting dejected on the pitch here in Oita. They haven't gone inside, a penny for their thoughts. Do we have any sympathy at all for Australian rugby? Matt Dawson, Paul Grace, Australia, it struggles, it struggles, doesn't it? It's not the top sport in Australia. That's Aussie rules, rugby league, even soccer, even football these days is big in Australia.
Listen, they're a great sporting nation. They're in the quarterfinals of the Rugby World Cup. Not everybody can get through to the semi-finals. There were some moments of brilliance out there. I thought there was some decent individual displays. I actually thought Hooper and Pocock played really well, and they were making a bit of a nuisance of themselves, and fair play to Underhill and to Curry for stepping up. But I wouldn't have said that one pairing beat the other. I thought Patea was tidy at times. I thought Curtly Beale showed that he was dangerous. Koroibete with an unbelievable finish. They had opportunities, but they blew the strategy. They got it horribly wrong. It might well have been right on paper from their analysis, but from the first 5 minutes around that exit strategy, listen, we can see from up here very early on, England are not competing for the ball. They are stepping away from the tackle and they are lining up in defence. So you've got to change your strategy. On the pitch, right there, right now, you have to change your strategy, and you have to make sure that you go through the middle, you pick and go, or you drive. You've got to do something different.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we can hear from Sam Underhill and Ben Youngs. They're both with Gareth Lewis.
Yeah, welcome down to the tunnel, gents. Congratulations. Sam, talk us through that. Where did it go right for England?
It was a proper test. Fair play to Australia. Their attack was brilliant today. Really tested us a lot. I think the boys did really well to sort of stay in the moment. Didn't get too phased by anything. Didn't try to jump out and solve problems on our own. Slowed down the ball in the second half, and in attack, the boys really came alive. So I thought it was brilliant.
I wanted to ask you about that because you seemed to win that battle of the breakdown, such a crucial area.
Yeah, I mean, I thought in their attack they were getting ball quicker than we'd have liked. We spoke about that and tried to do something about that second half. In terms of our attack, we obviously knew, Pocock and Hooper, they're a big threat at the breakdown. So we spoke a lot about trying to nullify them, and I thought by and large we did a job there.
Sam, thanks very much indeed. Ben Youngs, welcome to Five Live. You got the best service possible, didn't you, with the boys winging the ball up front?
Yeah, I thought they did a terrific shift. We always knew our tight five. We've got an unbelievable set of forwards, and once they get rumbling, they really get me on the front foot, which helps. It was a great shift. Look, it's everything we wanted. It tested us. We had times where it went to 1 point game. We had to come up with solutions and work through it, and we did that. So, I'm delighted. We're tested in lots of areas, and we're able to come up with the solutions, and that was a great thing.
Did it surprise you Australia ran so much ball from their own 22?
No, it didn't. Look, they play the way they play. You only have to listen to Czech talk about how he wants to play rugby, and they're going to chuck it about. So Aussies, they're going to go out playing the way that they want to play. So we knew they were going to run, and they caused us problems. There's no doubt about that. Like when you get Genya on the front foot like that, Curtly Beale, they're terrific footballers. And at times they got a bit of an armchair, but I thought we just stuck in there. For me, the key point was sort of midway through that second half when we were defending on our line, and we pushed them back, and got the result. So unbelievable effort, as I say, from the boys.
And quiet celebrations at the end suggest perhaps you think there's work still to do.
Yeah, look, we're never satisfied, of course we're not, but we've probably been cruising in second gear first few games, haven't we? In Argentina we had to get out a little bit, but that was a good test for us today, and I'm delighted that we were able to go through the gears and pull away like we did. So we'll review it, but we'll probably tune in the next game and see who we're playing next.
Hey Ben, thanks very much indeed. That's Ben Youngs and Sam Underhill on 5 Live Sport. And Eddie Jones, Sonia, by the way, has just said somewhere deep in the bowels of the building that he thinks England can improve.
Well, can they, Matt Dawson?
Yeah, there's no question that they can they can improve. They want to be a little bit more accurate. We spoke about the discipline in the first half. England gave away 6 penalties, one of them being a scrum free kick. They wouldn't have been happy with that. I seem to remember it was Elliot Daly coughing up that easy ball from a high ball, and then Australia capitalising and scoring a try. There is room for improvement. But I think what England will get mostly out of such a good win is that what Ben Youngs is talking about there is that was a test. That was a genuine full-bore test match, which just brings them into the tournament where they haven't been before, because they played Tonga and the USA and Argentina. They're in the mood, they're in the mentality. They're not going to do a lot of training this week. Mentally, they're going to be right for whatever challenge they have come next weekend.
Ben Youngs alluded to it there, and you called it in commentary, Matt, a defining moment. You called it that scrum on 57 minutes, which England held out Australia. They held out with the subsequent defensive set, and there was a huge roar from Maro Itoje when the ball went their way. What does that say about England's mindset, and the fact that what self-belief does that give you going forward when you've repelled a side like that?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, it probably was the wrong decision from Australia.
Yeah.
You either just tap the ball and get into the game, or you try and go for the corner. I know it was in the middle of the pitch and you have a line-up, but they were getting absolutely humped in the scrums, and it was a ridiculous shout. But saying that, they did get away. Farrell makes a big tackle, and it sort of set the scene for the next 10 phases where none of the other players wanted to let one another down. They made some massive hits.
And if you've got England untested into this World Cup, untested in the pool stages, at some point you want to go to the well. You want to know that your defensive systems, your non-shall pass call works and people believe in it and they hold their nerve. And Sam Underhill just touched on it in his interview there, where he said nobody went trying to solve problems on their own, which means everyone stays in the system, which means your defensive line is that much more powerful. And also that the energy that we traditionally know it in the English game from Saracens, they get tremendous energy from good defence. They're happy to play without the ball and then get huge emotional uplifts when they nick it back and take control of the game again. And we heard a lot of that hooping and hollering, Sonia, from the Saracens and other players when England made those big moments in defence count.
Excellent. Thank you very much to World Cup winners Paul Grayson and Matt Dawson, and to our correspondent Chris Jones. You also heard from former Wales flanker Tom Shanklin. He'll be back tomorrow when we've got full commentary of Wales against France from Tokyo. But today we've got plenty more rugby to come, but we've got the second semi-final, and Ben Youngs talked about it. England will go and watch this one because they'll find out who they're going to play in the semi-finals when New Zealand, the holders, take on Ireland. Will says on 85058 or at 5Live Sports on social media, knocking the Aussies out of 2 World Cups in the same year. Alluding to the cricket, of course, absolutely priceless. And it's a priceless win for England as they move on to the semi-finals. We'll be back with rugby here on 5Live, but it's Nikki Campbell now in Westminster. And the players are just increasing their warm-ups here. We're starting to really feel them getting warmed up in earnest as we look forward to New Zealand against England, a 9 o'clock kickoff in this World Cup semi-final. Don't forget 5Live Sports going to be with you all the way through until 6 p.m. tonight. Mark Chapman's going to be here from 12 with coverage of all the afternoon's football, including commentary of Brighton against Everton. Leicester are up to second in the Premier League table after their 9-0 win at Southampton, and the race meetings at Doncaster and Newbury are off today because of the weather. There was very, very heavy rain in Yokohama on Friday, and the pitch, Warren Gatlin came here on Friday for the Wales captain's run, and he was leaping over puddles, but it looks an amazing surface here today. They've done a grand job getting this one playable. Matt Dawson's now here, Rugby World Cup winner, of course, in 2003. Oh, how's the heart rate, Matt?
I've got to control it. You know, I've got a dodgy ticker, so I have to just manage it. Medication taken. I don't want, like the players, you don't want to get too excited until the actual kickoff. It's actually very easy to I don't know, actually lose a lot of energy, mental and physical stress because you're so excited and you're bouncing around the changing room and your adrenaline is coursing through the veins. So actually it is about calming things down. I would expect Eddie Jones and Steve Hansen and all the management teams to be trying to do that, so that come 5 o'clock you're peaking, as will Chris, Paul and myself.
Yeah, Paul Grayson is still here, World Cup winner as well in 2003. What we're watching the players going through their warm-ups down there. It looks like just another day, another game, but in their minds and in their hearts they know it's not. But so how do they deal with that, the occasion?
Well, normalising everything that you do, keeping the whole build-up, like we've touched on in the 19 hours that we seem to have been building up to this game, that time seems like it's standing still, and it does. It's a weird concept, but the greater the occasion, the greater your level of awareness, there's almost a temptation to fill the empty moment with something else that you would never ordinarily do, and that's what Dorse is talking about in terms of burning extra energy, mental and physical. That and you'll hear any sportsman athlete in the world say, make it as normal as possible, and the challenges are different hotels, different environment, but what looks like a mundane normal team warm-up inside the brain, inside your body, just an extraordinary feeling of alertness and readiness for what's going to be a world-class encounter, and it could be a life changer.
And we've just seen the two coaches, Steve Hansen and Eddie Jones, embracing each other on the pitch. They were all smiles, they were nattering away. They may have been flying a few barbs around between them, but they're actually great mates, aren't they, Chris Jones?
Well, what I love about Steve Hansen there, Sonia, is that you can see the nerves from both the head coaches. They've been pacing around like cornered animals, and Hansen spent about 5 minutes there just looking at England go through their drills. And it reminds me of when you're playing rugby at school or at junior club and you want to look at the opposition and see if they've got too many big lads, and you go, oh, I don't know, can we see if their moves are any good? And you stare and watch the opposition, and Hansen was doing just that. I don't know if he'd be doing that for a regulation rugby championship game or an autumn match at Twickenham, but it's a World Cup semi-final, and maybe the nerves are even getting to these normally very cool customers.
He was on the phone a minute ago, phoning up someone. I've clearly no idea who, but he's trying to do anything, I think, just to occupy himself, because they must be so nervous themselves in the build-up to such an enormous game. Matt Dawson, we were talking about it earlier, the fact that these two teams of late haven't played each other very often. So does that ramp this up even more? Never mind what's at stake.
Yeah, it does make a difference when you play against a team regularly. You get to understand the nuances of the individuals, but also of the team, the type of structure they like to play, how they talk to the referee, how they get on with one another, the communication channels, who's leading on the field, etc. So there is a lot of unknown in this game between both the sides, and a huge amount of anticipation. It's not that long ago that everyone was crying out for there to be an immediate first versus second game in the world at Twickenham to see who is the best team in the world. Never mind, we've got to get New Zealand up to Twickenham and play. All that builds the tension, and the players will feel it, the coaches will feel it, the unions will feel it, the fans are going to feel it. There is I've just been doing a little bit of work with some of the South African TV, and you're talking to John Smith, Joel Stransky, a few of the Aussie boys as well, and even they are saying this could have been the final. This intensity, these two teams, where they are at the moment, it could easily have been one of the great finals of all time.
And I think that works both ways, the uncertainty, because yes, we know the All Blacks play fast, they play fluid, they're highly skilled, and that's going to test England. But the All Blacks won't be absolutely certain about the physical intensity that England are going to bring. When you don't play a team regularly, they don't know quite how powerful Manu is, or quite how quickly England can swing the ball from left to right, the width of the field, or quite how intense their scrummage is when they're absolutely going for it. So it plays both ways. There'll be a lot of nerves in the New Zealand camp too.
I asked where you might be watching it today. A couple of you have got in touch. David says, I'm in bed at Centre Park, Sherwood Forest, TV on in the bedroom, first time since uni 20 years ago, feel like I'm going to get told off. Beer in bed? Question mark? Yeah, absolutely. It's a World Cup semi-final. Go for it. Hotel bar in sunny Spain. We'll be watching Spanish TV, but putting earphones in to listen to 5 Live commentary. That's Philippa, who gets the gold star for that one. It's just, when you look at these two sides, and all logic says, well, the All Blacks should win. Mentally,
does
if
it?
you're England, well,
Does it?
just given their record.
I'm not sure logic says that New Zealand are going to win this game. I think a lot of the bookies certainly make them favourites. But the way England have played, their strengths, their skill set, I mean, I'm picking up on the word logic there, Sonia. I don't think that's a logical. I don't think there's any logical winner in this game today. In theory, it probably should be a draw. A score draw and you move on, but we know that's not going to happen. I don't know whether this is just my heart taking over my head now, Grace, but
that's not like you.
Yeah.
Look, I know you want to suit up and go and play. If you look at the teams, and it's what we do in pubs up and down the country, isn't it? You look at both teams, you say who would be in a composite. You match up the opposite numbers. You say Mako Vunipola versus Joe Moody at loose head. Who's the better? Who brings more to the game, etc., etc. You can run down that list, and there are probably an even number of players in each team. I reckon there would be just about a perfect blend of half and half if you put both teams together, and that's why the result's going to be so close.
I suppose logic in the way, Sonia. New Zealand have won 2 World Cups back to back. A few of these players, whether it's Kieran Reid or Sam Whitelock, have Sonny Bill Williams been involved in 2 World Cups. They've already got their medals. This England team have got no body of work in Rugby World Cup. So from a logical point of view, I completely understand what Matt's saying. When you line the teams up, you look at the form guide, it's a 50-50, but it's that final 10-15, the residual memories New Zealand have of winning knockout games they have and England don't.
This is where Sarri's guys are... Sorry.
The draw, Dorse, is 25-1. Okay, I know that because I've stuck a couple of quid on it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think what's interesting with you three is you've all changed your minds over the last 24 hours. Chris Jones, we had a little chat in the lift at our hotel last night, and you suddenly went, do you know what, it's England. Having thought, 48 hours before that it was going to be the All Blacks. That's what this game is like. That is how tight this game is. We're all flip-flopping.
Yeah, I mean, pre-tournament, my prediction was New Zealand to beat England in the semi-final and make it 3 in a row. But being in camp with England on Thursday, as we both were, Tom, seeing Eddie Jones flip from kind of cranky last week to in his element this week, the gut is thinking this could be England's time. And then you also think, if it's not England's time now, when is it? When are we going to see Billy, Mako Vunipola, Manu Tuilagi, Owen Farrell, these potentially world-class players mix it on the biggest stage of all? So part of me is thinking, gut is just veering towards England, because I think for these players, if they want to be talked about in the same breath of the 2003 winners, 2 of whom are to my left, then this is the afternoon, evening or morning back home for them to prove it.
So with me trying to calm myself down before kick-off, if we talk a little bit around the tactics of what England, of how England are supposed to deploy against New Zealand. I was chatting to Schalk Brits this morning, and it was utterly fascinating the detail that he went into about how New Zealand play, and it started just to make perfect sense to me why on certain occasions New Zealand get beaten. And then if I think how detailed someone like an Eddie Jones is, he's probably going to be seeing those same tactics. He's probably going to be seeing the way that New Zealand defend, or they're slow to get around the corner and they defend maybe a little bit too tight. And it all started to make sense. The selection started to make sense. The fact that the selection from New Zealand started to make sense of how they had to defend the way that Steve Hansen thought England was probably going to attack. So yeah, even today I'm starting to go more and more towards England, because I think tactically they may well have a better shot than maybe people make out.
That noise you could hear was the ovation from a significant number of England fans. You can see pockets of white throughout this stadium in Yokohama. They got behind their side as they went into a huddle and then walked for the last time down the stairs into the changing room. So the next time we will see them, it will be a World Cup semi-final in earnest. The drums are out on the touchline. We love the drums. There's going to be a big noise when both teams emerge from the dressing rooms. Can you give the teams final messages or not, Matt Dawson? Do you remember from your 2003 World Cup semi-final what Clive Woodward said to you?
It would be mainly down to the players. It would be down to Martin Johnson. I think that's, for me, that's not the time for the coaches. They would be probably in their own little coaching area, maybe having a chat amongst the coaches and making sure that every single box is possibly ticked. But listen, if you're listening to the coach with minutes, seconds to go of a World Cup semi-final, it's a little bit too late to me. It's all about the players.
And that communication in the changing rooms by what you would consider to be your leadership group, pack leader in this instance, I guess, is Mako Vunipola. He seems like the daddy of the group. Rides shotgun for his little brother, physically not smaller, Billy. Billy feels better when he's around. So the conversations that will be going on, small talk between one or two people, quite an emotional time, Matt, because there's a lot on the line here, isn't there? Some really good club mates who scaled the heights together, who are now going into a completely a new experience for them.
And they've been looking for a new challenge, haven't they? The Saracens guys have battered the domestic league. They've battered Europe. Where do you go? This is going to be preying on their minds. That this is, if those Saracens players were never to win the World Cup, it would haunt them, because they've been that high. They have been to the top, or they've been to the top of everything other than the World Cup. They have to win this game.
Completely agree. Yeah, I think this is their time. It's the best England squad on paper since the 2003 lot, miles better than the ones that have come before, and players with winning experience who are banging form. So, as Matt just said, I think this is England's time. If they are going to take that next step and move into English rugby legend, it starts this afternoon.
Who needs to have a big game here today for England? Tuolangi, maybe. He was a handful, to put it mildly, when England last beat the All Blacks in 2012. Some more of the same would go down well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he is such a he's one of the crown jewels, is Manu, because ignore him and he'll monster through the middle of you, overcommit to him, and England are clever enough to use him as a decoy and find some space for their other runners. So he has two pivotal roles in attack. The biggest test will come with the pace and accuracy of the New Zealand attack, and he'll be tested to a level he hasn't been before.
Yeah, I think they're probably sorry, Dawes. I had a chat with Manu this week, and I was looking back to that game in 2012, watched it back with him on his phone, and the strange thing was that he was so, not blasé, but to him that game had long since gone. To England fans, that still lives very vividly in the memory. He was so blasé, even when he burst through late on, he was blasé about the two players he went through. He just said, I just got through two defenders. I said, well, hang on, one of them's Dan Carter and the other one is Richie McCaw, two of the finest players of all time. So for him, that game is ancient history.
Yeah, he knows he's got to step it up, guys. I mean, there's no question about that. He's played well, but he knows he's got more in his locker. There might be, you have to be a little bit careful with the emotion around it, because if you get slightly frustrated about it and you try too hard in a game like this, then actually you'll underperform. He is vital. Manu Tuolangi is vital to the back line in attack as a decoy, with ball in hand. How he reads the defence. We will see, and Grace will pick out, the way that New Zealand attack is the same format every single time, but with just different people in those positions. And it's a matter of, if New Zealand pick the right people, they are going to go through and score. That's a massive pressure for the England midfield to get that right, and a lot of pressure on Manu Tuolangi to call that and make the big hits.
And also at your emotional peak as well as your physical peak, being tested to make decisions in the moment faster than you've ever made them before. Manu sometimes goes high, sometimes throws a shoulder, a little bit like Owen Farrell. We know that players have already learned in this competition about the potential for a red or a yellow card. They're going to be on the edge of their capabilities today at times, and that will be a factor.
Yeah, it's so important that you mentioned discipline, because Matt Dawson, that has been previously England's Achilles heel, but they've conquered that, haven't they? There's been no yellows or red for England in this tournament. The All Blacks, by contrast, have had 3 yellows. That's a huge factor, isn't it?
It's a real bonus for England, real bonus, because the referees will look at it as well, and they'll watch tackle techniques, they'll look at instances. I mean, they have been a little bit lucky, because Piers Francis, I think, probably got away with it in a game. But you've got to ride your luck. It doesn't matter what sport you play. You're going to win these trophies. There are going to be defining moments that go for you when they should have gone against you. And yes, England's discipline has to be absolutely spot on. How does Nigel Owen referee the breakdown? He's 15 out of 16 New Zealand games they've won with Nigel Owens. I mean, they've got a good win ratio anyway, haven't they? But even so, he probably likes the way that New Zealand play the breakdown. So Messrs Curry and Underhill have got a monumental task, not only just to poach, but to have the referee in their pocket, to be so squeaky clean in that breakdown that when they do pounce, Nigel Owens is straight on it saying, great turnover, yes, that's England ball.
New Zealand were calmly in a huddle before they went all together, a big kind of high five, all of them. And England, they were just like caged animals in that dressing room. Tom Curry bouncing up and down on his toes. Oh, how's your heart rate now, Matt Dawson?
It's still far. I'm quite good at controlling it.
You can feel the tension in the air, though, can't you?
When you see the players walking out, and you just feel that little hush in the stadium, the anxiety that everyone is now feeling for their team. Woo!
It's actually Billy Vunipola at the head of the line for England, because he wins his 50th cap today, so he leads out England on this huge day for Eddie Jones's men. A Rugby World Cup semi-final, and Kieran Reid, the captain of New Zealand, is at the head of his men in black as they head very calmly and in a very measured way down to the mouth of the dressing room. The Webb Ellis Trophy, glittering in gold, is sitting on its plinth. We had the floodlights here flashing like we were at a rock concert, and oh boy, you can tell that this is going to be enormous clash between England and New Zealand. Don't forget, New Zealand, the 3 times champions, they're aiming to be the first side ever to win it 4 times. So, you've heard from Matt Dawson, Paul Grayson, you've heard from the BBC's chief sports writer, Tom Fordyce. Here in Yokohama, we've got the champions New Zealand against the challengers England. Commentary starts from our correspondent, Chris Jones, as the drums ring out.
Thank you, Sonia. Here we go then, the biggest game in English rugby for 12 years. Meetings between England and the All Blacks at Rugby World Cups are rare. Not since 1999 have these 2 rugby heavyweights slugged it out on the biggest stage of all. Plenty of furtive glances across the equator in that time, and now we'll find out if this England side can take a huge leap towards rugby immortality, or whether this All Blacks machine is moving unstoppably towards making further history. Don't go anywhere over the next couple of hours, and if you are, make sure you take us with you as the teams slowly, deliberately and methodically walk out of the tunnel, Matt Dawson. And is it bringing the memories rushing back of the time you played in a World Cup semi-final?
Yeah, against France 2003. Jason Leonard breaking the record for the number of test caps. So much. It was actually quite nice distraction around away from the event, but then as soon as you walk through that tunnel, as soon as you walk out onto the pitch, you walk past that William Webb Ellis Trophy and realise what is at stake. I mean, we were off the back of a pretty poor performance against Wales, and I was saying earlier about pulling ourselves off the ceiling because we wanted to make amends from that game. It needed to happen.
Well, before the anthems and before the haka, we will have a moment of silence, which will be held at both semi-final matches this weekend, in solidarity with the people in Japan following the widespread damage, flooding and tragically loss of life caused by Typhoon Hagibis. Not a murmur from the capacity crowd here in Yokohama, 70,000 crammed in as we prepare for the national anthem, starting with England and God Save the Queen. Thousands and thousands of England fans in magnificent voice. Here's God Defend New Zealand. Well, our team today on 5 Live has 3 men who were all involved the last time England met New Zealand in a Rugby World Cup 20 years ago, would you believe, Paul Grayson? And as we wait for the haka, what a special fixture that comes round very, very rarely.
Very rarely indeed, Chris. The atmosphere in the stadium is absolutely incredible. 8 minutes to the hour was sunset. We just had that lovely crimson glow over the back of the stand that's now disappeared as nightfall starts to take over, and just an immense place to be.
Paul Grayson, Matt Dawson and the former New Zealand fly half Andrew Merton's part of our team. A quick word, Mertz, before the haka.
Well, look at the response from the English here. This is exciting, isn't it? They've formed a semicircle, trying to spread out and trying to surround the All Blacks. Great response. Let's see how the All Blacks do it.
Yeah, as Andrew Merton says, England are not lining up on the halfway line. They have made a V, and the officials are telling England to get back as TJ Perenara starts the haka.
That's a mistake in my mind.
Mertens, the Kappa Opano normally reserved for special occasions. And how would the All Blacks have reacted to England's reaction and formation of that at that haka?
Well, they would have been a little bit surprised, but I like it. And I'm sure they would have welcomed that from the English. The All Blacks don't want anyone to be prescribed to sit there like they have been for a long time. A lot of teams to just sit and face and take it. We've seen the French's response at times. They've formed a flying V. They've undressed and showed their red, white and blue T-shirt colours at times. I thought that was fantastic from England. Well done. They spread out. It was almost like they were trying to diffuse that strength of the haka, which normally gets focal. It has a focal point directly in front. Sam Whitelock tried to turn his body a little bit to angle out to the left where Billy Vunipola was standing, but really good start from the English, I think.
Matt Dawson?
Well, I just hope that is not a mistake, only because it just says to me England were thinking about the haka. Just get on with the game. Ignore the haka. You're never going to ignore the haka, but do what you're supposed to do. Focus on the first job. The first job for England has been what you're going to do against the haka. That worries me.
You worried, Paul Grayson?
Well, there've been all sorts of challenges to the haka over the years, as Andrew mentioned there. When Ireland beat them in Chicago, they stood in a figure of 8 to remember their fallen brother, Axel Foley. And, you know, if it works, it's great. Richard Cockle made an almighty mistake at Old Trafford in 1997, went and faced off with Norm Hewitt, and we got absolutely thumped. But looking at Mert's face, he loves the challenge.
What about the Lions in 2005, where we went to the full formation across the field and sent our youngest up there with a bit of grass to throw? I mean, it was horrific. It was the biggest mistake we ever made.
Well, it's been a mixed bag because, as Mert says, the French have risen to the challenge and have come out on top afterwards. But then the Welsh, I remember one time in Cardiff, they wanted to do the anthems afterwards. They ended up doing it down in the bowels of Millennium Stadium, and New Zealand took them apart that day. We are seconds away from one of the biggest games in recent times in rugby union, certainly in English rugby union. The referee, Nigel Owen, says, let's get this show on the road. And George Ford actually gave it to Owen Farrell, who kicked across field. England are all in white there, playing from left to right, and the All Blacks, unsurprisingly, are all in black. And their instrumental scrum half, Aaron Smith, one of 9 of this 23 to have beaten Australia 4 years ago as New Zealand went back-to-back. He finds a solid first touch. England line out, bang on the halfway line.
England set up to kick off right. George Ford had the ball in his hands. England's second little funky play of the game, and it hasn't even started. He tosses it up to Owen Farrell, who kicked long left. Perfect box-click kick clearance from Aaron Smith to the halfway.
There's your lesson, though, compared to last week, about exit strategy for New Zealand. Great kick on the halfway.
England win the line out. Laws off the top. Ford. Here is Manu Tuolangi. I'll go through the two teams. When we get a stoppage, it might not come very soon because we've started, unsurprisingly, at breakneck speed. 5 Live Sport from the BBC. The first minute, World Cup semi-final. Elliot Daly makes the break on the outside and gets it to Anthony Watson, who's almost up to the 22. Lightning fast start from England, and Watson isn't dying with the ball. 22 for Youngs. Now here's Ford, his Leicester teammate, swings it to Farrell. They might have numbers, England. Elliot Daly goes wide to Jamie George, who's hugging the left touchline like the All Blacks hookers do. Into the 22, England. The ball is so quick. Laws to Sinclair. What an offload to Ford. This is brilliant from England. Makavillapola's 5 metres out. England need to show composure and come to the right. Youngs, the ball's a bit slow. Here's Courtney Laws. He's a matter of inches short. England pick and go again, and they score round the fringe. And it's Manu Tuolangi as England make quite simply the dream start to this semi-final.
Pace, pace, pace. Oh my goodness me, what do we say about big players stepping up? Elliot Daly taking that outside line round Goodhue, skinned him, linked to Watson, and that was the momentum. We're going to mention that word a lot today. Any team today gets a little bit of momentum, a step, 2 steps over that gain line, you're going to be in trouble.
Talks about England having to threaten New Zealand across the width of the field. They've done it from left to right, and then all the way back from right to left, and then virtually a third time. Width of passing, pace of clear out, accuracy. And they've picked out Richie Mo'unga on the edge of the defensive line for the initial break. Good stuff from England.
Owen Farrell bangs over the conversion. Manu Tuolangi took New Zealand to the cleaners 7 years ago at Twickenham, and he's back to it here. He scores the try. England lead by 7 points to 0. And Andrew Mertens, if Kiwis were worried before the game, are you even more worried after that England start?
Well, yes, it was an extraordinary start. I wouldn't say more worried, but we certainly knew England was capable of this sort of play. Have they shown it up to now in intensity like that? No, they haven't. Wonderful, but it all boils down to taking the initiative back. I wonder if that was part of the haka, take the initiative away from the All Blacks, and they certainly did that off the first set phase.
New Zealand kick-off. Courtney Laws claims there was that still a mistake at the haka then, Matt Dawson?
We've got another 75 minutes to find that out.
No, fair point, but it's a brilliant blistering England start. The kick is a bit loose and it's in All Black possession, so the first time we'll see the world champions with the ball in a meaningful position. Here's Nepo Lolala, their prop, who loses it. Maro Itoje is going sideways, now he straightens, throws a dummy and goes over the halfway line.
George Ford reefed that out, Chris.
England have it now. Daly plays at dummy half. Sinclair deep to Ford. Ford first start against the All Blacks. Finds his mate Farrell. Farrell looks right for the corner. Back goes Bridge. Well taken, George Bridge. But he's only 5 metres out. He drops it onto his left foot. Big territorial gain for England. They throw into the line out on the 22, Paul Grayson.
And that's exactly what we spoke about in the build-up. The versatility that England have with George Ford knowing Farrell. But the intervention there by Ford, got his arm in on the Kiwi tight end, ripped the ball away from him, set them off in motion into counter-attack, then 2 wide passes. Farrell all the time in the world, great kick.
He's up for it, Ford. He's right in their faces, he's making the tackles. I mean, that's a statement to New Zealand. Don't run down my channel, boys, I'm going to strip the ball away from you.
Jamie George then prepares to throw. England 25 metres from the All Black line. They lead 7-0. They win the line out. Tom Curry's in there. Underhill peels around the edge and he's over and into the 22. Carl Sinclair, England's forwards are playing with such tempo here, going into play at dummy half. England leads 7-0, they've had all the ball in 5 minutes. Youngs, 22, centre field, Ford finds try scorer Tuolangi, who almost went through Anton Leonard-Brown, who just about hauled him down wrestling style. Youngs now, Makavanapola comes round the corner. Good memories of playing these All Blacks for the Lions, Makavanapola. Here's Tom Curry, player of the match against Australia last time out. England only 15 away. I wonder if Farrell or Ford might look to build a score with a drop, but they're getting good quick ball. Youngs comes right to Ford, Ford deep to Farrell. Farrell flips it onto Daly. Daly kicks for Watson. That's a clever one. Goodhue's in trouble. Well played, Jack Goodhue. Did really well there, actually. Oh, sensationally well, Goodhue. He's made 15 metres, and now Smith wings it back to Barrett on his left boot, and he actually finds a solid touch. So that's class from the All Blacks. Goodhue rescuing the day, and Barrett taking play almost up to the 10-metre line.
Just keeping an eye on Antti Watson here. Went round into the corner trying to take Goodhue. It looks like either he's twisted his neck or he's had a stinger. He's been treated as he's been clattered in the face. A little bit of claret. Looks like he might have to go off for a stitch. It's been dangerous. They're targeting this little right-hand side with Watson up against Bridge.
Just chucking the ball in
everything,
behind
aren't
there.
they? With a variety. They're targeting the All Blacks with the passing game, with George Ford ripping the ball out before. It's not something that a prop considers as a possible outcome, running in anywhere near a 10, is it? But he's ripped it out, and then they've put little kicks in as well, just keeping the All Blacks going backwards.
England just about win the line out. Laws to Youngs, who got it away to Makavanapola, took it brilliantly. Ford to Farrell, throwing some shapes at the All Blacks, as is England's want. 7-0 after 6 minutes. Eddie Jones's men lead. They pick and go. Is that Tuolangi again? How prominent has he been? And now they pick and go through Billy Vunipola, through the guts of the New Zealand forwards. Blistering England start, we'll say it again. Sinclair's ball to Ford, a bit loose. Great pass though out to Watson, who's back on his feet and getting those dancing feet going. Almost up to the 22 England. Ben Youngs comes left to Farrell, who's gone into first receiver. Tom Curry wearing 6, and he's bust through a tackle. He's gone straight through Joe Moody there, and he's almost up to the 22. Farrell's on the gain line, deep to Tuolangi, who flips it over to Johnny May. May's now inside the 22, as England continue to attack with pace, Paul Grayson.
Incisive, and they're using multiple players to pass from first receiver. We've seen Vunipola do it, we've seen Sinclair do it. That's releasing Ford and Farrell to give it the width.
Youngs finds Leicester teammate May, and that ball is loose. That time England have lost it, so their first mistake in contact. The All Blacks might be able to go here. Arnie Sever out to Goodhue. Goodhue has gone over the 10-metre line. Lovely hands from Mwanga out to Bridge, who's gone over halfway. A glimpse here of the potency of this All Black attack. Barrett's up from full-back, finds Leonard-Brown. Good tackle Itoje, but the All Blacks have quick ball. Smith looks right, goes left. Sevu Reece has gone into fly half. Look at that footwork. He sent Makavanapola onto his backside. Smith out to Barrett. There's an intercept here to Alangi. Farrell, Johnny May up against Scott Barrett. There's only one winner here, surely. No, Barrett showed good pace. May inside to Farrell, and Farrell knocks it on. Well, what a chance for England. Tuolangi's interception, he gave it to May, and I thought in a foot race with Scott Barrett, he would have eaten him alive. The thoughts of Matt Dawson, Paul Grace and Andrew Merton shortly, but New Zealand are trying to play it out of their own 22. They've got an advantage. England have given a penalty away. I imagine the All Blacks will want the penalty, as Jack Goodhue puts it onto his boot, and there is the penalty. England have given it away, and what an opportunity.
Well, there's so much going on, Chris, it's almost impossible to pick out one thing in isolation to talk about. But Beauden Barrett throws the intercept. He was guilty of that a bit last year playing at fly half. He gets so flat and wants to release the ball so early that he's prone to getting picked off. Tuolangi read it perfectly. They got the ball through two pairs of hands to Johnny May, and for all money you would have said he'd have scored in the corner. Scott Barrett got his corner flag cover line just right. England made a mess of it. Golden opportunity gone.
I'm not sure, Mertz, where Scott Barrett got those wheels from, but that was sent from heaven.
Well, you'd think the lion's share of the speed in the family went to the two backs out there, but Geordie and Bodie. But here they go again, the All Blacks. Got some gander up now.
Well, Jack Goodhue's been a menace so far from England's point of view, and now the All Blacks are attacking Barrett, out to his brother Beauden, now to George Bridge, good tackle Anthony Watson. 7-0 to England. It has been a hectic first 9 minutes on 5 Live. England through Tuolangi lead, but the All Blacks are attacking over the 10-metre line through their influential lock Brady Retallick. Now Smith back to Beauden Barrett. Clever kick, well fielded. That was Elliot Daly showing his cricketing skills. He then kicks it down Beauden Barrett's throat. Andrew Mertens wants the ball sent skywards. Barrett obliges. That looks a little bit loose. Ford covers the ground well, and George Ford with his right wrist taped up calls an authoritative mark, and England have the clearance to touch Paul Grayson.
Yeah, and you've got to think the All Blacks, to get a foothold in England's half, are going to have to put it on the boot a little bit more. It's a nice move back to the blind side from Barrett. He might have hoped the ball would go into touch and then they could attack England's line out. Elliot Daly in good position to cover.
I actually think this sort of suits England, this style of play. The looser it gets, you've got Ford and Farrell quick as lightning with turnover ball. The ball can be across the field super quick. If New Zealand get out and get loose, I think it will be in England's favour.
We've not been able to pause for breath yet, because New Zealand have gone quickly from the line out after Ford cleared his lines. They're on the 10-metre line through their captain Kieran Reid. 126th cap for the iconic number 8. 30 metres out New Zealand, just to the right of the post. Smith scoots, switches with Mwanga. Tuolangi is up again looking for that intercept, so Mwanga kicks cleverly, and Daly, Paul Grayson, takes it out of touch, and this is a good set-piece opportunity for the All Blacks.
And that's a nice little 4-phase attack from the All Blacks. They hit it hard up the middle, had 2 forward runners play the next 2 phases, and then Aaron Smith broke back to the left and did a little switcheroo with Mwanga, who went the same way again, which opened the space to thread the ball through.
England had that covered though, Grace.
Yeah, but
that was good D.
Exactly, forcing them to kick the ball is a win for England.
Opportunity for the All Blacks here. Andrew Mertens line out on the 22.
Yeah, and it's the first time they've been up this end, isn't it? And they will be mindful of those intercept opportunities. Manu Tuolangi saw that before, coming from a long way off, but the All Blacks will still know that there was opportunity there. They were looking for that space. They've done it to both sides. They're going to start reacting and punching a few holes. I'm not saying they're naturally the better team, but they'll be responding to everything that England is doing on defence.
Listen to the noise around the Yokohama International Stadium. Nigel Owens talking to the forwards. Let's just run through the packs at least while we've got a second. Vunipola, George Sinclair, England, front row. Itoje Laws, Curry, Underhill, and the other Vunipola, Billy. New Zealand, Moody, Taylor, Laulala, Retallick and Whitelock, Barrett, Surveyor and Reid, as New Zealand have it Paul Grayson just outside their 22 now from the line out.
A little miscommunication at the front. They get the bounce of the ball this time. It goes back their way.
Just short of the 22, the All Blacks. 12 minutes gone. Well, Smith is sending up a box kick. It's a real tester for Johnny May. What's happening here? Well taken by May. Oh, he was tempted there, wasn't he, Matt Dawson, to tap and go himself. Now he does tap. He finds his skipper, Owen Farrell, and he belts it to touch. Nicely done, England. A good exit. Play almost up to the halfway line.
Yeah, well, you're seeing just some of glimpses of the tactics where it was the kick-off with Ford just popping it to Farrell or the other way around. You've got box kicks in the opposition 22. when you've got two teams at right the top of their game, they can start tinkering and really finding the niches in their opposition.
Opportunity missed, maybe Andrew Merton's line out on the 22.
It was a puzzling decision, wasn't it? And, you know, it's not often you see the All Blacks sort of rolling the dice a little bit with that sort of a move early in the game.
Well, New Zealand have thrown into the line out on the 10-metre line. They wait long, they try to maul. England have disrupted and they've turned it over. And now Youngs finds Billy Vunipola, who gets an off-the-away to Ford. Great hands to Ben Youngs. Youngs switches with Farrell. This is supreme stuff from England. Over the 10-metre line they go. They are playing with a serious amount of tempo and pace, England. 7-0 they lead on 5 Live. Ford means business on the game line. So does Sam Underhill, who was huge for England against the All Blacks last November. Almost up to the 22, the big ball carriers come in waves. Billy Vunipola has melted, but he's almost up to the 22. He took some All Blacks with him. Might be numbers for England. Farrell's ball to Daly. Can Daly stand up? Reece and Goodhue into the 22. Elliot Daly goes. What do England do here, Paul Grayson? Slightly slowed up for Ben Youngs, who flips it to Maka Vunipola.
Got to try and keep the pace in the clear out and have people running onto the ball. The All Blacks are 6s and 7s when England get some width on it.
Farrell throws a dummy, hauled down by Goodhue. Aaron Smith goes in to steal. Has he done that, Aaron Smith? He has. The little number 9, England under-resourced in the ruck. And New Zealand have it back in their own territory. And that man, Aaron Smith, what a player he is at number 9. He hooks it to touch Matt Dawson. And New Zealand survive. England have to throw into the line out on the 10-metre line in New Zealand's half.
It's a shame. I think it was Elliot Daly just slightly overran Owen Farrell there when there was a half a chance of an overlap. Farrell had to take it in, got slightly isolated. Great turnovers from both sides. This is so intense. This is high intensity. The tiniest of mistakes, I mean, are being capitalised on by the opposition. It's magnificent to see both teams on such good form.
Jamie George then to throw. England 40-odd metres from the All Black line. Their line-out's been perfect so far, England. Forward on the gain line. Manu Tuolangi. Well, he won the contact with Leonard Brown, who just about got him. Maka Vunipola, how many times he carried in the opening quarter of an hour, the loose head prop.
Oh, great run.
England now probing. Ford switches with Farrell. Owen Farrell over the 22. Oh, one too many. He tried to get the offload away and he lost it forward. What's Mwanga going to do? He kicks. No one in the backfield for England. Where's the All Blacks chase, though, Andrew Mertens? They're coming up fast. England sloping back. Ford's just outside his 22. He's keeping it alive. He finds Johnny May. Is making a run from his own 22. What a ridiculous game so far. 15 minutes gone. England 7, New Zealand 0 on 5 Live. And now Ben Youngs will look to the left and Jamie George and might just try and bring a little bit of calm to proceedings, Andrew Mertens, because a couple of times New Zealand have been stretched there by England.
Yeah, it's been furious, and at the moment it's still playing into England's hands. They've really taken the initiative away from New Zealand and sort of caught them on the back foot. And as they go again, they've put the kick up, and the All Blacks come back now.
Over the halfway line, New Zealand go. Smith, Barrett's come up from full-back, finds George Bridge, almost up to the halfway line. England's tackling is good, but they need to keep their discipline. They haven't there. Penalty to New Zealand. He's done Sam Underhill as Nigel Owens for not getting away from the tackle area. Quick ball, Aaron Smith. Barrett is up again from fullback. He's basically playing fly half. He goes over the 10-metre line. He loses it forwards. Back for the penalty, Paul Grayson. Underhill conceding the penalty on the halfway line. Probably out of the range of Mwanga, but a chance for New Zealand to go deep into England's territory.
Chance for them from a mistake in the breakdown first, just about the first mistake in the collision area from England. Stemmed from another counter-attack by the All Blacks when Owen Farrell ran a superb switch with Ford. They'd breached the New Zealand defence. They were deep into the 22 and he went for it. It wasn't a 50-50 offload. It was an absolute speculator which surrendered possession. England can't keep getting into the opposition 22 and giving them the ball back.
No, the England setup from first and second phase ball is so good. New Zealand, they don't know who to tackle. There's like 2, if not 2.5 lines of England runners, and you can see the Whitelocks and Retallick, who usually are making those good hits, are stepping in, biting in on players that are just simply not getting the ball.
And they're varying that well, aren't they? They're varying between hitting that front runner, hitting the Billy Vunipola or the Courtney Laws, hitting those front guys, and then at other times just throwing it out the back. And you're right, New Zealand is committing to those big front runners. They have to, because they've been bruising the All Blacks, and as a result there's space behind.
And all the bits we saw in England's warm-up before the game, they're putting the jigsaw together perfectly.
England have picked off New Zealand's line out. New Zealand wait for touch on the 22. They found it. Oh, but then it's been taken back in. Okay, so what's happened here is that New Zealand have thrown long. Courtney Lawes got up, got a huge paw to it, put it back inside England's 22. It was then hacked out, I think, by George Ford. But it means actually, Nigel Owens is now disagreeing with his touch judge.
No, whether you may well have been right there, but Nigel Owens had actually called it inside, therefore George Ford quite rightly thought he could kick it straight out. So that was a mistake from Nigel Owens, but the quality referee that he is, he stands up and admits to it.
Yeah, near touchline, it looks like Romain Poit here. And exactly as Matt Dawson was saying, because Owens shouted inside, Ford was in his rights to kick for touch, even though the touch judge did think that it was taken back in by England. It means New Zealand have the line out just inside England's 10-metre line. They're about 35 metres from England's line. 18 minutes almost on the clock on 5 Live. England 7, New Zealand 0. One of the best first quarters of rugby we've seen in ages. And England have done extremely well there, Matt Dawson. They've spoiled the line out and the maul. They've done that 2 or 3 times, and England now have the scrum.
Well, first point, England defended the line out so superbly well that New Zealand could only go to the front. England are saying to New Zealand, take it, have that front ball all day long. You want to go off the top at the front and throw a 20-metre pass to the back line, feel free, it's all yours. So all of a sudden New Zealand are driving at the front. Maro Itoje gets his enormous mitt of a right hand onto the ball, and I'm sorry, Aaron Smith, you could have had 4 hands and you were not going to be getting that ball off Maro Itoje.
And the reverse of what we thought pre-match was that England would be under pressure, potentially at the set piece with the height that the New Zealanders have put into their pack. It's actually the reverse is true. England's line-out work is fantastic. Courtney Lawes getting up and nicking the other one and then setting their defence at the front. Easy to defend them all at the front because there's no blind side to play down really as it goes towards the touchline. The Kiwis panicked and had to collapse it, and then of course you're within your rights to keep your mitts on the ball and trap the ball inside and affect the turnover.
Well, the forward's just getting a little bit of treatment. Our first proper pause, so I'll run through the back lines. Youngs and Ford for England. Ford in for Henry Slade, going to fly half. Farrell Tuilagi in the midfield. May, Watson and Daly, the England back 3. Smith, Mwanga, the half-backs for New Zealand. Leonard Brown and Goodhue, the centres. Bridge, Rees and that man Bowden Barrett at full-back. And as we prepare for the England scrum, another word from the former New Zealand fly-half Andrew Mertens and Mertz. The maul and the line out, an area where England have been able to get stuck into, your guys.
Yes, and the All Blacks have had to vary it. They've already had one line out stolen, and what they were at the end of the last World Cup in 2015, they were very, very good at set piece, whether it was stealing a crucial ball against South Africa. On that occasion, they're trying to shift the ball away from the real focal point, and in doing that, they didn't get the front of the maul set up, and Maro Itoje just came legally swimming through that and did very, very well.
Well, it's ironic, isn't it? We all thought that New Zealand were over-clubbing in the line-out stakes, with Scott Barrett playing on the blindside flank. 4 jumpers, maybe 5 if you include Ardy Severe and Kieran Reid. England only with Itoje and Lawes, but both of them so far, Paul Grayson, have been making mischief at the line-out. And a case in point just there as England forced the New Zealand maul and got their scrum out of it, which Ben Youngs is preparing to feed 5 metres inside England's half.
Yeah, they're playing their hand perfectly at the moment, England. It'll be intriguing to see what they go for here from this scrum, whether they try and put a double shunt on and squeeze the All Blacks 8, or whether they go for an early release wide ball and Elliot Daly welly it down the pitch.
Deafening noise inside this stadium in Yokohama. We can see pockets of white everywhere we look. Thousands of England fans have made the journey east from the UK, and as always, the Japanese fans have come in their numbers as well, clad in their red and white, and not to mention a good few thousand All Black fans as well, watching what has been so far, Matt Dawson, an absolutely captivating first 20 minutes. England still 7-0 up.
Yeah, exactly that, Chris. We would be on the edge of our seats, but we can't. We're standing. We want to stand. We want to show the emotion physically and with our voices here. Technically, I was chatting to someone out there from another team that are playing tomorrow. They think one of the weaknesses is Sinclair actually in his scrummaging and set piece. That's why Scotty Barrett has gone onto that flank, but it looks pretty solid to me.
England got a quick heel. Youngs then had to sort of take a loose ball and flip it back to Anthony Watson. So England do have possession. That's the most important thing, as Youngs finds Courtney Lawes. England in between their own 22 and the 10-metre line. They lead 7-0. Manu Tuilagi with the try. Teams often start well against the All Blacks. It's that second quarter where you routinely see the world champions come back. Young's kick is taken by Bridge, just on the halfway line. Some bodies flying everywhere as Barrett again takes it at first receiver. Is this the tactic, Paul Grayson? Beauden Barrett is almost taking as many balls at first receiver as Mwanga, who goes cross-field and finds Leonard Brown, who is well tackled by Johnny May. So plenty to consume there, Paul Grayson. Barrett again coming up to play as the first receiver, and then Mwanga's pinpoint kick, Leonard Brown just running out of room on the far side.
Your heart's in your mouth from a New Zealand point of view when Barrett's flat at the line. Almost a hint of an early hit on the box kick from Ben Youngs, but not quite. And then as Mwanga flips a perfect little chip across for Leonard Brown on the outside, Johnny May, who is just... he's turned into a world-class winger, turns, pivots on his heel, makes a thumping tackle, knocks him into touch on their own 10-metre line.
Andrew Mertens, former New Zealand fly half, what have you made of the way Mwanga and Barrett are working together?
Well, I just wonder if it's designed to attack certain defenders. So, you know, the loose forwards will probably be making that first tackle off first phase, then it'll be the tight five, and maybe they want Barrett running at tight five, running into gaps, with Mwanga taking on the loose forwards more.
England win their line out. Ford with a clever kick. He's meaning business today, George Ford, sending Sevu Reece back. Reece on his own 5-metre line finds that man Barrett, and Barrett hacks it to touch, and that's a good territorial gain, Matt Dawson, for England. They threw into the line out inside their own half. Now they're 30-odd metres from the Kiwi line.
These teams these days, they are not interested in possession. We were bleating on last week about England only having 38% possession. They don't care. They don't care about territory. They don't care about possession. It's about the metres gained over kicking. That is the statistic that they're interested in, and you can just see a perfect example there. Where's the space? Smash it down there. That's a net 20 gain. All of a sudden the pressure is very different.
England only had 10 minutes of ball against Australia. They scored 40 points. Ford, Tuilagi in a wide channel. He's tackled by Goodhue, but he's just about winning the gain line, Manu Tuilagi. England 7-0 up, 22 minutes gone. 5 Live Sport, your World Cup station, for a Titanic World Cup semi-final. The first time in 20 years these two global rugby heavyweights have met in a World Cup match, and England lead it. Ford to Farrell, clever kick through Owen Farrell, turning New Zealand around again, just as Matt Dawson was saying, putting it on the boot if nothing's on, and New Zealand now, Paul Grayson, only 10 metres or so from their own line.
England playing wide-ish off the set piece, giving Manu Tuilagi a go on the outside against Jack Goodhue. Good tackle from him. England go back the other way, and they've got players, 5 or 6 players in a shape that New Zealand are finding really difficult to cope with on the edge of their defence.
New Zealand do win the line out. They go to the tail. Reid sets it up, and Smith hacks it towards touch. He doesn't find it, does he? Johnny May takes it. I wonder whether he actually stepped out. Andrew Mertens, you had your hand up as if to say may have made a mess of it, but he's okay. It's England ball just inside the New Zealand half.
Yeah, it may have looked to May that Aaron Smith wasn't trying to find touch, in which case he thought perhaps they'd taken it back in their 22. In the end, the All Blacks were looking for it, and they now get the chance to put some pressure on this line-out because they need to win one back for their own sake.
George to throw then, just inside the opponent's half. England 7-0 after 24 minutes on 5 Live. Again, they go off the top of the line now, which means the forwards just throw it down to scrum half Youngs, who finds Vunipola. Now Youngs again. Billy Vunipola throws a dummy, gets the offload. Ford, that a brilliant set of hands from George Ford to find May. And this offloading is clearly a tactic, guys, isn't it? As Anthony Watson tries to stand up Leonard Brown, and almost does. He is looking razor sharp, Watson, as are England. Youngs to Billy Vunipola. Ardy Surveyors on that ball. He's made a meal of it. It means Youngs goes backwards, finds Courtney Laws, and they're always looking to offload the England forwards, Paul Grayson, as Youngs has Vunipola coming from deep.
They've got ball handlers right across the team. Doesn't matter what numbers on their back. Most of these guys are happy just showing dummies, popping short passes or running themselves.
England on the 22 in New Zealand's territory. Billy Vunipola's on the touchline again. He had his hand out to try and get the offload away. England are only 15 metres out here. Another try would be huge. Oh, Curry was the dummy runner, and it's gone to Sam Underhill. And Underhill's under the post, and England have scored. And straight away you feel, don't you, that something didn't look right. Nigel Owens hasn't yet given it. He's going to go upstairs and check. Curry came on an angle. Did he block off some New Zealand players? Underhill picked a dream line, went under the post, and now it's all going to be down to Marius Jonker in conjunction with Nigel Owens, Matt Dawson.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision from...
The dummy runner took the defender out. or was there no material effect on the defender-initiated contact?
I think Nigel Owens is right to let it play out and see the try. That's what the TMO is for. I think everybody's reaction, even the England team, they're still not over the halfway line. They didn't like the way that it looked. I would be surprised, Mertz, if that was given as a try.
Well, it looked, I think maybe it looked worse than it was. I think Scott Barrett has made the decision to come in on the dummy runner. Was it, who was the dummy runner there? He's made the decision to, and if Nigel Owen decides that it was that decision rather than the actual act of taking out the defenders, then I think he's going to give this try.
It was a little dummy of the pop pass, wasn't it, from Sinclair? And then I think it was it Whitelock who stepped in and initiated contact with Underhill. The only question for me is the fact that Sinclair ran round the back of the
So he's not in a position to receive
the blocking runner.
Nigel, I have a decision for you. Just give me. Hold on.
Okay. Here's the decision. Marius Jonker, the television match official.
Nigel. Yeah. So what I've got number 6, White, clearly not in a position to catch the ball and making contact with a possible defender.
And he does take out the option of a defender.
Correct.
So the no try penalty is going to be back here. Okay.
Correct.
Well, there you go, Nigel Owens and Marius Jonker going through it slowly and steadily. Owens is now speaking to Owen Farrell.
He's taken away the opportunity of a defender. So no, not please, Owen, please. So he's in front of the ball carrier, therefore it's a penalty. If he was in line, not a problem, but he's in front. No try, okay? After, no try.
Well, Owen Farrell said, can I ask you a question? And Nigel Owens says after. He's given the penalty, boos from the England fans. But on first viewing, Matt Dawson, Paul Grayson, it just had that look of something not quite being right as Underhill kind of waiting completely unopposed.
Yeah, you're almost the people involved in the collision all stopped because they were like, well, that's not right. And you can't have a decoy runner get ahead of the ball and make contact with the opposition because he's out of the game, and therefore the referees and the assistant referee exactly right, in my opinion, to chalk that try off.
Yeah, they do deep breath for New Zealand. They want to get going again, but they've got to get in the game in England territory.
They have it through Goodhue. Goodhue, Farrell kind of dropped off the tackle. It was slightly high, but okay, says the referee. Now they've got a bit of space on the far edge, New Zealand. Rees was hit hard. He then flipped it to Mwanga, who doesn't want that kind of ball. They're on their own 10-metre line, New Zealand, and there's a real difference in structure between the two teams here. As Aaron Smith digs for the ball and finds Barrett, and Barrett just hoiks a Gary Owen up into the dark Yokohama sky. Great take, Johnny May. Aussie rule style over his head. And with 14 minutes left of the half, England still have this 7-0 lead, even though they just had that try from Sam Underhill, chalked off for obstruction. Jamie George from the inside ball keeps it alive to Youngs. They're keeping so much ball alive, England. Ford with a kick. He wants the ball to bounce. Mwanga takes it inside the 22. Doesn't call a mark. Good tackle forward up on his opposite number. But Mwanga got it away to Scott Barrett. Lovely ball to Brodie Retallick. He's got Arnie Surveyor with him. Arnie Surveyor, it was behind him. But Goodhue picks it up. Goodhue finds Bowden Barrett, who is rapid. What a ball inside to Goodhue. And just like that, the All Blacks have gone 80-odd metres. And Andrew Mertens, that's more like it, isn't it, from the world champions. Beautiful interplay, and England now throw in only 7 metres from their own goal line.
Yes, that's right. George Ford found himself with no real options. He was the behind runner, big line in front. He had no support, put boot to ball, and Mo'unga constructed something at the back. He actually got scragged, but managed to pop the ball up to his retreating support player, Scott Barrett, who set off upfield. The two locks playing together, and just an indication of how dangerous they can be at any moment. Maybe a wayward pass that could have gone to Artie Savea.
The voice of All Blacks great, former fly half Andrew Mertens. England needed to win that line out, and they did. Saracen to Saracen, George to Itoje, and from 5 metres from their own line, Youngs' kick to touch. Matt Dawson is very tidy, and England have done well. They've taken play out to 30 plus metres from their own goal line. 7-0 they lead.
Lovely exit, tight angle, didn't try and get greedy. Ball back in play. England nicked it again, Chris.
Yeah, New Zealand go quickly with the line out, and England have been so alert.
They're rattled by it. That's why they're going quick, because they're rattled.
You think they want to go back to their kind of...
Well, they're trying to catch England out, and England are ready.
Oh, so many times England have picked this All Blacks line out off, the complete opposite to what was being billed in the week. And New Zealand are slightly playing with fire. Paul Grayson, Barrett finds Kieran Reid, now here's Cody Taylor, now George Bridge, tackled into touch by Anthony Watson on the halfway line.
Yeah, and it is very un-All Black-like at the moment. There's some pockets of excellence from them as usual, but they're making mistakes in the backfield. They're running ball and going for an extra pass when the pragmatic thing from my view in terms of stabilising the game, the All Blacks probably better just letting England play 2 or 3 more times out of their own 22. They really are on a knife edge, and if England pick one of those passes off, those loose balls off, put another 7 points on the board, it looks a long way back.
I know this is a few phases ago and there's so much going on the whole time. Owen Farrell's tackle, did we get another look at that? Was it I mean, there was just a moment where you said before the game, in all the intensity, some of those big hits when they're trying to bite in, obviously the TMO didn't come in, so it wasn't that obvious, but there was just the hint of, well, now just calm down a little bit. I know we're all intense and we want to make some big hits, but they're the defining moments in all of the action that could sway it either way.
And England have been squeaky clean discipline-wise in this Rugby World Cup. They've just got to be careful. Andrew Mertens, we saw there as England prepared to throw the line out. The backs and forwards for New Zealand getting in a huddle. Do you sense they're slightly rattled?
I don't know about rattled, but they certainly want to be reacting well to what's going on in front of them, and that wasn't a great decision of Cody Taylor maybe to pass that ball. George Bridge, it was a bit of a lucky one, and he got pushed in the touch.
Well, England went again off the line out to Youngs, and then England lost it, and then in turn, when New Zealand had a counter-attacking chance, they lost it. So England, it's clearly a plan, isn't it, guys? Andrew Mertens, Paul Grayson, Matt Dawson with us on 5 Live. Everything England are doing is being done at pace. They've yet to move, they've yet to slow it down. Both teams are going, razor sharp, lightning fast with every restart.
Yeah, and that's leading to 1 or 2 mistakes as we get 20-odd minutes into this, 29 minutes at the half an hour mark. England got their first line out wrong there. Courtney Lawes threw it off the top. Ben Youngs wasn't in position. The ball bounced through. An All Black player got through, scooped it up. Might have been Scott Barrett. Then immediately knocked it on and handed initiative back to England again. That's what the All Blacks are failing to do at the moment, is maximise off England's few mistakes, which traditionally they do so well.
I'm just about getting my breath back here. I hope we're not sort of rambling on too much. There's so much to discuss over this game. You've got potentially, are the Blacks a little bit rattled? Mertz doesn't think so, but I think they are. There was indecision going on in the midfield. They're sort of Beauden Barrett is running across the field rather than those really incisive runs that he makes forward. You've got a penalty scrum now for England. You feel all the momentum is with England, but they're only 7 points up.
So that's my next question to all 3 of you as England win the penalty and will clear into the All Blacks half. We know how you've got to almost beat the All Blacks twice every game. Do England have to go into half-time with more points for this dominance? Almost 60% possession, 25% of the game they've played in New Zealand's 22 as Daly kicks long. Oh, he doesn't find touch. Yes, he does. He does, because Bridges' foot was on the line and Roman Potter spotted it, and now England will have the line out around the 22. So a quick word from all 3 of you, starting with you, Andrew Mertens. Would 7-0 be a good half-time score for New Zealand? 9 minutes left till the break.
Yeah, I think for New Zealand it is. I think such has been the play and in a lot of respects the dominance of the England team that they could well have had a lot more points. I think New Zealand will be happy.
Yeah, and that period of time that England has spent in the opposition 22 to only have a 7-point return could come back to haunt them later in the game.
England not finished yet, Chris, don't you worry about that. They're not going in with just 7-0 at half-time.
Well, they've won the line out in the middle through a toe jam, and I think for the first time today, practically, they're mauling. Normally they've just flipped it down to Youngs, but now they want to see what their maul can do. It can't go very far, so Youngs scoots left, finds Farrell. Farrell just trucks it up like an old-school number 12. Here's Sam Underhill. Big tackling coming in by Ardy Surveyor. Underhill almost up to the 22. England leads 7-0. Do they need another score? However it comes, a 3, a 5 or a 7 before the interval, which is 8 minutes away. It's coming back to Ford, who's dropping for goal for 10-0. George Ford. He's pushed it right. He's pushed it right. Andrew Mertens punches the air. Good tactic though, Paul Grayson, to try and build the score.
Yeah, Dawson just touched on it. Don't want to finish with just a 7-point lead at half-time. Not a bad hit from George Ford. England just lost the shape of their attack, so there's no downside to having a pot shot.
Just keep an eye on Owen Farrell here. Got knocked to the knee. Looks like he's just running off a bit of a dead leg. physio met with his medic bib right next to him, checking whether he's all right. So important for this England side. Tough as nails though, that fella, he ain't coming off.
Another mistake from the All Blacks, that trademarked flat restart that they do that only goes 3 or 4 metres over the 22, travels low. They normally pick that off in the 5 metre channel. They've knocked it on again, giving England another attacking scrum. 25 metres out from the opposition line with the width of the pitch. It's on the right hand side. They've got 60 metres of pitch to their left to play with.
7 minutes left till half time. I can't believe we've only had 7 points. That early Tuilagi try. England 7, New Zealand 0. And Andrew Merton's England with the scrum just outside the All Blacks, 22 to the right.
Yes, and of course they're conscious. We just saw it then from George Ford, the drop goal attempt, was it Farrell, that just went to the right, agonisingly to the right. They're conscious of needing to score points, and looking back on it, how crucial, and I hope we're talking about this at the end of the game in the context of an All Black victory, how crucial was that moment with Scott Barrett setting off corner flagging and cutting off Johnny May. We don't know what Johnny May had been doing in the last 5 minutes, possibly leg weary. They can't be right on the go the whole time, wingers, but gee, that could have been a crucial moment in the game.
This is bread and butter for England. How many times have we seen set piece, line out or scrum this side, where they have a lovely intricate move, either Manu comes on the decoy, goes wide, or he takes it up, it's quick ball, and Johnny May in.
Good scrum England, Watson's in to just come off his wing and set it up. England 7-0 up, but only 25 metres out. Slap bang in centre field for Tom Curry. Youngs now scoots left, he went off on a little bit of a dart. He was immediately sacked by a couple of All Blacks. He's on the floor, so England's forwards play at dummy half, flipped along to Sam Underhill. 6.5 minutes left of the first half on 5 Live. World Cup semi-final, Wales or South Africa await. They meet here in 24 hours time. Sinclair knocks it on. England have to keep their accuracy. And Matt Dawson, that's frustration for the England fans. Crammed into this stadium, good set-piece ball, good field position for England, knock on New Zealand scrum.
I get the feeling that might be the first ruck that Ben Youngs has had to dig for and give slow ball, genuinely slow on the gain line, 3, 4, 5 second ball for New Zealand to get their line up, and that's what New Zealand are fighting for in this whole game. It's the momentum of Sinclair, of Vunipola, Itoje, Laws, other Vunipola, constantly, Underhill constantly battering the door down. If they get behind the gain line, they are going to cause New Zealand so many problems.
And the shape of England's attack has been so good. They've been able to get one-on-ones all the time, which means you're going to get over the gain line, means the next ruck is easier to win, means you're over the gain line again, and that's where New Zealand are in trouble. That's the first time New Zealand have put 2 big hits in back-to-back, and it stopped England's momentum.
Yeah, and it was noticeable that the leeches, the support players, weren't as obvious. We've seen Curry and Underhill driving guys like Laws and Itoje through that contact and getting that extra 3 or 4 metres, which has just been really important for England getting on the front foot. Shame for Kyle Sinclair just then, because I think he's had a massive half. Set piece has been really good, his lifting in the line out, his scrummaging, but also just his weighing on the game around the fringes. He's been fantastic.
Well, the only time that the sting has been taken out this game is at scrum time. There have been a few resets. The rest of the time, the ball in play time has been absurd. All eyes on Owen Farrell, Paul Grayson. He's still not moving very freely. And I just wonder whether he's going to get inside at half-time. The medics will look at him and go, Owen, you may be one of the toughest blokes around, but you can't play on. They're going to have a job to do at the interval, the England backroom team, as New Zealand prepare to beat the scrum on their own 22.
No chance of Owen Farrell coming off, unless one of his legs actually falls off.
There is a danger, though, but with half-time coming, with 10-15 minutes rest, that is the worst thing for a dead leg. You don't want to be sat still.
New Zealand on their own 22. Youngs makes the tackle. The offload finds Aaron Smith. Lovely ball out to Barrett, who drops it onto his left boot. Anthony Watson, who's had an excellent game so far, he scrambles back. England then have it. Billy Vunipola, who's been, I think, more prominent with the ball in hand today. He's made 9 carries, more than he's made in the other games. He's caught. Youngs, the ball is loose. He has to pick up. He is now smashed by Brodie Retallick, among others. Still England possession. Half-time edging nearer. Night-time here in Yokohama at 6:15 local time. 10:15 back home. Whoever you're watching us, stay with us. England aren't far away here. 44 minutes from history. and a World Cup final for the first time in 12 years, but it's still early. The lead is still slender as Young sends it from his half towards New Zealand's, taken in by Beauden Barrett. Up steps Sam Underhill to make the dominant tackle, and he gets back in the ruck. Underhill. Scott Barrett, who's had a decent game, the lock, who's playing on the flank, surprisingly preferred to Sam Cane. Reid, R.D. Surveyor, nice ball inside to Jack Goodhue now from Kieran Reid. Over the halfway line, New Zealand go. They're on the ball, they're England. Is it Tom Curry? He is right over that. He's locked on it, and Curry wins the penalty. England snuff out that All Blacks attack.
It's as if they've watched how the All Blacks play. Of course they know their patterns and their methods, but particularly when they're coming back around the short side, Grace, you know, the Kiwis love it. They love the little 3s on 2s, get that little bit of momentum that we keep talking about, and then it goes. But it's as if England are waiting for the New Zealander to go down that line, tackle one-on-one, and then pounce and go and slow that ball. They see that as a weakness of New Zealand.
And when you give the offload, if you're giving it in a tackle and the tackle gets completed, you're not in a position to support then or clear out. And because there's 3 offloads on the bounce there, they get to a point where the last tackle's made on Goodhue. The clearer can't get in because he's been involved in the previous offload, and Curry can get his head over the ball, impossible to move once he's on it. So they're almost hoisted by their own petard to a degree. The offloads were that good that eventually ended up with a man isolated and England pounced.
I'm glad we're not the only ones feeling slightly edgy today. Usually we're very calm, sat in our commentary positions, but we're standing up, we're fidgeting around. Just had a look on the monitor, you saw Eddie Jones, exactly the same. Usually he's the guy sat at the back, very rarely communicating, and the odd whisper, but he's stood up, he's chatting away. He wants this half time, he wants to have the chat.
Matt Dawson and Paul Grayson with us on 5 Live as ever. I'm going to bring in Andrew Mertens in a moment because this feels a pivotal time of this World Cup semi-final as Reid picks off England's line out and Smith flings it into midfield where Anton Leonard-Brown runs into George Ford, and with 2 minutes left of this first half, it's still only 7-0 to England. Barrett in the wide channel, look at that speed from the double World Player of the Year, playing at fullback but getting his hands on the ball so much. Now here's the New Zealand forwards and Brodie Retallick, Smith, Bridge, Cody Taylor. George Ford is up and he eventually makes the tackle. 2 minutes to half time. Still only 7-0 to England. That sounds a good position for England to be in, but they've had so much dominance they could and maybe should have more. Still New Zealand, they're still in their own half. Tuilagi's done that all day, stopping the wide ball from Richie Mwanga. And Mwanga, Andrew Mertens, has been forced to go back inside. England have turned it over, they've won the penalty. They've won the penalty. Sam Underhill this time. So it was Curry on the near touchline, Underhill on the far, and Andrew Mertens, after New Zealand saved the day from the line out, they give the penalty away, and surely England have got a kick for goal here.
Yes, you'd think so. It's an opportunity here, 45 metres out and just slightly to the left of the post. But great work from Manu Tuilagi as well, because he made Richie Mo'unga, that strung together several phases, but he made Mo'unga turn back in to the heavy traffic. Curry or Underhill, either or, you take your pick of them today, ruck by ruck, got in over the ball, and finally Scott Barrett was offside, and that's why they're all giving Manu Tuilagi a high five.
Here comes a little bit of drizzle, little bit of rain, loving it even more. Points are done. I mean, 10 is 15. If this starts just to get a little bit heavier, so tricky to play. I can't understand, Grace, why New Zealand are not, they're not hitting their front wave runners at all. They keep just flinging it wide when it's just simply not on.
They're playing too much around the halfway line. They've never put the boot on the ball, only a couple of times in the first half. George Ford lining up the kick. Farrell's knee obviously a little bit sore, so he gets a shot from 45 metres just to the left.
Well, that is telling that Farrell is giving the duties to Ford. This is crucial. England 7-0 up. Up steps George Ford. Oh, what a kick, George Ford. Has it got the distance? Yes, it has. Nerves of steel from George Ford. There goes the gong. We'll probably play one more phase. We'll probably continue. I think that's going to happen because the gong happened after the kick. But when you're not expecting to have the duties, Paul Grayson, what a kick from George Ford. Lumped it over from plenty far out. England lead 10-0 and we're almost at half-time.
Day after day, hour after hour, that's what you practice for. He has genuinely world-class numbers these days, George Ford. No surprise he nailed that.
Well, England have hacked it out. England have hacked it straight out. The ball came loose from the restart, and Anthony Watson turned around and belted it as far out of Yokohama as he could manage. Look who's quickly down the tunnel, Andrew Mertens. It's all the All Blacks. England are staying on the pitch, and it's the double world champions who have rushed down the mouth of the tunnel. They're 10-0 down at the break.
Yeah, and the All Blacks have gone straight off, make the best use of this 15 minutes. I don't think the margin will be concerning for them, but I think they'll look at that 0. How often have we seen the All Blacks held scoreless in the 40 minutes of footy? They'll be looking at that 0 saying, what are we not doing well? And they've got 15 minutes to sort it out.
Well, New Zealand have hightailed out of the ground. They're down in the changing rooms already, while England do a huddle on the halfway line. Sonia McLaughlin, we said this England team, this was their moment, this was their time to make legendary status. They're 40 minutes away from a World Cup final. They lead New Zealand by 10 points to 0.
They jog down the tunnel after a brief huddle on the pitch to an ovation from the England fans here. And in all the years of watching rugby, I'm not sure I've seen a better 40 minutes of rugby from England. It's a performance for the ages so far. Matt Dawson, do you agree?
It has been a tremendous 40 minutes, a blistering start, and great to get the try. Yeah, there is so far to go in this game. You could tell in that last 15 minutes there wasn't quite the intensity from England because they threw so much at New Zealand. But I mean, it just doesn't get any better than that. I don't think anybody on the planet would have expected England to be walking in with a 10-point start.
And it all stemmed from pre-game, England's first 2 plays, unconventional setup to face the hacker, and then a switch up at the kick-off to paint a different picture for New Zealand, to try and unsettle them a little bit and spice up the contest right from the off. What followed was probably 20 minutes of the best rugby we've seen from England under Eddie Jones. The shape of their attack, their manipulation of space, their use of their big runners as heavy ball carriers, as decoys, continued ability to create overlaps in the wide channels and test New Zealand's wide outside defence whilst delivering pinpoint accurate passing was a joy to behold. And almost the New Zealanders at 20 minutes were hanging on. They could have been 2 or 3 scores down. From an England point of view, unfortunately they weren't, but the All Blacks as ragged as I've seen them for a long time.
That was quite some pressure kick from George Ford. How much is this almost his defining hour?
He want the opportunity. George would back himself every day of the week. He'll be, upset by his change of role for the quarter-final, reinstated into that key decision-making position. Himself and Owen Farrell orchestrating England's attack, giving him fantastic width across the field. Farrell gets a bang to his knee. George Ford primed and ready to go. Carpe diem, as far as he's concerned.
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if George Ford knew that he was going to miss the semi-final, the quarter-final, and come into the semi-final. It's not far from the realms of possibility that Eddie Jones could have that discussion with him because of the way he wanted to play against Australia, because how he felt the right game plan against New Zealand was the way that England are playing. It's difficult to play like that for 80 minutes because the game breaks up. It absolutely saps your energy. It's so frenetic, as you could probably tell from listening to the commentary of Chris Jones. It's just constant the whole way through. But it's going to be a battle of the benches for me now. Who have got the genuine finishers? It's all very even so far. I know it's 7-0, but who's got the better bench? Probably going to win it.
I want to mention the forwards, particularly. There was a chorus of Maro Itoje, but he has had a phenomenal 40, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's looked back to his best in this tournament. Calm, assured, influential. Maro a year ago was kind of ragged, looked all arms and legs, and was playing beyond his limits. He's pivotal in the middle of that pack. It's very difficult to single them out, though. The kamikaze boys in the back row are just absolutely everywhere. Curry and Underhill chopping trees like you wouldn't believe, and then getting in and over the ball and effecting perfect technical turnovers in the white heater battle. The 2 props handling the ball. Billy Vunipola back to his best. That's why they're so hard to deal with, because they are 1 to 8, they can all carry, they can all pass, they can all hit.
I wonder what odds you'd have got for New Zealand having 0 points on the board at half-time. Do you know this is only the second time that has happened in a Rugby World Cup match, Andrew Mertens? You just went, oh, really?
I'm surprised I didn't manage to do it. I don't think I did. I can't remember. But yeah, it's not usual that we've seen that, and it's a reflection on the. I know, Dorsey, completely agree with you before as well that these teams don't look at possession and territory, but what it has been today is an indication of the dominance of England, and they've gone forward. As they continue to go forward, as they continue to assert some physical dominance in a way over the rucks and mauls, then the rub of the green starts going your way as well. You can start pushing things a little bit more. The likes of Itoje and Underhill can, go and try and steal the ball and maybe flop over a little bit more than they might otherwise do. But because they're dominant, they're going to get allowed to do that. And that's, they've been very, very good. They've earned that right, England.
I was just having a look at the replay of Manu Tuolangi's try, and it's the little mannerisms that, as a former player, you recall are the difference to being focused into a game and not. When Manu scored that try, Mako was the only guy to jump off his feet and pat him on the back and celebrate. The players went up to him, but there was as if there was a calmness of, yep, that's what we were supposed to do, that's what we're going to do, get back to the halfway, let's get on with it and do our job. The same when they won the game in the quarter-final last week. They did a sort of a half-hearted lap of honour to the supporters and then went into the changing room just to regroup and say, this is not enough, we want to go further.
There's a meme on social media vis-a-vis Owen Farrell having gone down in a heap. Basically, it's got a man jumping up and down on one leg, and it says, Owen Farrell, I'm invincible. Paul Grayson, do you think England can close this game out without him if he has to come off?
They'll have to find a way, Sonia. You just talked about George Ford before. If Farrell goes off, it's all on his shoulders to keep the team moving forward and manages chess pieces around the field. Farrell's hugely influential. We don't exactly know what's wrong with him. If it is a dead leg and he'll get a massage at half-time, he'll might come out a minute or two early, try and get the blood back in the legs. Didn't look catastrophic from what I saw, and the longer England can keep him on, as long as he's not a physical liability, his mental strength is something that certainly helps England over the course of the second half.
You're going to join in the karaoke now in the stadium. Take me home, Country Road.
Leave that to you, Sonj.
I'm going to sing while you go to the news. Richard Foster.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police are still questioning 4 people after 39 bodies were found in a freezer lorry in Essex. At least 6 of the victims may have been from Vietnam. Xiang Nguyen is head of our Vietnamese service.
I've heard from a credible source within the Vietnamese diplomatic community. I understand that the Vietnamese embassy have been in touch with the police in Essex, and they are going there today again to see if they can help with the identification of the victims. But my fear is the number of Vietnamese at the back of that lorry may be growing, and could be growing much higher.
A second man has been charged over the deaths of 2 teenagers who were stabbed at a house party in Milton Keynes. Earl Bevans, who's 22, will appear in court later, charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 of attempted murder. At least 40 people have been killed in a wave of violent anti-government protests in Iraq. 2 were reportedly hit by tear gas canisters fired by security forces in Baghdad. Protesters are demanding more jobs, better public services and an end to corruption. The Governor of California has declared a state of emergency in 2 counties because of rapidly spreading wildfires. Around 50,000 people have been told to leave their homes and many more have been left without power. The world's leading learning disability film festival has been recognised as a BAFTA qualifying short event. The Oscar Bright Film Festival features movies made by or featuring people with learning disabilities. It's seen a 4-fold increase in the number of submissions since it was last held. Eleanor's autistic and has a film at the festival.
A lot of people don't accept people who are different these days, even when apparently our modern day world is meant to accept everyone that's different. When I try and fit in, it's never good enough. And sometimes I just think, well, stuff that, why would I want to be like them, like everyone else?
And nearly 1 in 3 night workers are now over 50, according to research from the TUC. It says around 900,000 regularly work through the night and is calling for better protection for their health and well-being.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live on digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
That's the news. Here's Alina Jenkins with the weather.
Hello, we've got a very wet morning across much of England and Wales, particularly across Wales, the Midlands, northern and southwest England. This band of rain will be working its way south and eastwards through the day, bringing some heavy and persistent rain. Ahead of this, we've got some gusty winds across southern counties of England. Behind this area of rain, eventually we'll see some spells of sunshine developing across northern England, North Wales and southwest England through the afternoon. And further north from this, for Northern Ireland and Scotland, a good deal of sunshine around after a cold start, but also some fairly frequent showers, particularly across northwest Scotland, where they could be quite blustery, and some of those showers developing across Northern Ireland through this afternoon. Quite a temperature contrast to the north of our rain band. Temperatures will only get to maybe between 6 to 10 Celsius. Further south, it stays quite mild, of 16 to 18 Celsius, but eventually all of us will be in that colder air as the rain clears its way south and eastwards through this evening.
On the roads, Greater Manchester and the southbound M66, one lane's closed and there's queuing traffic because of an accident at Junction 3, the turn for Hollins. In Merseyside, the M53 northbound has a lane closed and there are delays because of an accident from Junction 5 at Eastham to Junction 4 at Bebington. Worcestershire and the southbound M5, the earlier accident still causing delays. One vehicle involved in the crash between Junction 7 at Worcester and Junction 8 at the M50, but all lanes have been reopened there. And on the M25, all traffic is currently being held stationary because of an accident. The vehicle's left the carriageway from the A21 Sevenoaks Road at the Hewitts roundabout to Junction 4 at Orpington. Richard Foster, 5 Live Travel.
F1, the Japanese Grand Prix.
It's not going to be enough for Lewis Hamilton on the final lap of the Japanese Grand Prix. Heading down towards 1:30 for the final time, but it's Valtteri Bottas who comes out of the final corner and for the first time since Azerbaijan wins the Grand Prix. It's victory for Bottas in Japan.
Next, the Mexico Grand Prix. Race commentary from 8 p.m. on Sunday.
F1 on 5 Live. Konnichiwa. Rugby World Cup 2019 on 5 Live and 5 Live Sports Extra.
England are 40 minutes from the World Cup final after a blistering first half against the All Blacks.
Makavilopoulos 5 metres out. England need to show composure and come to the right. Young's the ball's a bit slow. Here's Courtney Laws. He's a matter of inches short. England pick and go again, and they score round the fringe. And it's Manu Tuolangi as England make quite simply the dream start to this semi-final.
They lead 10-0 at the break, but there are injury concerns over Owen Farrell. You've been getting in touch on social media. Alistair, England are exuding a psychological advantage over the All Blacks in a World Cup semi-final. Amazing. Liam says England playing so well. How do we only have a 10-point lead? The second half to come here on 5 Live.
Rugby World Cup 2019
on 5 Live.
Second half coming up very shortly, with England currently leading 10-0 away from the Rugby World Cup. The Southampton manager, Ralph Hasenhüttl, says he takes 100% responsibility for his side's 9-0 record-equalling Premier League loss to Leicester last night. He's apologised to fans and described the defeat as horrible. Great Britain Rugby League Lions have lost 14-6 to Tonga. That's an invitational side. It's their first international match since 2007. Lewis Hamilton only 5th fastest in second practice at the Mexican Grand Prix with Ferraris. Sebastian Vettel setting the pace. Tiger Woods has a 2-shot lead at the rain-delayed Zozo Championship, and the race meetings at Doncaster and Newbury have been called off due to a waterlogged track. And Mark Chapman's going to be here at 12 noon to continue with 5 Live Sport. He'll have all the afternoon's football, including commentary of Brighton against Everton. The All Blacks are back out on the pitch. We've got some drizzle here in Yokohama. Liam was asking the question, how do we only have a 10-point lead, he says, of England? Matt Dawson, if you can you understand fans being a little bit nervous that they've had all the possession but not the points?
Never happy. Hey, we're never happy as England fans, are we? We're 10 points up against the All Blacks in the World Cup semi-final.
But is it going to be enough, though? I think that's what people are thinking. Yeah. It's the All Blacks.
We would take that all day long. You're going to be... I would much rather be in a white shirt, shorts and blue socks with white trim right now than any other team in the world. The way they're playing, they've had a nice rest, regroup. OK, it's New Zealand's kickoff, slight advantage where they play, but this first 2 or 3 minutes, Sonia, I think will absolutely dictate whether the destiny of England getting into a World Cup final is potentially their reality.
Second half to come. England with one giant thigh 13 foot in a World Cup final. Can they see it out for the full 80? Commentary from Chris Jones.
So, fair bit to report already, Sonia. We've not even had kick-off. Sam Cane on for the All Blacks and Scott Barrett off. I'm not sure if that's a reflection on Barrett's performance. He was pretty decent, but Cane is on. England have been dominating all facets of this game, and they've won the restart. Curry sets it up, Young's kicks. All Blacks now have it through Barrett on his own 22, but in centre field. Sevu Reece, bit of broken field maybe for the champions. Out to Cody Taylor, who, as all New Zealand number 2s do, just hug the touchlines. Set up by Taylor halfway, 10-0 to England. Farrell is continuing. He jogged out, really sprinted out of the tunnel as if to show all the England fans, I'm okay, don't you worry. Bridge on the far side as New Zealand link with Leonard Brown, who loses it as the rain starts to come down. It was drizzling pretty hard at half-time. Now it may have relented slightly. Nice ball, Ratalikadi Surveyor. That's better, New Zealand. Have they had a rocket from their coaches? Youngs is almost on that loose ball. Penalty, though, to New Zealand. Oh, no, it's gone to England. It's gone to England. Nigel Owens was giving it one way, and now the England fans have seen which way the arm is going. Ben Youngs was taken out, and England have the penalty on halfway. And Paul Grayson, I wonder if this is Elliot Daly timing up. He's walking up, he's marching forward from fullback.
Absolutely, 51 metres or 50 metres and a foot or so for Elliot Daly, almost dead in front. But it was Sam Whitelock, as the ball bobbled out the back of the New Zealand ruck, obstructed Ben Youngs, who was going to try and dive on the ball. Just the sort of, wouldn't say good fortune, because it was good England pressure at the breakdown that stopped the All Blacks from playing.
Matt Dawson, you're in chipper mood, Matt.
Well, yeah, listen, again, that's I'm going to say a 50-50, but you could have got away with that. Whitlock could have got away with it. But if you're going to win these games, you're going to get a bounce of the ball, you're going to get a call, the referee sees it from a certain angle, up steps Thunderboot.
Elliot Daly did it for the Lions in that drawn third test. Here he is from 50-plus metres. Has he got under it? Has he got the distance? Up to the post it goes, and he pushes it to the left. Oh, an opportunity for England to go 13-0 up, and whoever you're playing, whatever the game, that is a handy lead. It's more than handy. He got the distance, and it just faded to the left. Andrew Mertens, we're standing up. You're sitting down. You're trying to stay composed. From a Kiwi point of view, 10-0 it remains.
Yeah, they'll be very happy, the All Blacks, that England didn't get to sign the scorecard first in the second half. And he just got under it a little bit, Elliot Daly, didn't he? Didn't strike it quite as cleanly as we know him to.
George Ford's kick's an excellent one, and Daly competed. Underhill rushed up, but I think it's in England possession here. Yes, it is. England have it. Farrell just kicks it forward. I wonder if England could have kept the ball in the hand there. New Zealand have knocked on. New Zealand have knocked on, and England do have it back, regardless of whether it was kicked away. They now have it through Watson. They're inside All Black territory. Courtney Laws played back in 2012, the last time England beat New Zealand. Mako Vunipola was part of the Lions outfit that got that heroic series draw 2 years ago. Ford, he's jinking, and he gets an offload away. It goes to Billy Vunipola, not Underhill. Young's over to May. It was loose for May, but May manages to gather possession cleanly and set it up. Now will England just look to slow it down? No, they speed it up as Sinclair finds Billy Vunipola. Youngs comes left, Farrell, opportunity, Curry, it's intercepted, Sevu Reece, and he throws an offload, and Youngs gets it, and Youngs kicks through, and Barrett can't pass to anyone, and England rush up and make the tackle. What is going on in Yokohama? Penalty to England. New Zealand are off their feet. Nigel Owens gives the penalty. Andrew Mertens shakes his head. Matt Dawson pounds the table, and England have a penalty as Jamie George claps towards the England fans. And whether it's George Ford or Owen Farrell, you've got to be building a score, even though the penalty is only a few metres in from touch, Matt Dawson.
Mert, I've got to hand this over to you. You said earlier the All Blacks aren't rattled. You can't tell me that the All Blacks are not rattled in the way that they're playing that out of their own 22, 4 minutes into the second half.
Yeah, they're just forcing a few things, aren't they? Sevu Reece took that intercept as we see England going for touch. They're going to have a line out 5 metres out from the All Black line. But Sevu Reece didn't need to throw that ball. He'd taken the intercept, he'd averted danger, hold on to that, he threw it, and Ben Youngs came through with the intercept.
England have gone for the corner. They've not taken the points. They did this at Twickenham last year. It didn't pay off that day. Will it pay off in the biggest stage of all? The Rugby World Cup, the semi-final. England have also been forced into a change as May comes off, but more importantly, they're rolling on England with the maul. They're only 5 metres out. Ben Youngs digging for it. He comes round, he dummies and scores! Ben Youngs is in! Total class from the England 9, and now we see the outpouring of emotion from the England players. Is that the killer blow? Is that one of the key tries in England rugby history? Ben Youngs scores, and their lead's up to 15.
Powerful maul from England, having gone to the corner. They were in total control, gave it a couple of nudges, and then they got runners set out to the right of the maul. All the options were covered by Kiwi defenders, apart from the man who was in possession of it. Ben Youngs used them all as a foil, opened the little space for himself and sprinted over. Classic scrum half finish.
That is years in the making. I'm going to go selfish here. Oh, hold on a minute, what's going on? Is the referee having a pause here for a moment?
Knock on the maul, guys. Come on!
Oh, no.
It was on the big screen in replay, and I think that's the only way they've detected that.
Wow.
Okay.
God, well, I was going to
say
say
the ball
it anyway.
Forward in the maul, okay?
All right, nice one going onto the screen
we're
now.
having a look to see whether there was a knock-on. Oh, it looks close. Don't go on the ground.
And does he lose control of that?
Oh, he's lost. So is it Mako Vunipola gone to grab? Yeah.
It's gone to the
He's gone to grab the ball to get to the back of the maul. And as he's grabbed it, it's actually released from the player in front of him. Then the player in front of him has gone for the ball again.
Decision for you, please.
Okay, you have a decision from the Maris. What is it?
All right, so we have a player in the maul who loses the ball.
Yeah.
And then it's regathered by a player in front of him.
So accidentally.
Yeah, so you need to cancel the try, and it is a scrum to black.
There you go then. England denied by the eagle eye of the television match division, or, as Andrew Mertens pointed out, for thousands of All Blacks fans who would have seen the big screen.
The guy who gathers it is in front of him.
Here's
so
Owens and Farrell.
Yeah, but he's in front of him. So he's... Owen, please listen to my explanation. The TMO was confirmed, okay? What we looks like on the screen as well. That it comes from the player behind, loses control of it, and taken by the player in front of him. So therefore we cannot allow the try because he's in front. If he was behind him, it's not an issue.
So no try?
No try.
So they're handing in on the ball, ripping it?
No, nothing at that.
Boos from the England fans that no try is confirmed by referee Nigel Owens. You heard him there, Paul Grayson, talking to Owen Farrell, and Ben Youngs' try chalked off.
And you felt that was the game right there and then. That would have been 17 points as a lead and no way back for the All Blacks. But it's a good spot. It did go forward. That's the second try England have had disallowed.
I saw that on the screen, and of course you know what New Zealanders are like when we lose. We're straight away into the refereeing and stuff like that, so I didn't want to say it, but it does call into question again the power and the influence of local broadcasters, what they choose to play as replays, when they choose to play it. We've seen it in South Africa with Liam Messam a couple of years back. We've seen it. When are we going to define how much influence, proper influence, is being held by the broadcasters?
I think it's a great question, Andrew Mertens, but probably one for another day. England 10, New Zealand 0, and as you rightly point out, it was the big screen that the officials saw. Ben Youngs no try. In the first half, Sam Underhill no try. That one was probably more clear-cut, as New Zealand gleefully, with total relief, hack it towards touch. England still have the field position, they still have the possession, they still have the lead, but it's 10-0 rather than 17.
Some of those questions we asked in build-up, Chris, about where England could potentially put pressure on the All Blacks. Well, we talked about their back three, the inexperience of their wingers, the fact that Sevu Reece had never been genuinely tested at at this level. He's made a couple of big mistakes when in possession. He's thrown risky offloads that on your way to the top they all go to hand, but today it's not going his way, and he almost handed the game on a plate to England there when he could have got his All Blacks team out of trouble. So some of those things that we pinpointed starting to come to pass as England make some changes.
And Matt Dawson, England have had to make 2. Johnny May is off, Henry Slater's gone to full-back, Elliot Daly to the wing, and now tight head Carl Sinclair limping and Dan Cole's on, Matt, as England win the line out. Ben Young's into centre field. He's darting all over the place. Ford knocked on by England, back in New Zealand possession.
Yeah, just a little bit of disharmony in the back line with replacements coming on.
Well, New Zealand are playing so fast and loose. I mean, I think back Paul Grayson to that Sevu Reece unnecessary offload, and it's been turned over by England. What are the All Blacks doing? England fans don't care. England fans listening to us, wherever you are, you won't care. But it's England's ball. Mako Vunipola. The lead is 10 points to 0. England 33 minutes away from a World Cup final. Ford scoops it up and just passes to Jamie George in centre field. Henry Slade is on, remember. Ford, though, finds Tom Curry. Good carry from Curry. How much has he improved in that area? Now Maro Itoje on a wide arc. He's hauled down just about by the New Zealand forwards. Now they're coming again through Watson, who has been so dangerous today. Advantage being played by referee Owens. Will Ford or Farrell drop back to the pocket? No. Ford finds Farrell. Now Henry Slade steps inside Reece. Only 7 metres out. Will England look just for the penalty, or will they keep playing and try and turn the screw on the double world champions who are on the rack? Ford out to Billy Vunipola, centre field. 15 metres out England, the ball is loose, that might now be advantage over. Watson is tackled, and we're going to go back for the penalty.
Tackle off the ball.
Number 20 Black.
Number 20 Black.
Sam Kane with a tackle off the ball. It's been seen by the officials, and England, Paul Grayson, will throw this over from bang in front.
All stemmed from another turnover from New Zealand. A dreadful pass to no one across their own 22. Ball went to ground. One of England's back rowers, Tom Curry, I think, got in and won the ball again. Magnificent technique, gets hold of the ball, lets the clearer drive him away from and almost use the leverage of the attempted clear out to prize the ball free. And England back into attacking shape and pulling the All Blacks this way and that.
And it's just, we have to remember, every single player on this pitch, they're human, they're normal people like you or I, and they feel pressure. And nobody has squeezed New Zealand in this tournament. No one has got close to putting them onto the mental strain and stress that they usually put on their opposition. And like any other human being, you start to make some strange decisions, and New Zealand have made far too many of them.
Almost at the 50-minute mark, as George Ford lines up this penalty, he nervelessly nailed one right at the end of the half from way out. This is slap bang in front. This is only 18, 19 metres. England lead by 10 points to 0. It could, maybe should be more, but it's still a handy lead when you're facing the double back-to-back world champions in a World Cup semi-final. Ford slams it through. To the roars of approval from the England fans, who are on their feet, but there's still just an element of tension. They can't quite release all of that joy yet, because they know this is New Zealand, who come back from behind as a matter of course. But England's lead, Matt Dawson, is healthy at 13 points to 0.
Listen, without a shadow of a doubt, the All Blacks have to score next. I mean, that is done. England go to 16, they go to 18, they go to 20. Game done.
Another change, Paul Grayson. What have you seen? A couple of changes.
Geordie Barrett's on the field. I think that's George Bridge coming off for him.
Cody Taylor.
And they'll have a reshape in their back line.
Cody Taylor, Dane Coles is on. Started the World Cup final in 2015. Taylor's usurped him as Anthony Watson takes the kick-off and jinks out of his own 22. I'll bring in Andrew Mertens for a word in a moment about those changes, but the ball stays on the pitch as Young sends up a high box kick. It's pitch black here in Yokohama. England have it, they've regained it, and now Youngs comes back to Ford. Ford sees space behind Reece. That looks a nice kick, Ford. Is it going to stay in field? Yes, it is. Daly's got to chase hard. Back to Beauden Barrett. Barrett clears his lines, but once again, like we said in the first half, the territorial gain is all England's. And Andrew Mertens, England have the line out 40 metres from New Zealand's line. And talk us through those changes. Geordie Barrett on and Dane Coles on in the front row.
Well, Geordie Barrett, immediately you think of that cross kick, don't you? He's got the height over there, he's got speed, he's got skill, but he wasn't there when that ball came down from Ben Young's. A good box kick, the pressure went on, and the ball just bobbled around, and those are the balls at the moment that are coming up in England's possession. It was Maro Itoje who'd gone through, the ball bounced up, he snaffled it. They're the little things that are going England's way at the moment.
England again are going off the top of the line now. Young's to forward, here's Manu Tuilangi. That was pretty simple, wasn't it? 10-13 in centre field. Young's now, Billy Vunipola, what number carry is that? It's up to 13 for the big number 8. 13-0 to England as Ford finds Henry Slade, who tries to go on an arc outside Mwanga. The fly half clings on for dear life. Are England going to get a better chance of beating New Zealand for the first time in a Rugby World Cup? They lead 13-0 with 29 minutes left on 5 Live. Live at a packed-out Yokohama International Stadium as Billy Vunipola goes inside to brother Mako. Clever kick, Ben Youngs, all on the bounce. Back goes Geordie Barrett. He's got older brother Bowden with him. And Bowden Barrett looks for touch, and how rarely do we see that, Paul Grayson and Matt Dawson. The great Bowden Barrett just looking for touch and desperately trying to find it. England still have a great set-piece opportunity here with the line out in between the 22 and the 10-metre line in New Zealand's half.
England constantly squeezing New Zealand, forcing them to play out over and over again from their own 22. They're controlling the tempo, they're choosing when to give New Zealand the ball. This kick, a worse one than the last one, so England's set-piece, another 15 metres up the pitch, only maybe not quite 30 metres out from the opposition line. Incremental improvements every time England force New Zealand to clear their lines under pressure.
Jamie George to throw. Will England look to go to the maul that almost led to that try for Youngs? This time they are going to maul as Itoje claims it brilliantly the tail. How good has England's line-out been? How on point have Jamie George and his throws been? And how high have Itoje and Laws leapt? England are still mauling. This is old school England, rolling back the years to 2003. Will they do that again by winning the Rugby World Cup? Farrell out to Ford, lovely ball to Slade, kicks through for Daly, all on the bounce. Daly almost gets it. Sevu Reece somehow ended up with it, and then threw another dodgy offload, which was claimed by Mwanga, and the All Blacks are looking to run it out from their own 22. And that was so close, wasn't it, Paul Grayson, as Daly haired down on the kick through, but Reece and New Zealand just about got it.
And yet again, the All Blacks forced to play from 10 metres from their own line. Desperation stuff.
They're inside their own 22, New Zealand. Another England score could and should kill off this semi-final. They go for touch, they don't find it. Slater's looked so sharp since he's come on, and he takes it and runs into a sandwich. Half Surveyor, half Retallick. Oh, Surveyor's on that ball. That is brilliant. That is brilliant from Ardie Surveyor. He's going to get the penalty, but New Zealand may want to attack, even though they're 20 metres from their own line. Bowden Barrett, wide it goes. Coles loses it. We're going to go back for the penalty. England holding on. Surveyor all over the ball, Paul Grayson.
Yeah, and Henry Slade, the ball was partially charged down, the clearance from Mwanga. Henry Slade decided to pin his ears back and try and drive hard between two New Zealand tacklers. He got buried, Dawes.
It's headless. It was just a little bit headless from him. You can understand it because there's you know, it's all on England, and he wants to make the impact. He's come on the field. He's at fullback. He's got a bit of range to go, but he's isolating himself there unnecessarily. He could have jogged at the opposition, waiting for his support players to come and win that ruck, because that is all that England need to do. Go through the phases in the opposition. New Zealand going to give a penalty, way kick another 3.
Changes for the All Blacks. TJ Perenara comes on to replace Aaron Smith at 9. And Jack Goodhue makes way for Sonny Bill Williams. They reshape their backline. Leonard Brown goes to 13. Sonny Bill at 12. He needs a big 20 minutes, Mertz.
Emptying the bench, Steve Hansen, isn't he, Andrew Mertens? And that is some touch finder from the All Blacks. Coles to throw in. New Zealand aren't far from England's 22.
Yeah, flew pretty poorly, that kick, and the English fancied themselves of getting that back in the field of play, but it went out. Good attacking opportunity, and Sonny Bill Williams, we know they've always been very, very tactical about their use of him. Let's hope it's the right time for New Zealand's sake.
Sonny Bill Williams, a double world champion, as is this man Retallick. Dane Coles comes round the corner from a little line-out move. Now New Zealand, Sam Cane hit hard on the gain line by Itoje. Can England hold firm? We're nearing the hour mark in Yokohama. England 13, New Zealand 0. But this is a rare, meaningful All Black attack today. Mwanga out to Anton Leonard-Brown, who's been joined by that man Sonny Bill Williams. Quick ball, TJ Perenara back inside. Joe Moody, the loose head, only 15 metres out. Back-to-back world champions looking to make it 3. They've got to come from behind. Big tackle. Sam Underhill was it, who's gone and absolutely smoked the New Zealand ball carriers. Careful. Now kicked through by Bowden Barrett. Paul Grayson, you just said off mic, careful.
England committing players to the breakdown, 2-3-4. If you do that, the All Blacks switch the play and find a space somewhere else.
Perenara, Barrett's up at first receiver once more. 22 for the All Blacks. England lead by 13-0. Sam Cane, lovely ball to Sonny Bill. American football pass to Sevu Reece. Sevu Reece for the corner. Good tackle, Manu Tuilagi. Helped out by Henry Slade as well. Perenara thought it was high, and he's pointing at Henry Slade accusingly, as if to say that Slade came in with a high shot, and he's still chuntering Perenara. I wonder if the replays on the big screen will show that, but that was gorgeous from the All Blacks. Lovely interplay. Sonny Bill with an American football pass out to Reece, and a combination of Tuilagi and Slade took the flying winger out. We're seeing a replay again.
He could be in trouble here. Could be in trouble. Slade's not got his arms out. He's led in with the shoulder, right shoulder. It's low. It's on the way down. There is a mitigating circumstance there. However, there was no grace. There was no way that there was an arm, both arms involved in that tackle. This is a huge call. No better referee to make it, mind you. No better referee to make it than Nigel Owens. He's been here before. He knows the drill.
Let's clear it, please.
Yeah, we're checking to see if you were up in. Time out then.
Yeah, we're not in red card territory because, as Matt Dawson has said, it's low. There's no head contact, but it's all about Paul Grayson. Whether there is a wrap, an effort to wrap from Henry Slade. If it's shoulder, we're looking at a penalty and maybe a yellow card. And then maybe the conversation over a penalty try, even though Tuilagi had taken him out of play.
Tuilagi did so well to cover Reece. I don't think he was ever going to score. Henry Slade drove in hard right shoulder. He got his head on the wrong side.
Well, there is a right arm, isn't there, Andrew Mertens? There is a right arm.
Can I give you my view?
Yeah, well, I'm no specialist on the tackle.
I'm seeing Black actually coming in, and I'm just seeing an attempt to make a tackle from what I'm seeing here, but unless you've got a different view for me.
I think that. Yeah. So I see an attempted wrap here. Yeah. And I think that we've cleared it and we can carry on.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
So what actually happened is that Henry Slade, he kind of bounced Sevu Reece a bit, so that's why it looked a bit like a shoulder. Henry Slade's one of the most relieved men in Japan at the moment, but the tackle was fine because there was a right arm up. Andrew Mertens, are you happy with that call as Jamie George prepares to throw?
Yeah, I think so. When Dawson said before there's no better referee to make that call, I thought he was talking about me, but the point was that Slade didn't tuck his underarm and make it into tuck his underarm right under and make it into a shoulder charge. So yeah, good for me. Just look bad.
England have lost the line out. Ardie Savea scores, and New Zealand are right back into this semi-final. The first time practically all game that England's line-out goes wrong, and George has just put it into the bread basket of Ardie Savea, who couldn't miss. And New Zealand, it's taken them 56 minutes, but they're on the board, and they've scored, and the lead is down to just 8 points.
And there's no excuses there, guys. They've had a break. They would have known what the line-out was going to be. They've called it. I mean, it's not even gone anywhere near the jumper. It's a missed time. Maratozi's not at the top of his jump.
He's covered.
Oh my goodness me.
This is an enormous conversion in the context of the game for Richie Mo'unga. He is 13 metres in from the right-hand touchline. He's dragged the ball back outside the 22, probably 25 metres out. He's a very good goal kicker. But England with a precarious 8-point lead, even more precarious if he puts this over and it drops to 6.
Well, this is why it is so hard to shake off the All Blacks. England have been overwhelmingly dominant for almost an hour, but Richie Mwanga can take this to 13-7. He's kicked it, Andrew Mertens, he's kicked it. England 13, New Zealand 7. It might be a gift, but could it be the gift that New Zealand need to keep their World Cup dream alive?
Oh, very, very important. You've got to say it's a soft try, it's a fortuitous try for the All Blacks. England will not be happy, but it doesn't matter, it's on the scoreboard. And that was a really good kick from Richie Mo'unga. Elliot Daly was lining up to give that absolute death, and he only got halfway because Mo'unga went off the short run. Very, very clinical with the kick.
I just saw Retallick. Retallick was competing with Maro Itoje, and that split second of George would have thought, oh, this has got to be spot on, just over the double top.
Well, if we cast our minds back to Twickenham last year, as Barrett from the restart finds his touch and England will throw into the line out just inside the New Zealand half. England had a 15-0 lead at Twickenham last year. New Zealand won 16-15, 13-0 here. It's now 13-7. It's often said, Paul Grayson, you need to beat the All Blacks twice. England need another wind. They need another wind as we go towards the final quarter.
They got to get back to dominating possession and pulling this All Black defence backwards and forwards across the field. Don't stop playing.
What a noise in Yokohama. Ben Youngs to George Ford on the gain line, Tuilagi into Sonny Bill. What a meeting of man mountains. Youngs to the right, Ford, Henry Slade on a direct carry. England just not quite with that same shape and intensity of the first half, but who can blame them? That would have taken it out of the men in white. England have it inside the All Black half. Now back to the halfway line, Farrell inside to Itoje. Can England go through the phases, maybe milk a penalty, just to take the sting out of the All Blacks, who'll be cock-a-hoop after that try? Swing low, sweet chariot, but it's not as loud as it was in Oita last weekend. Ford, is that a clever kick? It's just holding up for Barrett inside the 22. Slade, what a tackle! Underhill! Underhill has just upended Barrett, and he's knocked on, has Barrett. And England have it, there are numbers, they've got to move it. Ben Youngs out to Tuilagi, he's got Daly outside, Daly steps inside. Despairingly tackled by TJ Perinara. England only 5 metres out. Advantage over for the knock-on. Can they try and kill off this semi-final? Billy Vunipola runs through Coles. 4 metres out, England. An hour gone. They lead 13-7. Have they got the shape? Have they got the accuracy? Mako Vunipola from Ben Youngs' pass. 3 metres out. They pick and go round the corner. The England forwards. Cruz is in there. It all started with Underhill's tackle on Barrett. Underhill's now in there helping out Billy Vunipola. 19 minutes left. Youngs has a posse of forwards to the right. He's been denied a try already. Ben Youngs winning his 94th cap. Advantage to England. Will they throw caution to the wind? They need to flood to the right now. Youngs, he goes deep. Henry Slade is outside, but Ford knocks on. It was a low pass. And now surely, even though I thought England were kicked to goal when they actually went to the corner and almost scored, surely this time Paul Grayson and Matt Dawson, you've got to take the points just to the left of the post.
There will be no question whatsoever. This is a 6-point ball game right now. Building a score is crucial. They take the 3, they take it to 9, they just take the sting out of that try from Ardie Savea. What on earth was Geordie Barrett running into the tackler in the world in his own 22? What are you thinking there?
Build-up of pressure, isn't it? England repeatedly forcing New Zealand to get out of their own 22 over and over again. Ford popped the ball in, nice little kick, found grass. Barrett flat out made a mental error.
A word from Andrew Mertens in a moment, but let's see if George Ford can kick his 3rd penalty of this semi-final. England need 13-7. 16-7 would feel a lot better after that Ardie Savea try. Don't know about you guys, but my WhatsApp threads are going nuts. Reports from back home, people feeling sick. I'm not okay is the latest one that's come through. Is that the feeling everyone's got at home, on the road, wherever you're listening to us? 18 minutes for England to hang on. And we've got to do it all over again tomorrow with Wales in the second semi-final. Ford for 16-7. He's got it. Didn't look like missing. What a day George Ford is having. And Andrew Mertens, once again, the resolve of this All Blacks machine is being tested. England 16, New Zealand 7. Only 17 minutes left of the semi-final.
Yes, it really is, and we saw the response there, just the clutch decision from Geordie Barrett. Good kick, as Paul said, a good kick from George Ford to make a ball land in between the Barrett brothers, and they just couldn't get it right, and then trying to flick the pass off to Tuangafasi, fraught with danger.
Both coaches using the bench, as you would expect. What a moment for Willie Hines. A million miles away from the World Cup squad a year ago. Now he's looking to close out a semi-final. He's on for Ben Youngs, who I think Matt Dawson has been back to the form of old. Almost scored a killer try, and just like in Oita, he's had a good game.
Yeah, he's just been instrumental in the way that England have played, the pace at which England have played. So deserved that try. But Willie Hines, he's got that age, he's got the experience, and he's enjoying playing in this England team.
32-year-old is the oldest member of this England squad. It's been knocked on by England from Hines' box kick. This is why the likes of Ben Spencer and Danny Kerr haven't been included, because Eddie Jones thinks that Hines can close out these tight knockout games. New Zealand have been bundled into touch, Paul Grayson, but back for the knock-on. It was knocked on by England as they chased Hines' box kick. New Zealand scrum, 10-metre line, inside England's half. England 16, New Zealand 7, 16 minutes away from a World Cup final, England.
And England have just shut off that short side that's such a favourite of the All Blacks. If they've got 15, 20 metre short side, they'll go back down it, back their skills to create some space. Even if they're 4 against 4, 5 against 5, they'll work it into a position where they can dominate a collision and get an offload away. They've literally done it 10 times today, gone down the short side, got nothing out of it.
It's as if they've shown the outside to New Zealand, but they've absolutely blocked the inside to make the Kiwis think that they can have a look back inside, and there's this rush of 2 or 3 players that not only have tackled them, but they've put them into touch, Grace, and it makes New Zealand look like a little bit schoolboy, because you never go into touch, do you?
No, don't get driven into touch, and it's England are 1 to 23 plus coaching staff absolutely on the same page today. Everything they've planned for, attack and defence, they've just about managed to execute.
Paul Grayson and Matt Dawson with us on 5 Live, as always. 2 men who were part of the England World Cup squad of 2003. This current crop are 16 minutes away from their date with destiny next weekend. And Andrew Merton's former All Blacks fly half, one of the greats in that number 10 shirt. When do the All Blacks, or do they ever, start to panic? 16-7 down with 16 minutes left.
Well, no, I think they've had a look at situations like this and said, let's just try and be methodical. Let's recognise that you get under stress, but let's still make good decisions. They haven't made great decisions at a number of times throughout the game, just clutching it. And now they're worried. Ardie Savea just getting some attention. If he goes off, they don't have a loose forward cover. Patrick Tuipulotu will come on, but Ardie Savea in some real pain at the moment, and I think that's an issue as well, because they're expecting him probably to come off the back of the scrum.
Set piece attack from the All Blacks.
Perenara over the 10-metre line to the left. He's got too much space to go into. Mwanga's over the 22. That was a little bit too easy, Paul Grayson, from New Zealand. Sonny Bill's wide ball, big tackle to Alangi, big tackle, and did that go forward? Referee Nigel Owens seems happy it went backwards or sideways, but the pace and intensity taken out of that All Blacks attack by Mani Tuilagi.
Yet again, Mani Tuilagi chancing his arm, cutting off the passing lane, or putting himself in a position to absolutely belt someone.
Well, England are pinching in from the outside, stopping that long pass, so Sonny Bill has gone direct. Billy Vunipola sent flying. Beauden Barrett's up from fullback. Tuilagi's again putting his body on the line. How many tackles has Tuilagi made? Plenty. It's another huge hit coming in by England. Was that a Toje? Dan Cole's on the wrong side, but England are just rocking New Zealand back and forcing them to kick. Daly has to turn. Clever kick, Beauden Barrett. Henry Slade, he slips. Sevu Reece has got him. Is Sevu Reece going to turn the ball over as well? No, he was off his feet. England just about have it. Good scrambling from Henry Slade. England now have to clear their line, guys. As Hines digs for the ball, goes back to Ford. Ford has time. Ford has poise. And he makes an excellent touch. New Zealand go quickly. Beauden Barrett to younger brother Geordie. Over to Sonny Bill Williams. Leonard Brown, was that forward to Reid? It was on the borderline. But New Zealand still have it. Underhill now with a big tackle. This England defence has been brutal and inspired. Perenara, Sonny Bill Williams, Beauden Barrett. A wide ball is a shocker out to Reece, who has to step and go inside. It was Angus Tataval who threw the wild pass, and now England have got it. They've turned it over, but it's going to be a penalty against England. Off their feet, hands in the ruck. England's defence was equal to almost everything the All Blacks threw at them, Matt Dawson and Paul Grayson, but they've given a penalty away, and there are England bodies now strewn across the Yokohama turf.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was ever going to be a try for New Zealand. Surely they would have gone back for that forward pass. But my goodness me, some of the tackles here. Maro Itoje has absolutely drilled Retallick into the final. I mean, smashed his way into his midriff, put him down. Hello. And it's just these little moments, or massive moments, you can feel the lift. You can feel the lift from the England side. These players that we asked to step up. There's a little bit of... Chris, did you see anything? Grace, did you see anything?
Well, Sam Whitelock on Owen Farrell. In slow motion, it always looks worse, doesn't it? But
I didn't see anything there.
Whitelock had just put his hand into Farrell's face after the whistle was blown. Well, I think Marashonka's got it, you know.
We're going to have a few looks at it, I guess. We asked the big players. To step up. We asked Tuolangi. We asked Billy Vunipola.
And then off
Ben
the ball,
Youngs.
he pushed the man in the face off the ball, and the penalty's being reversed.
Penalty's going to be turned over here.
Number 5. Quite clear on the screens.
Sam Whitelock on Owen Farrell. It was soft. It was soft as anything, but Marashonka and Nigel Owens have seen it. Whitelock put his hand into Farrell's face. And Andrew Mertens, from a brilliant opportunity for New Zealand to go to within 5, you would say, of the England line. They've given the penalty away, and now we're looking at the last 13 minutes with England going into New Zealand's half, still with that 16 points to 7 lead, Mertz.
Yes, and that's when it starts coming into your head, is this just not meant to be? And that's when people start pushing passes even more, trying to win the game with one action. So, you know, a little bit silly, everything looks worse, as you say, in slow motion. But this is what the All Black defence often does to teams. Teams that haven't beaten them, like Scotland, might get through the phases. All of a sudden, one tackle, huge tackle comes out, and that's what Itoje's done today. It's what Manu Tuolangi has done today, just to stop them in their tracks.
Maro Itoje, we just saw a replay of his thunderous tackle on Whitelock. I wonder if that was lingering in Whitelock's mind as he was showing that little bit of frustration. It was soft, but both officials were in agreement. Penalty England. Now England have it on the 10-metre line. And we're getting at the stage, aren't we, everyone, that another England score puts them into the final. Well taken, Itoje. Retallick really competed. It means England have a hole in the line out to drive through, and they're doing just that. The England maul has gone 5 metres. 35 metres now from the All Black line. Hines back to Farrell. Advantage being played by referee Owens. Side entry on the ball. England will have a chance to go 19-7 up. The arm is still out from Owens. What will England do? Ford wings it to Farrell. Lovely ball to Billy Vunipola in the wide channel. He goes past Surveyor, who clings on well. Counter up coming in by New Zealand. No advantage. All Blacks in at the side. And this is absolutely, Matt Dawson and Paul Grayson, an opportunity for Ford or Farrell or Daly to take that lead out, well, to 12 points.
And you've got to think about where it came from. The All Blacks were in the England's 22 or just on the edge of it. They had won a penalty. It was their chance to go for a 5-metre line out, get potentially within 2 points of England. They find themselves giving a stupid penalty away, Whitelock, and then backing it up again.
Nigel Owens talking to Kieran Reid, the All Blacks captain.
Final, an official warning. If I have other infringements down here, because they're mounting up, it's going to be a yellow card for somebody, okay? So go and have a word, and I'll restart the clock. Everything else will be refereed, don't worry. Go and have a word. Thank you.
England's maul there, like I don't know how many ton truck it was, but it was a lot. The torque and the traction that they were developing just blew the All Blacks away. There is no way the All Blacks could have stopped that without giving a penalty away. They have been demolished up front. This England pack have been utterly superb. But before all the mayhem ensues, whether it's a New Zealand comeback, whether it's an England win, this fella right here, George Ford, what do you say about him? Certainly what I've said about him. Give me the big games. Show me what he can do in the big games. And he has been brilliant today. brilliant off the tee, out of hand, directing play, making tackles, turnovers, reefing props, the ball from the props. I mean, it's been scintillating to watch. It's been a pleasure.
Once and for all, stepping out of Owen Farrell's shadow, you feel today, George Ford. This is a tough kick, though. 16-7 England lead. He's only about 12 metres in from touch, in front of us here in Yokohama, pitch black, as Ford looks deliberately at the post. Only 11 minutes left of this semi-final. Ford, blue boots, up he steps. Shuffles towards the ball, the strike's a beauty. I think he's nailed it. Yes, he has nailed it. That's magnificent from George Ford. And is that the kick that sends England into the World Cup final and a date with destiny? George Ford's kick is magnificent, and England's lead is up to 12, and we're almost in the final 10 minutes now. England 19, New Zealand 7 in this semi-final.
And that horrible feeling you have when you're only one score away from the All Blacks, that they're going to come snatch victory away from you, is ebbing away. 10 minutes to go, England in control.
And they've lost it, New Zealand, from the restart. Who else but Tom Curry is on it, and England fans now are on their feet, and maybe they're not nervous anymore. Maybe they're going to enjoy this final 10, because 19-7 is a big lead when you're going towards the final 10 minutes, Paul Grayson. As New Zealand threw Barrett Hackett downfield, across comes the man of the moment, George Ford.
Like a cat with a mouse, forcing them back, making them play out, do it again.
He sends a towering Gary Owen up Ford. Sevi Reece is by himself, so he's got an easy catch and goes over the 10-metre line, the All Blacks winger. But we've got to keep reiterating the score. It's 19-7 to England, and they have been absolutely dominant for 70 minutes. What have the All Blacks got? Kane over to Reece, but they're still deep inside their own half. Now Reece almost gets away. Lovely ball to Perinara, now to Coles. This is what the All Blacks have got. Coles is tackled, but he's got inside the 22. They're not beaten yet, the world champions. England, though, have won the penalty. Magnificent work on the floor. Mark Wilson on as a replacement. I don't know how he's done that, Mark Wilson, but he has.
Not legally.
And Andrew Mertens, he has forced the penalty, and you said the All Blacks will get at the ref if they're going to lose, and you reckon he was off his feet there?
No, I reckon it was a ruck form, but doesn't matter. England has scrambled so incredibly well there. The All Blacks have had few forays down there, and they've just been shut down. They haven't really looked like scoring, and same again. And the perception from referee Owens is that it's all above board, and that's credit to England. Well played.
Yeah, I mean, what an impact that is. If you're going to come on the field, it's very easy to get carried away with the atmosphere and the energy and the adrenaline coursing through the veins of I've got to make an impact. It's got to be the right impact. Mark Wilson, spot on. Yes, it was a bit close. It could have gone either way, but it went England's way. It was the right decision. Relieve the pressure.
And England win the line out through George Cruz, and they're mauling, and they're making the All Blacks look mortal, and they're marching them back towards the halfway line. They're still going, England. Cole and Itoje and Wilson and Cruz. The replacements are making an impact. Here's Willie Hines. Will he kick himself? Yes, he will. England just playing territory. Only 8 minutes left on 5 Live as Reece takes it. Who's up there? Is that Tom Curry once more? It is Curry. Unbelievable stuff from the sailman. Penalty, though, to New Zealand. Perinara goes quickly. Cruz makes the tackle. He was just about back 10 the Saracens lock. Therefore, New Zealand, they go from one Barrett to the other, now over to the far side. Stepping inside is Anton Leonard-Brown. Over the halfway line he goes. It's 19-7 to England. New Zealand's only points coming from an overthrown England line-out. Perinara, he's trying to spark up the All Blacks. Nice ball to Sonny Bill Williams. He is tackled by Owen Farrell, who heroically is still on the pitch. He seems to have been limping from one of the opening few moments. And Cruz is up there making the tackle, and the ball is loose for New Zealand, and Perinara gives it to Geordie Barrett, and he's hauled down. Curry is there again. This guy is something else, Tom Curry. Sonny Bill Williams, but look where they are on the pitch, Matt Dawson, still inside their own half, New Zealand.
They don't seem to be able to create an overlap. Look, they're putting him into touch. What a tackle that is. Put Surveyor into touch from 5 yards away from the touchline, in England. Itoje, Wilson, Daly Farrell again, Billy Vunipola smashing him into touch. I haven't seen a genuine All Black overlap for 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Absolutely relentless in defence, England. Such as their physical capabilities across this team. Every channel that the All Blacks try and get down is met by a whomping great hit from someone. Farrell was right in the middle of that, got in and underneath Surveyor, helped by Billy Vunipola. England there's a white blanket across the full width of the field. New Zealand creating nothing, chasing shadows.
And there's a white blanket, Paul Grayson, the full width of the Yokohama Stadium, and they're on their feet and they're singing Swing Low, and they're invoking memories of 16 years ago in Australia when England won the Rugby World Cup. It's still only a semi-final. They have the final next weekend, but this England team is looking every inch the world champions. 6 minutes left, the lead is 12. New Zealand have to score 2 tries, and there might not be time to do it as Jonathan Joseph comes on for Manu Tuolangi. Matt Dawson, who is just praying as he comes off the pitch, and Tuolangi, all those missed years of rugby, another magnificent performance against New Zealand from the centre.
And stepped up, no thrills and spills, Chris. Did his job today, did his job supremely well.
Both sides of the ball, Tuolangi, brilliant. And England do win the line out. And we're getting at the point, aren't we now, guys, that there might not be time for New Zealand to score 2 tries. 6 minutes left, England 19, New Zealand 7. Rees has lost it, then it's been knocked on by England. If England had scooped that up, then they would have had a scrum in between the 22 and the 10-metre line. It will be a scrum, but Paul Grayson, it'll be to the All Blacks.
And yet again, another pinpoint kick fails to be diffused by the New Zealand back three. We asked those questions before the game. We've had the answers. Sevu Rees has not had his finest hour. 2 of 3 average offloads, not commanded the airwaves on his side of the field. Easy out for England to go after him again.
Yeah, sorry, you know that, okay.
And realistically, we have a quick look at the monitor. Although possession's evened up 54-46 in England's favour, England have been in total control.
Territory-wise, it's not been a contest. England have had so much ball in New Zealand's 22. And listen to the noise. I think the England fans are preparing to party now. Only 5 minutes left. New Zealand have to score now. Leonard Brown tackled just short of halfway. Perinara comes to the left. Barrett's hugging the touchline. That's the younger brother, Geordie. England just need to keep their shape and their discipline, Matt Dawson. Penalties might be the only way New Zealand have a sniff here as they run out from their own half. Leonard Brown tackled.
There's still no overlaps. Yes, they look threatening individually, but as long as England make one-up tackles, one-on-one tackles, New Zealand are going nowhere. Look at the white wall across the field.
It looks like England have 20 players on the pitch. 19-7 they lead, 4.5 minutes left. Barrett forced a kick. What's the bounce going to do? Well gathered, Willie Hines. Superb from the scrum half. And he finds Watson. And Watson's got a head of steam up. And he's got that right-footed jink. And he's almost up to the 22. Oh, Cowan Dickey needed to play scrum half there. He overran it. Now he's got it. I don't know why New Zealand didn't play it. Cowan Dickey's almost up to the 22. Hines comes left. Billy Vunipola. Ford is jinking, finds Dan Cole. Not quite Carl Sinclair, but a decent trundle nonetheless. Hines to the right. Joseph
Here we go.
Out to Curry. Luke Dickey and Wilson now on the far side to Watson. 5 metres out, England. Can they get any kind of ball? Geordie Barrett's on the wrong side. Now he rolls away. 3 minutes left. England heading to the final. Luke Dickey drives on. He's made an impact, as have all the England replacements. Perinara's gone to play it. And referee Owens was happy, but we're coming back for the penalty from that ruck when Cowan Dickey went in. New Zealand slipped offside. And what do you do? What do you do here, Matt Dawson? You've won a World Cup. Do you kick for goal to make total sure, or do you spend the last few minutes of this semi-final camped in All Black territory?
You kick the 3 and you take every single second of your 60 that you get to go for goal. Take your time. Please do it. Somebody kick for goal, for goodness me. Just kick for goal. Get the clock down. Point at the post, please, Nigel Owens. Nothing other than 3 points. And do you know what? Even if it's not 3 points, it will probably go dead. They'll have to drop it out. Another minute and a half. Game done. England in a World Cup final.
12 years since England have been at the main dance, at the big event. They lost to South Africa in 2007. That was against the odds, that was under the radar. But England have smashed Australia and they're smashing New Zealand. And George Ford, who has been at the heart of this performance, is lining up the kick at goal. And you kind of feel whether he gets it or not, England are back here next weekend for the final, because the clock is ticking and it's still ticking, and all around the ground we see England fans standing up, clutching the red rose on their chests and celebrating an historic victory, the first over New Zealand in a World Cup ever. England 19, New Zealand 7. New Zealand need to score twice. They only have 2 minutes, and Ford can put this to bed now. 5 metres in from the touchline. He's been magnificent today, George Ford. Up he steps. As he got it, he's just slid it to the left. But the clock is still eating down to the point that they have to run it out, New Zealand. There goes Bowden Barrett. 40 metres in a flash. He offloads to Perinara, out to Sonny Bill, but the clock is still ticking. Was that a forward pass? Play on, says referee Nigel Owens. Mwanga flings it, almost despairingly. They're still going, New Zealand. Patrick Tuipulotu there, but they know their reign of world champions is ending here in Japan. Retallick, England still tackling, and look where New Zealand are. The wrong side of the pitch as far as they're concerned. Sonny Bill, good offload, but Rees has no space, and New Zealand are flinging it, and it's gone straight to Billy Vunipola. And England can enjoy these final 90 seconds. Dan Cole went to pass, he's far more comfortable with his head down. 1 minute left, England 19, New Zealand 7, Matt Dawson.
Right, I mean, I know you're going to run the clock down and just truck it up, but I just wanted England to score a try. They deserve to be 24, 26 points up with this type of performance, but you're just going to see you've got an easy comms to finish for you, Jonesy.
Black shirts flying all over the place, but it's in vain. Swing Low Sweet Chariot, the soundtrack, into the final minute. A famous night in Yokohama. The All Blacks counter-ruck. England trying to run the clock down, back with New Zealand, but there just isn't time for them to score twice. George Ford makes the tackle. What a game Ford has had. His coming of age. The main man wearing number 10 today, kicking the goals and leading England to a brilliant win. 19-7, everyone's on their feet around Yokohama. 25 seconds left. Can England finish in style, keeping the All Blacks at bay, as they've done for 79 minutes and 45 seconds? The England fans are going to start counting the clock. We're edging towards the final 10. Sonny Bill, wild offload. The All Blacks are gone. Sam Cane is tackled by Billy Vunipola. England are going into the World Cup final here. Matt Dawson claps. There goes the gong. Look at the white shirts on their feet. Perinara. New Zealand are static, and England are smashing them back right to the last. Andrew Mertens is clapping out of appreciation for this England effort, and it's a wild ball from New Zealand, who look lost. What a team they've been for 2 World Cups, but they have been resoundingly beaten here. Sonny Bill is smashed. Joe Marler's in there, as is Cole. New Zealand are back on their own 22, Paul Grayson and Ardy Surveyor.
And going backwards, they want the sweet release of a knock-on the final whistle.
It's knocked on, and it goes back to the captain Farrell, who tried to kick it off, and Sonny Bill Williams has taken it, but Nigel Owens had the knock-on for New Zealand. He's called the knock-on, and he's called the full-time whistle. And England, men and women, all around the Yokohama International Stadium, rise to celebrate one of the most authoritative, dominant and famous victories in English rugby history. They have crushed New Zealand, and they are marching inexorably towards another Rugby World Cup final. Does it get much better than this? Maybe next weekend for England. They have thumped the All Blacks for the first time in the Rugby World Cup. Final score, England 19, New Zealand 7, Matt Dawson.
England fans, get on the internet, book your flights, get your hotel rooms and get yourself to Tokyo, because England have got the most incredible opportunity of getting hold of this trophy. Yes, they haven't got it. They've got one hand on it. And either South Africa or Wales will be challenging, but can we honestly see anyone taking these boys on next week?
England have reached a level there today that we could only dream of when you go through England's team, we asked them to have 10 out of 10 performances each, and that would be enough to get past the New Zealand team. They've exposed the All Blacks. They've found the weaknesses, ruthlessly kept the ball away from them in the opening 20, tore through them this way and that, and then the second half, their kicking game and their strategic play, led by George Ford, strangled the life out of a witless All Black team who've been put to the sword by England.
Not huge celebrations from England as Wonderwall plays around Yokohama. The celebrations aren't of world champions because they know they've got 80 minutes and an imposing opposition in South Africa or Wales in the way. But before we hand back to Sonia McLaughlin, Andrew Mertens, when Matt Dawson said England looking like world champions, you nodded your head.
I just thought they were absolutely outstanding from 1 to 23 today. Absolutely sensational. Yes, they made the odd mistake, but they were just huge. Itoje, amazing. The front row was awesome. Curry and Underhill were absolutely everywhere. And just to see All Blacks with that much vaunted attack just going backwards in those tackles was incredibly impressive.
Their reign is over. New Zealand have been beaten by a simply stunning England performance. England troop off, handshakes all round. The game played in outstanding spirit, but absolutely no doubt the better team and the deserving winners, Sonia McLaughlin. It's England who are in the World Cup final. They've beaten the All Blacks 19 points to 7.
And yes, it's true, they absolutely are. History made by Eddie's England into a final for the first time since 2007, and a first ever win over the All Blacks at a World Cup to boot. And I've now got visions of England fans dancing around their living rooms, around their kitchens, singing in the car. Wow. Matt Dawson, you were optimistic before this match about what England could achieve. Have they surpassed your expectations with that performance?
I think that's what we expected from this team if they were going to play 100%. We know that they can defend like their lives depend on it, like Tasmanian Devils. Even to the last second, they weren't happy with New Zealand scoring a consolation try. They wanted to shut them out. They'll probably be devastated that New Zealand scored a try with an overthrow. Their organisation, their tactics were just totally, they were the first class. Yes, there was the odd, of course, every game, no game is perfect, every game there's a mistake, but their overall tactics, their selection, Eddie Jones, coaching staff, John Mitchell, all the rest of them, the players, the subs, the non-playing players as well, everyone has nailed this today, utterly nailed it.
You've been saying this wasn't just a win, this was a complete dismantling of the best team in world sport. That's Jamie Paul, an exquisite 80 minutes of rugby from England against the world's best. Or are we the world's best? Question mark. Never looking like losing that lead. William, one of the great performances, one of the great days. Lots of greats there from William, but he's right, isn't he, Paul? How great was that from England? Paul Grayson.
There are pockets in that game where it's just about as good as it gets. Think about England's opening play where they knocked the ball up the middle and they'd clearly done their homework. They managed to get Elliot Daly on the outside of Richie Mo'unga, second last defender. Clean line break with your first attack. They then went the width of the field with two massive passes from Ford and Farrell. They've got Jamie George running the outside channel. They recycle the ball. Courtney Lawes pops to Sinclair. Sinclair hits and pivots and offloads to George. Gives it to Mako Vunipola. Courtney Lawes knocks it up one more time and Manu dives over. Impossible to defend when you're using those resources that well.
That roar as England go into a huddle just below us on the touchline here was because Owen Farrell stepped forward to do his flash interview on the side of the pitch. Oh, goodness me, that was just breathtaking. Have we ever seen, do you think, the All Blacks dominated in such a fashion before? From start to finish?
I mean, it was comprehensive. It really was. And, we're going to sound like a couple of arrogant pommies here. I know we are, but it was comprehensive from minute one, from the moment they did that little switch pass kickoff, or maybe even further, maybe the haka where it was they were mentally in the right spot to throw something at the All Blacks. But whatever they threw at them, whether it worked or they didn't, they just went on to the next job. But the pressure that England built onto New Zealand, you started to see New Zealand crack. where was Beauden Barrett? Where was Kieran Reid? Where was Retallick? And that's not a reflection on them as a player. It's a reflection on how good England were on how they marked those players and put them out of the game.
Andrew Mertens, former All Blacks fly half. Steve Hansen's just doing his interview now that goes out across the public address system here, so you can probably hear it in the background a little bit. The emotions must be going through him right now?
Yeah, well, there's disappointment, of course, and there's just, I guess, dejection, desolation. A lot of DEs, aren't there? I probably shouldn't even be talking because it's England's day, and I'm amongst, 4 English people. This is your day. This is where you should be celebrating. But, as a New Zealander, take your hat off to the English team today. They were absolutely outstanding. They deserved probably more tries than they got. Their attack was good. Their defence was good. Little things like Anthony Watson on the wing, fantastic on defence. Herding that ball out to the outside, made one tackle, at least one tackle, maybe two, that took the ball across the touchline for an English throw-in. Almost on another couple of occasions, he was just fantastic. But right throughout, you couldn't pick an English guy who didn't stand up today and perform.
Yeah. The kamikaze kids is what we like to call them, Curry and Underhill. There was one tackle that Sam Underhill made on Beauden Barrett. He stuck Beauden Barrett into a week next Wednesday. Just 16 turnovers. Was that the key to this game in many ways? The breakdown. England just got it right in that area.
Of the two teams today, England and the tactical plays that they made, England got it absolutely right, and they managed to expose New Zealand at the breakdown. The quality of some of the tackling, you were never 2 passes away from a dominant hit by an England player, and they picked when to go in and compete almost perfectly. And the other part of it, Sonia, is that it was the 65th minute before Beauden Barrett or a New Zealand fly half kicked the ball in behind England from the middle third of the field. They played a load of rugby around the halfway line and got absolutely nowhere, whereas England spent the whole of the second half pushing New Zealand back, forcing them to play out of their own third, and they mentally and physically dominated today.
England lining up over on the far side behind the posts here and just applauding the significant numbers of England fans who are still here in their white shirts and their English flags. Matt Dawson, what must it be like to be an England player right now in that moment?
Well, I'll guarantee they're not as excited as us. And you can tell that they're very calm. I think part of the process that the management and the players have learned over the years is it's all well and good. This is great, isn't it? Fabulous. But this is, you're never going to be remembered for winning a semi-final and losing in the final. It means nothing to these boys unless they win next week. This is what the pain and the anguish of hours and hours at the gym, the sacrifice you give to your family, your friends, people around you. I mean, it's a huge sacrifice to be in this team. The fitness and all the column inches that have been written about how tough Eddie Jones has worked this team. This is why we can't doubt him, because come 20 minutes to go, there's only one team in the game in the World Cup against double world champions, and that's England over New Zealand. They have got this spot on right. It now just completely comes down to a one-on-one match against the side who somehow have got a match. I honestly don't see how they're going to match England, but it's a final, so anything can happen.
And also, as you have a look around, you move on to the next thing, which is next week. I'm looking across the England players who are now on the far side of the field going to say hello to their friends and family. You want to see whether England have got any walking wounded. I want to know whether Johnny Mays, because he hobbled off, how bad that is, whether it's precautionary. Because if England can take the same 23 into battle next week, they are a formidable proposition.
The All Blacks just below us here, to a man lined up and just bowed to their fans. What do we say about the All Blacks? That's their first World Cup defeat since 2007, Matt Dawson. But it took some performance, did it, to kind of dethrone them?
Yeah, listen, it's a huge moment for English rugby. I think it's a huge moment for the world of rugby, and that just pays homage to New Zealand rugby as a whole, not just this team, the team that have been going for, I don't know, 10, 12, 14 years, whatever it is. They are an incredible bunch of individuals now. There are amazing men who have worn that shirt for many, many years and created the legacy that they have. It was always going to end at some stage, of course it was, but we should never ever forget what these guys have done for the international game. I mean, look how good England have to be to beat them in a semi-final. They haven't won in so many games in 3 tournaments. I don't think that will ever be done again. I'm sure it wouldn't be never done again. Never be done again. So it's an incredible. They deserve all the applause, and to take a bow, and the respect that they give everybody is mirrored for the respect that we should give them.
Yeah, there was concerns about Owen Farrell, wasn't there, at half-time? He went down in a big heap, but he was almost looking like he was on one leg at one point. But Owen Farrell's not going to come off in a World Cup semi-final, is he? No, he saw it through to the end, and we can hear from the England captain now.
Victorious England captain Owen Farrell. Now just tell me, Cap, right from the get-go in the haka, the boys up for it, weren't they?
Yeah, look, it's a big game. It's a World Cup semi-final against the All Blacks. It's as big a game as you can get in this stage, and we felt like we prepared well, and we started the game well.
Talk about starting the game to score within 2 minutes must give you huge confidence.
Yeah, look, all these big games, teams get physical. They go at each other from the off, and we knew that was going to come our way, and we wanted to make sure that we were playing that game too.
One thing we saw tonight that was evident, your front rowers in particular, taking the ball to the line and giving those late balls, showing a bit of skill tonight.
Yeah, look, we've got a number of ways of playing. We've got a big, powerful pack, but as you said, they can use the ball as well. We want to play to space, and tonight we did that well.
Rugby World Cup final, Japan 2019, how's that sound?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. It's brilliant to get there. It's brilliant to be a part of, obviously, and we'll enjoy this win first. But we'll make sure we prepare well now.
Good luck next week, eh?
Thank you very much.
Crowd here enjoying the chorus of Hey Jude. You get the feeling that the party is only just starting here in Tokyo this Saturday night. Andrew Mertens is here, former All Black fly half. George Ford was outstanding today for England in your old jersey, the number 10 shirt. How impressed were you by him?
Oh, very, like all of the English players, and it was a different sort of game that England needed to play from last week. Last week was about bludgeoning Australia. This week they needed to be a bit more subtle, a bit more, I guess, creative, have a little bit more guile about the attack, and he got given a great platform. Those
Andrew,
guys going forward.
I hate to interrupt you, but it's for a very good reason, because we're going to hear from the coach of the moment, Eddie Jones.
Eddie Jones, congratulations, you're live on 5 Live Sport. Where was the decisive area for you in that game?
Well, what we've done is earn another week in the comp, which is great. We're excited about that. I thought our tactical discipline was good today. Our defence work rate was good most of the time. A couple of times we knocked off, but good most of the time. I thought when we had opportunities to attack, we attacked well, but we missed a couple of opportunities that we'll be disappointed with.
How did it feel to have won? The crowd loved it, the players looked pretty happy as well. How's the coach?
It was just another week in the comp, mate. That's all we got. You come here 8 weeks ago and you want to go right to the death, and we're in the death now. And so we've got another week to enjoy ourselves, work as a team, have a great experience. Because at the end of the day, our players made a commitment to each other that they'd enjoy the World Cup, and I think we're seeing that.
I think you secretly enjoyed it. There's a massive smile on your face. Did you get worried at any point in that game, or did you feel that you had them from the haka? I mean, that was pretty impressive to start off with.
I think whenever you play against New Zealand, you never have them. They're a side that you might beat on the score, but you never beat them. And for any team that's got 89% winning record in Test rugby has got to be absolutely difficult to beat. And they were. Even at the end of the game, they kept coming. They had a number of injuries, but they kept coming at us, and we had to dig deep and find something a little bit extra.
Will you need to keep feet on the floor now this week or not?
Well, I think that'll be not relatively easy, but we've come here to be the world's best, and we haven't done that yet. So that's where we want to go.
Congratulations, Eddie. Thank you very much indeed. That's Eddie Jones, England head coach.
Thank you very much. That's our reporter Gareth Lewis. Some interesting things he said there, that they've made a commitment to each other, Matt Dawson, to enjoy the World Cup. Is that important to do that as you go through the tournament? Does it reflect in performance?
And they have. If you've seen on social media, there've been plenty of visits to schools and clubs and cultural destinations. Of course, there is an element of enjoyment around that. The enjoyment is the memory you have of winning. All right, let's not beat around the bush here. If England are not successful, the enjoyment factor comes down significantly. The fact that they are now in that final makes next week so much easier, so much more relaxed. You don't need to do a huge amount of work. They'll do a few looseners. They can rest up. They can focus on the opposition. They're going to find out tomorrow, South Africa or Wales. Loads of video analysis listen, if they do the detail on their opposition next week as well as they did against New Zealand today, they're close to invincible. Honestly, that was such an all-round performance of the mind and the body for me that next week there will be, I'm not going to say fear, but a slight worry in whoever is going to be facing them.
That's a tough watch for the other two semi-finalists today, because that was a command performance by England. But it's not just built on the training field, Sonia. We've had glimpses into what England have been doing behind the scenes in terms of their embracing the Japanese language and making sure that the boys understand the dynamics of the society and the country that they're coming to. That's all part of it. But in those meetings where you do set your goals, you do make commitments, you set your teamship rules, as we called them. If you get that right and you've got the culture in your squad and you've got an honesty within your group, the enjoyment cycle just builds, and the cherry on top is an outstanding performance from the team today.
Well, we just heard from Eddie Jones. Let's hear from his undoubtedly disappointed opposite number, the All Black coach, Steve Hansen.
Well, coach, a very tough time, obviously. Steve Hansen, do you think the first half is just on the back foot from the get-go?
Oh, look, firstly, I'd just like to congratulate England. I think they played a tremendous game of footy and on the day deserved to win the game, and you can't give them half a step because they'll take it. So, end of the day, that's what rugby's about, and well done to them.
Coach, I know you've still got another game next week. You've been involved with this team for 15 years, won 2 World Cups. I'll give you the platform to just say what you'd like to say for the people back home.
Yeah, look, I'm really proud of our team. They've done a tremendous job for their country, and just on tonight we just weren't good enough. So we have to take that on the chin, and so does everybody back home and our fans. And all credit to England. But you saw the boys at the end; they're still trying their guts out, and that's all you can ask. So really proud of them.
Andrew Mertens, that's Steve Hansen, who this is his last meaningful match, if you like. He'll have the game nobody wants, the third place playoff. What's his legacy? Because he leaves the All Blacks after the World Cup.
Well, he's been part of a group that's left them in a far better position, for sustainable success, and the way they've evolved the team, the leadership and whatnot, and broadened the depth or strengthened the depth in the squad. They've done amazing things for New Zealand rugby, and so, he won't be judged on this one game, but, he'll be bitterly disappointed about tonight, about performance really. Result, sometimes you don't have the control over that, you have control over performance, and the All Blacks weren't able to perform tonight. They got hit with a fury in that first half, a fury, whether or not they'd anticipated it, they certainly hadn't been exposed to that level of intensity and physicality previously in this tournament, previously in this year, probably in the last 5 or 6 years, maybe since that last England victory, the 2012 game. They haven't had that, and England was able to shut down the key players tonight. Smith and Richie Mo'unga, the 9s and 10s, kept trying but kept going backwards. Beauden Barrett wasn't able to shine as we've been used to seeing him. Brodie Retallick got knocked over time and time again. They shut down the key players, England, and absolutely deserved it. And you know what Steve Hansen knows, they probably could have had more points racked up against them.
Matt Dawson, what odds are an all Six Nations final?
I'm not going to. I'm going to enjoy this for the minute. It's going to be a heck of a game tomorrow. What has been set, as Mertz has just mentioned there, is the intensity, and the guys will be from Wales and South Africa will be watching that game, and the part of them will be thinking, we have to put our bodies to that sort of level. It's got to be ratcheted up a good 2, 3, 4% than they've ever experienced before. If they do it, then there's no reason why Wales can't win, Sonia. But again, imagine what the intensity is going to be like in the final. It's going to be more. I don't know how it's going to be more, but it will be, because that pot of gold is laying there waiting for the winner.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Matt, how much are you going to enjoy your night in Tokyo?
Well, we're working tomorrow, so because we're extremely professional,
of course,
we will
that's
be celebrating
exactly
mildly and getting ready for a big game. And maybe on Sunday night we'll squeak one.
Yeah, plum sake.
Larry and Les will be out. Don't worry.
That's Matt Dawson. Chris Jones, as we reflect a little bit as the stadium starts to empty and the England fans here spill out into Tokyo to start their celebration, because we know for fact they are going to have a fabulous night in Tokyo. You know, when England went through that slump and England lost key matches and Eddie Jones came under enormous pressure, could you ever have envisaged this?
I remember being in South Africa last June, Sonia. They'd lost 3 in the Six Nations, away in Scotland. They'd lost away in France. They'd been beaten badly at home by Ireland. They'd then gone to South Africa playing a Springbok side that we thought was going to be really disjointed. They're capping a load of new players under a new coach in Rassie Erasmus and were well beaten twice. England got that win in Cape Town, but then I wonder whether that tour just saw the changing of the guard. Chris Robshaw never played for England again. Mike Brown never played for England again. Dylan Hartley briefly came back in, then was injured, came back out and never to return. And you have to say Eddie Jones has played a masterstroke in terms of selection, in terms of changing the leadership, and in terms of getting his team prepared. I think we saw a glimpse, didn't we, in Dublin earlier this year, where we all watched England take Ireland to the cleans and thought, wow, OK, when you get Itoje and Billy and Maka Vunipola and Manu Tuolangi and Owen Farrell all running amok, then this England team is going to take some stopping. You allied that with what Saracens did. They've all been fit, and we've seen the manifestation of all that promise in this game here. So England have come to the ball. It's not been the smoothest 4 years, has it? It's not been like Clive Woodward's steady elevation towards the World Cup, when actually, great, your lot probably were on the decline come the World Cup. This England team seems to be peaking in a World Cup semi-final, which is exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, and I think 2003 we'd gone through the peak of playing the best rugby in the world and routinely beating the Southern Hemisphere teams. You're coming in as favourites with no real mysteries about whether you can beat these guys or not. We knew it was possible. There was no fear. This is the first time England have had it in a competitive game for, what was it, 20 years against the All Blacks. So it's new territory for them, and they've found their own new performance level. They've set their own bar incredibly high, done it with a smile on their face.
Chris Jones, did you see? We've missed it in all the exuberance of this victory, but who was player of the match? Do we know?
Maro.
Yeah, it was Maro Itoje. Martin Williams, did you pick it?
Well, I had the difficulty of picking man of the match out of that game, and I'm looking down the list, and the producers in my ear asking me who's man of the match, and I'm looking at any one of 7 players.
You're like, can you split it 5 ways?
Honestly, it was such a difficult decision. I thought from minute 1 to 80, Itoje was just an absolute thorn in the side, so he got the nod.
When I saw him being interviewed for player of the match, Martin, I thought back to the interview we did with him on Thursday, where he stood tall, he sat up, and he said to us a couple of times, we're going to win this game. And it was the look of a man you thought, look, everyone talks themselves up, no one goes, we're not going to win, but he was happy just to say, we're going to win. And he said, my sister and brother are flying out next weekend, they're going to be watching a World Cup final, not a bronze medal match. And I thought, okay, and that was when we all started to think in our group.
That is some advanced planning, isn't it, from the Itoje family? They kind of, you just wait till the final, then book your tickets. You're like, really?
It just felt as if there was this inner belief in England that I'd seen in England camp on Thursday that I'd not seen in the previous 4, 8, 12, 16 years even.
And also that little snippet from Courtney Laws when he was reminded that not so long ago Brodie Retallick couldn't name anyone in the England team, and Courtney said he'll know about us after Saturday. And he will. He got smashed hither and thither.
Good point, well made. Just briefly, Martin Williams, was George Ford on your list of 7 for player of the match?
George Ford, Manu Tuolangi, back row, every one of them. You could have given it to anybody.
And George Ford, what a masterstroke from Eddie Jones, because he picked Henry Slade last weekend. We all raised our eyebrows, and Slade set up a try and was superb. Drops him, plays Ford, who was absolutely magnificent. His best game in an England shirt, his first start against New Zealand, and he ran the show.
He did, and as Chris said in commentary, it seems that this was the moment, this was the 80 minutes where he stepped out of Owen Farrell's shadow and really grew into that number 10 jersey. He was quite simply sensational today. Let's hear from the England fly half.
George, back in the starting 15, emptying points on the board, you must be delighted.
It was always going to be an incredible test match. I think that one semi-final, and both teams fighting for their lives. We just said we had to be somewhere near our best, do our jobs. That's all we had to do, is do our jobs individually and as a team, and we knew we'd be somewhere there or thereabouts. So we'll take it. What an incredible team New Zealand are to play against. It's a unique test match. You can't switch off for 1 second. So we'll recover well. We'll get ready for next week.
At what point in the game did you think, we've got this one?
Never, to be honest. No, I'm being serious. You literally can't switch off for 1 second, no matter what the scoreboard is. Even then, they were coming back at us in that last play of the game. So, yeah, we had to fight to the end.
The best performance you've ever been involved in an England shirt?
I'm not sure. Maybe not. We hope to better that again next week. That's what it's about now.
And we've added to the Brains Trust again here, because former Scotland captain Andy Nicol has joined us as well. First of all, your reactions to just watching England totally dominate the All Blacks to reach a World Cup final.
Unbelievably impressive from minute one, from the get-go. They came out, they're attacking that first 90 seconds to get that first try was outstanding, and then they kept the intensity up, mainly in defence and the physicality just throughout for the whole of the next 78.5 minutes. It was hugely impressive, and probably the most dominating performance I've seen England do for many a year. England have played some fantastic rugby over the years, scoring lots of tries. That was 19-7. That was a really intense World Cup semi-final, and so many of their players stepped up. And in the big games, you need your big players, and my goodness, did they step up tonight, Sonia.
How would you have liked to have been the scrum half to Ford at 10 today?
Well, behind the pack like England were, just outstanding they were. I mean, Ben Youngs, has had some criticism. I thought he controlled the game beautifully tonight. And when you've got your standoff and everyone else on you, it was just literally right the way through the team. Everyone was bang on form, bang on intensity, and just at the top of their game. And when that happens, you're in flow state. And that was as impressive a team performance and individually as I've seen for a long time.
There's a few All Blacks just come out from the changing rooms. They're just signing autographs for fans down there. There's a few mobile phones being held up to capture images of their famous New Zealand players. Disappointing day, though, for them, going down 19-7 to England. Goodness me, they hadn't even scored a point at half-time, which is quite remarkable. Can you believe what you saw in terms of those men in black, Andy Nicol? They hadn't even scored a point at half-time.
Sometimes you can only play what the opposition allow you to play, and the intensity that England put into that game just stopped an awful lot of what make the All Blacks the team that they are. Some of us have played the All Blacks. You have to close them down. You absolutely have to close the space down, and England did that. That's easy to say, Sonia. They did it individually and collectively, pretty much for the full 80 minutes. They squeezed the life out of the All Blacks in that first 40 minutes. And England had a couple of tries chalked off. One, probably definite at the crossing. The other one was a marginal call in the maul. So it could have even been a greater scoreline. And that was how impressive it was for me. Is they absolutely nullified one of the most potent attacks in world rugby for a number of years. That performance last week that New Zealand put in against Ireland was up there, anything we've seen from the 2015 vintage of the All Blacks. And for England to nullify that tonight was incredible.
George Ford has really grown and matured as a player, hasn't he, Paul Grayson? How much do you think he benefited in the build-up to this World Cup? He played a lot at 10 in the warm-up games, throughout the early pool stages as well. Was it almost like everything was coming towards this moment for him?
Yeah, I think so, Sonia. Also, the travails that he's been through in club rugby, with Leicester being so poor last season. I've said it before, single-handedly saved him from relegation just about, but also played magnificent rugby in the process. And I also feel that with the balance of with Tuolangi playing at 13 and him and Farrell playing together, you've just started to see George Ford get back to his best, which is carrying the ball to the line, using his range of passing, and also being able to, like he did today, control the game with his boot from that second or even third receiver position, which is ultimately what killed the All Blacks in the second half. England's tactical nous and their kicking game forced the All Blacks to continually play out of their own 22, and the All Blacks just joined in with that narrative, kept turning the ball over. So he has emerged. It did look at times in the past as though Farrell dominated him, and whenever Farrell called for the ball, George would have to give it to him. That dynamic's definitely changed. Had the kicking duties today, only missed one late in the day, was not exposed at all in defence. An all-round, not a breakthrough performance, but an absolutely outstanding one.
And how much has he come on though in those 4 years? 2015 he was dropped for the big games and looked like he was a bloke whose confidence could be dented. I mean, it was only last week he was dropped out of the starting 15 and then came in, and from second one he was running the show. And now the big question is, what does Eddie Jones do in the final? Does he go back to Slade, Tuolangi and Farrell at number 10? I mean, a lot will depend on fitness, but he's had Slade, etc., playing a blinder against Australia, Ford, etc., playing a blinder against New Zealand, and whether it's Wales or South Africa, Eddie Jones is going to have to make another big call with his midfield.
That's what coaches want, isn't it? They want headaches in selection.
Absolutely, yeah, and Eddie Jones has shown he's incredibly versatile, Andy. He's going to do what is right for that day and not what they did before.
And he's completely ripped up the script of what previous World Cup winning coaches have done. I reckon through from Grant Fox to Michael Lina, Joel Stransky, Stephen Larkham, you go through Johnny Wilkinson, Butch James, Dan Carter when he was fit in 15. The standoff played every minute of the big games. And Eddie Jones has ripped that script up, and he's chosen horses for courses for the game, the game plan he wants to play. Last week it was Owen Farrell at 10, today it was George Ford. Who knows what it'll be next Saturday? And that's a different coaching philosophy.
That's an exceptionally good memory you've got, by the way.
Is our old age, I think so. But I think from a Welsh point of view, Sonia,
every single fly half from in the history of the Rugby World Cup. Sorry, Martin, go on.
But I think that's what's scary from a Welsh point of view. If we do get to the final next week playing, England can play any way you want now. If you want to take them on physically up front, they'll match you. If you want to throw the ball about, yes, we'll play you at that game as well. They've got so many strings to their bow, whereas maybe in the past you might question they one-dimensional, and that was the most impressive aspect of today's game for me today. They outplayed the All Blacks, which you very, very rarely hear that said.
And actually, in the build-up to the game, we talked about using England's resources and having the balance of when to use the big guys, when to use... I mean, you run through their team, Mako Vunipola, he can carry and pass. We're talking in attack now. Kyle Sinclair can do the same. Marrow and Courtney are hard ball carriers. Underhill and Curry both carry dynamically, but they can both make the short passes as well, which means Billy's free to roam, and the responsibility to get over the gain line from Billy Vunipola isn't England's only out. They've got at least 5 or 6 options in their pack. And Manu brings that extra dimension of physicality in the backs, which leaves space for the speed merchants. They got the balance of their attack in the first 20 minutes it was perfect almost, and they could have had they not got done for crossing, they could have been out of sight in the first 25 minutes.
Do you remember when England were coming under all that pressure for Chris Jones for not having a plan B, and they kind of mentally went a bit AWOL against Wales in Cardiff? They went AWOL in the second half against Scotland in the Six Nations Championship as well, and everyone was like, where's this change come from? They just look like kind of totally different men.
They do, but the mad thing is they still haven't been really tested yet this World Cup, because it sounds ridiculous those words have come out of my mouth, because they've just beaten the All Blacks in a World Cup semi-final, but only for about a 5-minute period would England fans have really had cause to worry when Ardi Sever crashed over. So they've beaten Argentina, Australia and New Zealand at a bit of a canter. So if you're Wales and you think if we can get past the Springboks tomorrow, they've beaten England twice this year, and it's an England team that are going on a ridiculously trajectory towards peak form, but you still think Wales might want to get stuck into England and see how they react if going into the final 10 minutes they find themselves a couple of points down, because it's ridiculous to say that today they never actually looked in danger against the mighty All Blacks.
Can you imagine if it was an all Six Nations final? I can't quite get my head round that. That's never happened, obviously, in the history of the Rugby World Cup. Who thinks it can?
Well, I think it's even as a Welshman, I think, it definitely can. You know, you never write off a Gatland and a Welsh team who, let's be honest, haven't performed amazingly well in this tournament, but have somehow found a way to manage and win games, as Chris mentions. I think they stood, as well as England played today, I think we'll stand a far better chance of beating England next week than they would have against New Zealand, because of the familiarity. They've been there, they've done it. England will be huge favourites. But look, we've got a big hurdle to get over tomorrow in South Africa. We're an immensely powerful team, but don't write off Wales.
No.
England downstairs in the press conference, Eddie Jones will be asked, who do you want to play in the final? And he'll roll out the usual, it doesn't matter. I guarantee they want to play South Africa all day long and twice on a Sunday, because of that whole rivalry about the Wales. Because if it's England, South Africa, England go in as red hot favourites. If it's England, Wales, it's game on, because of just the history, the recent history, the rivalry, all that, and the Gatland-Jones affair. I'd love it be a Northern Hemisphere. I'm sounding like Kevin Keegan here, but I'd love it if it was a Northern Hemisphere final next week.
I'd love it. I think there's a lot of people would love it as well. We'll have plenty more chat from here in Yokohama after watching England reach the Rugby World Cup final, winning 19-7 against the New Zealand All Blacks. We're going to hear from Sam Underhill, who just tackled like a whirling dervish all day, and also from player of the match, Maro Itoje. That's after the news here on 5 Live at just after 11:30 with Richard Foster.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And as you've been hearing, England are through to the final of the Rugby World Cup in Japan. They beat the All Blacks for the first time in a World Cup event by 19 points to 7. They'll now face either Wales or South Africa in the final. More coverage throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live. A man's appeared in court on charges of murder and attempted murder following the deaths of 2 teenagers at a house party last weekend. Dom Ansah and Ben Gillam Rice, who were both 17, died after being stabbed in Milton Keynes. 2 others were injured. Earl Bevans, who's 22, has been remanded in custody. 4 people arrested over the deaths of 39 people found in a freezer lorry in Essex are still in custody. 3 are being held on suspicion of manslaughter and people trafficking, while the driver is being questioned on suspicion of murder. It's thought at least 6 of the victims may be from Vietnam. And millions of people in central and northern California are bracing for potential power cuts as wildfires sweep through the state. Around 50,000 people have been forced to leave their homes.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
On the road, South Yorkshire in the M18 southbound, 1 lane's closed and there's heavy traffic because of an accident from Junction 2 at Doncaster to Junction 1 at Bramley. Berkshire and the M4 eastbound, 1 lane's closed because of debris on the road from Junction 11 at Reading to 10 at Wokingham and Bracknell. And in Cambridgeshire on the M11 northbound, there's queuing traffic from Junction 13 at Madingley to Junction 14 at Girton. That's in the roadworks area. Richard Foster, 5 Live Travel.
The best live sport.
Follow every step of England's Winter Tour series in New Zealand with 5 Live Sports Extra.
On his way, Bolston. That's a length, and he heaves it away into the leg side. That's going to go for 6.
Throughout November and December, England played 5 T20 internationals and 2 tests in New Zealand.
Straight towards Stokes, who takes an incredible one-handed catch.
Hear every ball of every match live with the Test Match Special Team on 5 Live Sports Extra.
And keep up to date with the TMS podcast. Download and subscribe using the BBC Sounds app.
This is 5 Live Rugby World Cup 2019 with Sonia McLaughlin.
And England are into the World Cup final.
He's called the knock-on and he's called the full-time whistle. And England men and women all around the Yokohama International Stadium rise to celebrate one of the most authoritative, dominant and famous victories in English rugby history. Does it get much better than this?
Eddie Jones is already thinking about next weekend.
It's just another week in the comp, mate. You know, that's all we've got. You come here 8 weeks ago and you want to go right to the death, and we're in the death now. And so we've got another week to enjoy ourselves. Our players made a commitment to each other that they'd enjoy the World Cup, and I think we're seeing that.
England will face the winner of Wales against South Africa, and Warren Gatland's confident it'll be his side.
I can't understand why people would write us off when, our record against South Africa's been pretty good in the last 4 or 5 years. So if they continue to do that over the next couple of days, that'll be brilliant.
This is 5 Live Rugby World Cup 2019 with Sonia McLaughlin.
And a significant number of supporters are still here in Yokohama, predominantly England right now, and they are no doubt waiting, hopefully, for one or two of their players to come out and maybe sign a few autographs and have a few photos taken. Maybe one of them might even be the player of the match, Maro Itoje. We can hear from him now.
Right, Maro Itoje, best performance you've been involved in an England jersey?
I don't really know. It was definitely a top game. We played some good rugby for the most part, and they really pushed us to be our best. I'm really happy with the win. We got the job done.
Still scratching your head, thinking, my goodness me, we're in a Rugby World Cup final. I'm not going to ask how old you were back then, but you'd have been even a kid, weren't you, in 2007?
2007, yeah, you're right. I was, 2007 was the first World Cup where, it captured my imagination. That's when I started playing rugby in 2006. So the 2007 World Cup, I remember watching it in my room with my brother on a little TV, getting really excited. So I'm really honoured and really privileged to be in that position now.
And how much was spoken in the week about the need to stifle New Zealand at the breakdown? Because you were involved there, Curry, Underhill as well, did such a good job.
Yeah, if you want to win a game of rugby, you have to win the breakdown battle, and today was no different. We weren't perfect, but we did a good job.
Top stuff. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir.
That's Maro Itoje. We're going to hear from Sam Underhill as well before we hand to Mark Chapman at midday. He's one half of the Kamikaze Kids, of course. This is what you're saying. 85058 on the text, at 5 Live Sport on social media. Edward, the greatest ever England rugby performance, surely. Underhill, Itoje and Curry were playing a different game to everybody else. Andy says England played an absolute blinder against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup. Deserved finalists. And that's from a Scotland fan. Yaz says, genuine question, when was the last time England put in a more complete performance in any sport? Oh, who wants to answer that? Paul Grayson?
No, it's got to be Grace's.
Some of the cricket in the summer was pretty good, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
But in the context of where you are, when you needed a performance to get past the champion team, that's as good as I've seen for a long time.
Yeah. Martin Williams, former Wales flanker. I want to ask you about the breakdown, which, not ordinarily, it's not the sort of this might have been for you, the sexiest facet of a rugby union match. Your eyes are drawn to the wingers scoring tries. But boy, oh boy, today it was breathtaking watching some of the tackling from Underhill, Curry, Itoje. Were you just sitting there going, hats off to you boys?
Oh, it was incredible. I grew up playing against, one of the greatest all-time back rows in Richard Hill, Neil Back and Lawrence Delalio, and that trio out there have gone a big step today to match in what that trio did. They were just sensational, and we spoke at the top of the show about New Zealand led all facets coming into the game, about metres made, speed of ruck ball, offloads, defenders beaten, and that all comes from quick ruck ball. But England's pack, and in particular the back row and Itoje, just completely destroyed them in that area. The tackle technique of Curry and Sam Underhill is, it's in vogue, isn't it, about high tackles, and you can't make an offensive tackle if you go low. Well, they've just absolute copybook how you should tackle. It was an incredible performance from, the back three. Vunipola was in the heart of it. Sometimes I feel for Billy Vunipola. Sometimes you look at his stats and they're probably better than everybody else when it comes to carries, tackles, but you take it for granted. But you've got those two young kids either side in Tom Curry and Sam Underhill, who, this is the biggest occasion they've never played in a game this big, and they just thrived on it.
People might not realise, who are listening, if they're perhaps new to rugby at this level, but Tom Curry is 21, that's right, 21. That's mad to play with such composure in a World Cup semi-final, isn't it?
For me, it was what was so impressive was, we talk about, you said that you're drawn to the wingers scoring tries. When we talk about decision making, we're drawn to the standoff, George Ford, Owen Farrell. The decision making of Underhill and Curry, of coming in, when to go on the ball, Sonia, and when not to, when to go low tackle, when to go for the ball in the smother tackle, when to strip it. It was just a masterclass. So contact, we're talking about contact skills. There's so much good decision making going into that as well, and then you've got to add in the physicality. Just to say you've got to go in on the ball is one thing, to go and do it repeatedly time after time takes some courage, and they did it for the full 80 minutes.
It takes a lot of practice too, doesn't it, Andy, in terms of, you can't just leather each other all day every day to practice the turnover. It's the wrestling that they do, it's the Tai Chi slow motion stuff where you learn about body angles and supporting your own weight and realising what positions you can get into, ride a hit and take the ball.
I was going to ask you as well, Grace, I'm not sure if he's been mentioned yet, but John Mitchell, I think he's obviously the defensive coach.
Yeah.
And, for Wales, we saw wax lyrical over Sean Edwards, what he's done to the Welsh defence. Well, John Mitchell has absolutely nailed everything, the tactics, obviously he's hands-on with Underhill, Curry, young players, and getting the very, very best. And I just thought it was a complete performance from the back row. When you look at who they're up against as well, Kieran Reid, one of the all-time great number 8s, Ardy Sevilla, arguably the most dynamic back row forward in the world, the locks and Retallick and Whitelock, and they were just totally overshadowed today.
I've got two halfbacks here in Paul Grayson and Andy Nicol, who've both played for their countries. What must it be like, can you imagine you two, to be tackled by Sam Underhill? Because we saw Beauden Barrett dumped on his behind.
Yeah, and they're in desperation trying to run out their own 22. I think he ended Geordie Barrett as well, didn't he? Which was almost the end of the game for the All Blacks. And Geordie Barrett's 6'5", and he just picked him up and hurled him backwards. Those that we've played against some formidable back rowers ourselves over the years, and those type of players are always in the corner of your eye. You're aware when you're trying to set up an attack, if you're good enough, let's go back and say Martin or Neil Back is at that third defender opposite you as a fly off. You don't want to play next to him because he's going to get his head over the ball and pinch it. You've got to stay away. When there's two of them, when you've got one in the middle of the field who's just as good as the guy who's the open side at turning the ball over in Underhill and Curry, it really is difficult to stay out of their to stay far enough away from them not to give them a chance to either bury someone or take the ball off you.
Sonia, with my chocolate knees, somebody coming in hitting your knees rather than your chest, he would cut me in two, I think. But again, it's just, John Mitchell has made an impact, there's no doubt about it. Obviously Sean Edwards has at Wales, but this is where I keep coming back to, it's still the players have got to make the commitment, they've got to make the tackle, they've got to get the tackle technique right, they've got to make the good choice whether to go high, whether to go low, and they just did that fantastically well. So the defence coach sets you up well, gets you organised, gets a good structure, but you've still got the players got to go out and do that, and it was just fantastic to see.
And I think there was 70,000 people in here took a sharp intake of breath when Sam Underhill buried Beauden Barrett onto the turf here in Yokohama. Let's now hear from the England flanker.
Sam, congratulations. People lauding the breakdown already in this World Cup from England. That, though, arguably the best we've seen yet from you and your teammates there.
Yeah, I thought it was something we went at really well today. We spoke about it in the week. It's obviously such a big part of the game because it's probably if you think about it like a set piece, it's the most amount of set piece you get. So it takes 1 to 15, 1 to 23 to get that right, because you never know who's going to be where on the pitch. But I thought the boys were outstanding today.
Did you expect it had that much of an impact? You seemed to knock New Zealand out of their stride right from the very beginning.
There's something you've always got to get right, because if it's not going wrong, you can't get any continuity in your attack. Do you know what I mean? And they're a side that you can't just defend against. Do you know what I mean? You see how dangerous they are. If you get a lead and you try and just keep it, then they're going to get you. You need to keep attacking. We spoke about it was going to be an 80-minute game, so I thought the boys last 20 did a really good job of still playing, still trying to attack well. So yeah. I
don't even want to know how old you were in 2007 when England last made the final. Have you worked it out yet?
No, but I can take away 12. I would have been 11. Yeah.
Wow. Were you dreaming of that back then, or is this a dream come true now?
It's a bit surreal, yeah. It's been an awesome experience. It's been unbelievable. I feel very lucky to be here. It's a bit of a pinch yourself moment. It probably won't hit home for a while, but having my family out here, and it's an awesome group of people to play with, not just players but everyone that's involved in the squad. So it's the best thing I've done for sure.
Do you need to keep feet on the ground now this week, or will that just take care of itself?
Yeah, 100%, but I don't think we've got ahead of ourselves yet, and I don't think we will. So our focus now is all on next week, obviously, but that's what we've been doing for the last 7-8 weeks, however long it's been. So
top stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers. See you next week.
England flanker Sam Underhill talking to Gareth Lewis, and if the kids wanting to know how to tackle properly, just watch Sam Underhill videos all day long and you'll get it bang on. We can actually go back to Gareth Lewis, who's still down in the tunnel.
Hi Sonia, it was a really, really happy place to be. Everyone's gone now. We're the last year on 5 Live Sport. And just a shout out as well to my hometown club Bridgend, because 4 years ago Sam Underhill was playing semi-professional rugby for Bridgend in the Welsh Premiership, and 4 years on he's about to take the field next weekend in a World Cup final. It's a fantastic story, and as you've been saying, so many of that England team, all smiles on their faces when they came in, so young and with great futures ahead of them. The future starts though arguably next weekend, doesn't it? Amazing performances, and just trying to keep a lid on obvious delight and enthusiasm at having done such a good job against the All Blacks this evening here in Yokohama. And there's always a loser though. Not the greatest way for Steve Hanson's reign as All Blacks head coach to come to an end, and our colleagues from New Zealand Rugby have been speaking to the All Blacks replacement scrum half TJ Perenara.
That sucks, bro. We fell short of our goal, and credit to a good English team who put us under pressure for big parts of that game and come out on top.
What were you noticing on the bench as the game was rolling on and you were preparing to come on? What were they doing well?
I thought they kicked well. Set piece was pretty good from them, and they were physical today. They brought a game that they're very good at, and they executed it for big portions of that game.
We've seen the All Blacks do some big comebacks in the past. Do you always have that belief, even heading into that last 10 minutes, you could overturn the deficit?
Yeah, there wasn't a point in that game that I thought it was out of reach. Even there was the last passage of play, and I caught a glimpse of the clock, and it was the 79th minute, late in the 79th minute, and that was probably the only time I thought it was done. That's the moment I thought, man, we're down 14, there's about 10 seconds left, it's done. But before then, I always thought we had a chance.
This is a dumb question, but you've had the highs of the World Cup in 2015. How does this one compare? How do you take a World Cup defeat like this? I told you a dumb question.
Yeah, it's tough, bro. It's polar opposites, obviously. One, we go in and we come out on top, and we fall short this time. It probably hasn't sunk in for me yet. Still coming down from the emotion of the game, but yeah, it's not a great feeling. It's tough, bro, and like I've already said, we've got to give credit to a good English team.
That's TJ Perenara, and you can hear it in his voice, just utterly deflated. By contrast, England, they're into the final. Chris Jones, I want to ask you about Eddie Jones. Can he basically now, has he got the freedom of Twickenham now? Can he do what he wants? Yep. He's into a final. He can stay for 4 years if he wants. He can do what he wants.
He can do exactly what he wants. He can
even if they lose to Wales next week.
Well, that actually does that would throw a fairly sizable spanner in the works. But what you're hearing from the top end of the RFU is that they think Jones is the man. Jones could win the World Cup and then decide, actually, my 4 years of work is done, and go off on his shield to coach whoever he wants around the world. He could do 2 more years, he could do 4 more years, but I think he could pretty much name his price, walk into Twickenham after the World Cup and do what he wants, although it's a very interesting one Martin has chucked our way, because if England do get to the final against Wales and they get beaten by Wales, then that would make all this performance against New Zealand mean absolutely nothing, wouldn't it?
Just thought I'd throw it out there, that's all.
And always worth throwing things out there, Martin, absolutely.
Where does this game go now, though? Because in terms of the games we've seen in World Cups, where are we going to put this one in terms of ranking it?
I think this is got to be talked about as the greatest England performance of all time. I just had a little rack of the brains. They won in New Zealand in 1973. What was in 2003? There wasn't the outstanding authoritative performance that there was in that summer when England won in Melbourne and smashed Australia and won against New Zealand 15 points to 13 with only 13 men during 1 point. So I don't think
England's great performance, I don't think you can say one came in 2003. They limped past Samoa, limped past Wales, beat France really well in the rain, and then probably shouldn't have been even forced to extra time against Australia. England's best performance had come before that. I'm genuinely thinking, Grace, I think that's got to be talked about as one of the greatest England performances of all time.
You've got to put it into context of where the competition is, the opposition, a level that we've seen glimpses of from this England team. It's not been straightforward under Eddie Jones, the 4-year cycle. He created a team instantly when he came in that ran through 20-odd wins and then disintegrated. Downfall 2018. As it crumbled, the rebuilding process started again. And he's ended up with this side, and that is, in a World Cup semi-final, to have your... I wanted to stay away from saying a breakthrough performance, but actually this is a team-defining performance, because they've now played at a level which made the best team in the world look like they hadn't got a clue. England tore them to shreds, tactically, technically, physically, mentally. They destroyed New Zealand, which nobody's done. Nobody ever does. So it is. I think you're probably right, Chris.
I think it was without doubt one of the best performances, but we've got to put a bit of context and perspective. It's a semi-final. You do not want to peak here, because if whatever happens next week goes wrong for England, we'll forget about this performance. Australia 2003 in the semi-final against the All Blacks were outstanding. They didn't win the final. No one remembers it. So it's good for us to put it in context. It was a fantastic performance. It's not worth anything if they don't back it up next week.
Yeah, the BBC's chief sports writer is back with us, Tom Fordyce. You've been sitting next to me throughout the game. You've been tapping away at your keyboard. You've watched some incredible sporting moments, not least probably the Cricket World Cup final this year. Where does that rank for you?
Isn't it nice for England fans to be in a stone-cold World Cup classic against New Zealand and for it not to come down to boundaries scored? Do you know, when I write my match reports, Sonia, at these sort of games, you're writing as you go along, and you leave your top 4 or 5 paragraphs as late as you can, okay? It's very, very rare that you can write your top 4 or 5 pars with about 8, 9, 10 minutes to go. Certainly, I never dreamt that you could do that when England were playing the All Blacks, unless it was the other way around. But you could tonight. That was how authoritative that performance was from England. You could write, I've got them in front of me here, my top 4 or 5 pars, knowing that nothing was going to change. It's remarkable.
So make sure you read Tom Fordyce on the BBC Sport website, because it's like probably more considered. You're always considered, Tom, but even more considered than usual, given that England was so dominant in that game. So let's throw ahead to Wales against South Africa. It's a 9 o'clock kickoff on 5 Live Sport tomorrow morning, another one you won't want to miss. Who has got Wales to beat South Africa? Andy Nichols sticks his hand up. Oh, Martin Williams has got his hand up. Chris is wavering. So Martin Williams, put the case for Wales beating South Africa and setting up an All Six Nations final. You can't hesitate now.
The Gatland factor. That, if you're looking at performances throughout the tournament, you're going to pick South Africa. But I just think big moments. Wales have won big moments. I think they'll take a lot of tonight's game, because most people wrote England off this evening, and they were just inspired. I think, look, if there's 2 guys before the game who I wouldn't have wanted to get injured, was Alan Wynne-Jones and Liam Williams. That is one guy. Look, Lee Halfpenny's a world-class full-back, but a very different player to Liam Williams. I think Liam Williams tomorrow would have been that X-factor. But we've hobbled into the semi-finals, and I think Wales are due a big performance. It's going to be like England, it's going to take our biggest performance of the season to beat South Africa, but I think it's on.
So I'm going Wales. I actually think South Africa are probably over the piece a better team, but I just think the Gatland factor that Nugget just talked about, the belief that this Welsh team have. You look in the last 12 months, they've won games that they probably didn't have a right to do. They've got that unbelievable sort of belief that they're going to win at all times, and that is an incredible asset to have in a World Cup semi-final, because South Africa will dominate for lots of the game tomorrow, I've no doubt, but Wales will just find a way to stay in the game, stay in the contest, and then probably find a way to win it. So I'm backing Wales tomorrow, and I think we will get an All Six Nations final.
Ooh, Paul Grayson, do England care who they face in the final?
Well, can I just say, on Thursday, in the show we did on Thursday, I said England and Wales in the final, so I've sort of got to stick to that. No, and I don't. you haven't got the right to select a team that you'd prefer to play in a World Cup final. I know the subplot with Wales is huge, and that's whetted the Welsh appetite, because turning over England after a performance like that next week to win the World Cup would be utopia, I guess. I'm going to sit on a fence and give the game the respect it's due. Whoever manages to crawl through tomorrow and get to the final will deserve it. And it will be one hell of a contest.
And the smart money today was on New Zealand, but the gut always gave England a chance. The gut said England, and I think it's the same story tomorrow. Smart money South Africa, gut says Wales.
They always say listen to the gut, don't they? Always.
Especially when you're hungry at almost 8 o'clock at night.
OK, that's a cue for the Brains Trust to go and find food, I think. Thank you very much, all of you. Martin Williams, Paul Grayson, our correspondent, Chris Jones, to Andy Nicol and to Tom Fordyce. We're heading to Mark Chapman. I just want to read you this from Matt, who sent it on at 5 Live Sport. Just watch the hacker back. Look at the confidence in the England players' eyes and body language. Mark Chapman, they knew, he says, it was their day. Did you watch? Of course you watched it. Silly question.
Well, yes, but I was also doing the rugby league at the same time, because Great Britain's rugby league team were playing against Tonga.
You are a man of many talents,
So I was doing that, and we had the England game on another screen as well. Jonathan Davis, who was with me, then said, "Oh, great! I'm getting in the car. I'm now going to have to listen to 4 hours of 5 Live wanging on about England getting to the World Cup final." So he's in his car at the moment. He'll have enjoyed the last hour you've just done. The next hour will be a little bit rugby union free, but then from 1 o'clock we'll be back to England making a World Cup final.
If Jiffy's listening, hi Jiffy, first and foremost. But also we have just talked about Wales, and there's a significant number here who've put Wales in the final. So there you go.
But then that'll be a massive big fear for him if Wales get to a final then lose to England. I know that as well. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you to our rugby union team. Wales against South Africa tomorrow morning. You'll be able to hear it in full and exclusively here on 5 Live, and of course the World Cup final next Saturday we will have for you exclusively and in full as well.